All right, good morning, everyone. Okay, let's do it. So everyone's not in the, okay, good. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting of Wednesday, November the 5th, 2025. This meeting is held in person and by electronic means. Council members and the public may participate by either method. Any members joining electronically are reminded to enable their video to confirm quorum. The meeting is being live streamed on City's website and YouTube. Meeting progress will be updated regularly on X at One City Clerk. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having care of this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I will also recognize immense contributions of City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councillor Joe in the chair. Mayor Sim, you have a leave of absence from 3 p.m. onwards. Councillor Kirby Young has a leave of absence from 5 p.m. onwards today. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Fly.
Present.
You have a leave of absence for civic business all day. Councillor Fry. Councillor Klassen. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Meisner.
Present.
Has a leave of absence for civic business from 1 p.m. onwards. Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney. This meeting has quorum, Chair Joe.
Thanks, Clerk. So this is the plan for the day. We're going to break at noon for lunch and return at 1 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda. If needed, recess at 5 p.m. for a dinner break and reconvene at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda. The committee members will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have report 1, 4, and 5 on the consent agenda for committee's consideration. We will hold report 2, 6, and 7 to hear from the speakers, and report 3 to continue with the debate and decision. Committee members may adopt recommendations for report 1, 4, and 5 on consent. Does any member want to hold any item for debate or questions of team members? Okay, I have. Okay, moved by Councillor Dominato, second by Councillor Meisner. Okay, so before that, okay, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? All right, so we have report 1, 4, and 5 for the consent approval. It is moved by Councillor Dominato, second by Councillor Meisner. All those in favor say yeah. Opposed say nay. The motion carries unanimously. All right, the following items have been approved on consent. That is report 1, contract awards for construction services, Abutas Greenway and West 41st Avenue intersection improvement. And number 4, which is Vancouver Community Sports Event Grants, Fall 2025 intake. And number 5, Auditor General recommendations transmittal report. So we're gonna move on to the first item on this agenda, which is report number 2, 2025 budget adjustment, Vancouver Police and Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, and this item does not have a presentation. Committee members, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of the team members. Are there any questions? Okay, I haven't. Oh, Councillor Orr, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Can you just go over what is the general stabilization reserve? How much money is in this fund and where does it come from?
Thank you. Colin Knight, General Manager of Finance and Supply Chain, City of Vancouver. So the General Revenue Stabilization Reserve is an unrestricted reserve that the city maintains, which is intended to deal with unforeseen expenses, events, emergencies, et cetera. And so it is used to support some unanticipated expenditures. Just to note that the city has been able to build up the reserve through surpluses at year end over the past several years. It was drawn down during COVID, but has been built up, and we're projecting a balance of approximately 200 million in available balance. Again, that's within the target range that's recommended for municipalities to maintain.
Okay. And then for the spending, who authorized the VPD to start spending this money? And is this common as a practice for cities to sort of retroactively fund these overruns?
Yeah, so I'll make a couple comments. Again, the framework for police budgeting and spending is largely under the Police Act, which again provides the Vancouver Police Board with the authority around managing the police budget, and council plays a role in approving the police budget and the amendments to the budget. I think to the question of past practice, so in the past, we have on a number of occasions come to council for budget adjustments related to both to a number of departments, including police and fire departments. And again, there's a variety of reasons for these, and in some cases, it's like benefit rate changes that were not known at the time the budget is set, and we have better information. In some cases, it's unforeseen events, such as protests, et cetera, that were not factored into the original budget, but then a request is made for an amended budget.
So the board has approved all of the spending on this?
So the Police Act, again, gives that authority over the police budget to the Vancouver Police Board.
Okay. And this may be a silly question, but what happens if council votes no on this? Where does that money's being spent, right? What if we say no? Does it come out of that fund, or where does the money come from?
So again, ultimately, the city is responsible for funding the expenses of departments, including the police department. And so for funds that are spent, those would be funded from the city. I think when we get to our year-end reporting, the impact would be in terms of whether the police budget is amended or whether it would be shown at the level that was originally approved by council. But in terms of the city will have to fund actual expenditures.
It would
That is
have
correct.
to come from somewhere
Yeah.
eventually. Interesting. Okay, that's enough for me. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, so I do have questions specifically around you referenced the Police Act and specifically around Operation Barrage or Task Force Barrage, which was announced in February with the mayor and his full cohort of ABC councillors in attendance. It was decided at that point that there was a $5 million expenditure. Now, according to the Police Act, however, there's a pretty clear authorization that has to come through council and the police board. And so I'd like to know, this probably isn't a question for you, Colin, it's probably more a question for the chief or somebody from the police board, maybe Frank. Who authorized Operation Barrage, and why is it coming to us now as an overtime expenditure when it in fact should have been properly and duly authorized through the board and to council in accordance with section 27 of the Police Act? And I would say, most explicitly under the Police Act section or item 6 under section 27, unless council otherwise approves, the municipal police board must not make an expenditure or enter an agreement to make an expenditure that is not specified in the board's budget as adjusted under subsection 4. Now, I recognize that there are legitimate overtimes, but this seems like an operational decision that happened without due oversight. And I'm again, looking to maybe somebody from the police board or the chief to explain how that was authorized.
Thanks very much for the question, Councillor. I can tell you Task Force Barrage has been an outstanding success. Every crime category has gone down in this city. There's been no dispersion. So Operation Barrage was a extraordinary police use of resources that we didn't have in our budget. And we received funding. The machinations of how that occurred, that's for council to discuss, but I can tell you from a policing perspective, it's extraordinary. The difference made in the downtown east side, you can go down and see for yourself. So from a public safety perspective, it's worked.
Chief, and totally, with all due respect, that's not really my question. I'm specific about the authorization and most explicitly the rules under Section 27 of the Police Act, which really demonstrate that there needs to be an accountability trail when we do some kind of authorization. And I still don't know who authorized it as a $5 million expenditure, which was announced at the same time that Operation Barrage was announced back in February or whenever it was. So it's not about the merits of the operation or the task force. It's about the authorization and the Police Act and the rules.
And I wasn't trying to evade the question. Is the way the money was received came through city finance. The decisions and determinations that occurred leading up to that, we assumed occurred in this room.
They did not, sir.
Yeah.
And that's so.
But that's something I can't fill in.
Sure. No,
on the back end, it occurred, but on the back end, public safety, it worked.
And you weren't the chief at that point either.
I wasn't going to use that one, but yeah.
But no, I recognize that. I'm curious maybe if the board has any comments on how this was authorized. Was it authorized because, and I don't want to sound pedantic about this, but it is pretty clear in the Police Act how this is supposed to go. And this didn't seem to follow the kind of undertaking the Police Act.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer on behalf of the board. So thank you very, very much for the question. Frank Chong, Police Board Chair. We've been clear that there was some missteps with regards to the authorization process. It should have actually gone through the Police Board first. And we've been able to have that conversation with the senior management team to ensure that that particular approval process is going to be followed moving forward. That being said, the board has received multiple briefings on Task Force Barrage and has subsequently ensured that it meets the expectations and the priorities set by the board. And that we are currently supportive of Task Force Barrage. And as the chief has mentioned, it has yielded very positive results.
And
that being said, the approval process did not get followed to the Police Act. Some missteps. However, we're quite confident that those
Frank,
particular
if I
missteps
may,
would be
I'd like to
corrected.
move for a second round of questions, Chair.
Okay, second by Councillor Bly. All those in favor say yeah. Opposed say nay. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Frank. I'll have to come back on. I'm out of time.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Damanado.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the questions being asked, and maybe I could touch on with this report and the questions related to how, decision-making and processes is, my understanding from being in this council chamber almost 8 years is that oftentimes VPD has to deal with emergent issues, and there have been many occasions, as I recall, where I'm thinking back to some of the encampments and measures taken to deal with those, where I don't recall a formal request coming through to council at that time to deal with those. So could you, staff, maybe speak to that? And I'm not sure if that's Chief Rye or if that's the police board, but to comment on how operationally you're responding to emergent issues, whether that is in the downtown east side or, again, I hearken back to the many occasions we had protests last term. We had several very challenging encampments that required police intervention. So could you comment on how that works from an authorization standpoint? Just following the line of questioning my colleague, Councillor Fry, is asking.
Colin Knight, General Manager of Finance and Supply Chain. So I'll maybe start the response and then look to the chief to speak to any specific operational considerations. Again, I think that there are situations within the police budget broadly where they recover costs from other parties, and that, again, at an operational level, not every one of those decisions would be a council level decision. But within our budget policy, we have materiality thresholds that dictate when budget adjustments require a council level council approval. So again, in this case, with this report, these adjustments exceed those policy thresholds and are coming to council as per the policy.
Okay, so just Colin, before you leave for a second, so just let me reflect that back. So what I'm hearing is that by bringing this report, which identifies there's cost pressures, there's been, that in fact it is following policy to have this come to council for endorsement and direction.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Chief?
Well, I'll just add to that, just from an operational perspective, there's many, many times over decades that I've been here in the VPD where extraordinary incidents occur. There's an emerging issue. Maybe it's a lot of overdoses, and there's a trend where extraordinary number of people are, in this case, the downtown east side, are dying, overdose crises. And those conversations have occurred for decades with city managers, the previous city manager, different stakeholders, and you can't be in a dynamic profession like policing and expect everything to be go through a bureaucracy of decision-making, because people will die if you hang on too long.
Okay, I'll leave my questions there for now. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councilor. Councilor Pai.
Thanks very much. So I'm wondering if the police board has ever considered having its own stabilization reserve to account for these overages in a way that the city's budget is not impacted outside of our regular budget cycle, of course. I think it's for the board, actually, if it's okay to just ask the board directly if there has ever been consideration of that.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Jason Murray. I'm Director on the Police Board and Chair of the Finance Audit and Risk Committee. To answer your question directly, the board, I expect, I can only speak for myself as the chair of one committee, would be open to establishing that sort of fund. It of course comes to City Council to decide if it wants to fund that stabilization fund on the police board side.
Okay, and do you think it would help just manage the budget better in terms of long-term planning?
We'd have to, it's, again, speaking only for myself, the board hasn't considered it specifically, so I can't commit. But it certainly, to me, seems like a thoughtful suggestion and an idea to work with.
Okay, and would that require, well, maybe this is to Colin or city manager, would that require council direction to direct? Because this is where the governance of two bodies is complicated. Do we suggest it? Do we provide a motion to direct? How would you like that, if that became the will of council, to have the police board consider this at a meeting?
I'll say that the conversation between council and the police board is one that has to evolve on an ongoing and evergreen basis.
Okay.
And because of the nature of the way the Police Act works, requiring the board to set the budget and the city to fund the budget, there has to be respect back and forth. The board has to respect council, vice versa. There are requirements in the Police Act that both bodies need to follow.
Okay.
And part of that is the
Another
conversation.
question. So that's perfect. I think that there's more discussion to be had there. So thank you very much. So I just wanted, appreciate the comments or the questions around Task Force Barrage, the funding, the process. I think we're hearing that it didn't follow process. So I'm going to just ask a different question, and one that I think is worthy and is that the issues of organized crime in the downtown east side did not come about in February, right? They've been an issue for a long time. So what I can't quite square, because I support the work, is why was this not part of a priority put forward in a budget last year or the year before, recognizing that this was a gap in the amount of police time required to get the work done and to have the results that are being suggested have happened as a result of Task Force Barrage?
Yeah, no, fair question and good question, and a discussion almost at an academic level on how much enforcement is required down there. Barrage was prefaced by a surge in criminal activity more than we had seen, overdoses more than we had seen. All facets of danger down there for people had increased.
But
More than the baseline.
Our city stat showed overdose calls were actually coming down for about 8 months ahead of February.
Yeah, we weren't seeing that from our data, and we weren't seeing it on the robberies and the stabbings. I mean, you saw some of the big files that have come out in the media, mental health crisis, violence down there, the impact into Chinatown, innocent people stabbed, killed. You've
understand
seen all
all of
those.
the
So that
reports.
level of violence
Yeah.
had not emerged for probably a decade prior to the last 30 years. BET was set up as a defense to the downtown east side some decades ago. So the surge required extraordinary measures.
Yeah, I guess the question raised, I remember it back then, was that the budget had been approved literally 90 days before Task Force Barrage and the funding was asked for and announced. And so I guess I'm not hearing why in that period
Yeah.
there was, because as you say, it's been a decade of increasing crime and issues in that area, but not in the 90 days leading up to.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is that we had tried different times in the history of the downtown east side, different surge policing tactics, BET being one of them. And as soon as we lift our foot off the gas, the violence comes back.
Okay, that's my time. I'm going to come
right.
back on so we can have a follow-up. I'm out of time, but I'll come back on.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Councilor. All right, Councilor Messner.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. This question for Chief Fry. You're going to be busy at the podium, I think. So I understand the city recorded a 23-year low in violent crime in Q1 of this year. But some have said that this is a trend that we're seeing in cities across Canada. So I'm hoping you could speak to how Task Force Barrage has impacted these numbers in the Vancouver context.
Sure. So robberies, sexual assaults, exploitation of young women, drug dealing in the alleys and people shooting up needles, businesses on commercial break-and-enters and residential into Strathcona have all dropped, directly correlated to barrage and the pressure. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to know when police put pressure on, the criminals disappear and go underground. And they don't prey on the easy prey that's down in the downtown east side. So yes, crime is down across the country for a lot of different factors, but not to the extent double-digit percentages that they have dropped in the downtown east side as a result of the extraordinary impact barrage had in a positive sense. Also, which is a big win for the city of Vancouver, the dispersion, it hasn't gone into other neighborhoods. We've measured it, we've looked at it. So that's a win. What that's telling us is the criminals felt the heat and they stopped doing criminal activity and stopped preying on the marginalized and those that are poor down there. And it worked. And that's above regular crime stats across the country. That's in a 5 square block area. And it's over and top the crime severity index drops.
So in terms of violent crime statistics for the city of Vancouver, the downtown east side, that neighborhood, that 5-block area, what does that represent in terms of violent crime in the city of Vancouver?
So I don't have the percentage off the top of my head, but I can tell you there's no other city in Canada that you can point to that has the downtown east side. And there's no other city in Canada that one small community, and it is a community, and it is a neighborhood that deserves respect and proper safety. There's no other neighborhood in this country like the downtown east side that impacts crime for the entire city on statistics.
Okay, thanks for that, Chief Fry. My next question is for Chief Fry. Chief Fry, hoping you could speak to how these increased policing resources through Task Force Barrage in the downtown east side have impacted particularly the operations of Fire Hall 2 at Main and Powell Street. What have you been seeing this year in terms of call-out rates, I guess overdoses, because I know firefighters often are first responders to that. I would just love some context and color around some of the impacts you've seen, positive or negative.
Yeah, thank you for that. Karen Fry, Fire Chief, General Manager, Vancouver Fire Rescue. Overall, since Operation Barrage has been in place, we have seen about a 28 to 32% reduction in overall calls for service, primarily around our medical calls, a lot of our outdoor fires in the downtown area. We are seeing that uptake again in the last couple of months. Actually, our medical calls are spiking again and overdoses are climbing. But we did drastically see a reduction in kind of fires on the streets against buildings and overdoses and medical calls, which would include assaults.
Okay. Thanks for that. Obviously not great to hear that those numbers are trending back in not a good direction. So thanks very much, Chief Fry. Chief Fry, just in the last minute that I have here, given what we just heard from Chief Fry around, Task Force Barrage has wrapped up this special operation, but can you speak to how Vancouver Police are proposing to continue policing the downtown east side in the next few months and to counter some of those numbers going back in the wrong direction?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. Respectful of financial accountability, but also accountability to the public and the residents there. We have to do something which is sustainable down there, and it's not doing special projects. It's not putting pressure on, lifting it off, because we've done that. If you look at the history of the downtown east side going back to the 50s, it grows, police respond, it comes down, it grows, it comes down. So we need to create a special area like another district, like the 4 other districts in the city of Vancouver, a District 5, which is what we're suggesting, which creates accountability on the part of the police. You have a command and control system that's accountable financially to the council and board, but you also have officers that are going to be present with customized tactics for that neighborhood. More beats on the ground, more people walking and talking, more officers walking and talking. So it requires respectful, customized service, just like the other 4 districts in the city. So that will mean that we won't have to come back to council for extraordinary costs, because our operating budget that this council sets every year, it's our operating budget on if nothing extraordinary happens through the year. It's not budgeted for the outside of that window. So District 5 will create accountability and sustainability.
Okay, great. Thanks. That's your time. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
thanks, Councillor. Councillor Maloney.
Thanks. I'll start with Chief Fry. How well placed are we to respond quickly to emergencies in older high-rises, especially in the West End, where we have a lot of seniors and people with mobility issues living in those older buildings, and we've seen some fires in the last couple of years that are making me slightly concerned. What's our capacity to respond to fires in high-rises?
Yeah, well, thank you for that question. Our capacity is pretty good. Thanks to this council who supported our completion of the Dark Horse Plan, the growth in our fire service, that was this council that made that come to light. We are staffed to that 2017 recommendations, and this council has also directed us to complete a further one on that, and we'll be coming to council probably later in or midway through 2026. To begin in 2027, planning on those resources. But many of these buildings are unsprinklered. They're high-rises. They have mobility issues and at-risk individuals living in them. I have full faith in the training of our firefighters to get there to provide the quick action that they need. And we have a good buildup of resources in here. And so when we can reduce the numbers in somewhere like the downtown east side and reduce those call volumes, it makes them more available to respond to fires.
Great, thanks very much. Next question's for Chief Rye. Are there any plans to ask the Auditor General to look into police overtime and other expenditure that's out of the ordinary or not approved?
So the VPD, I can tell you, we've done operational reviews. We just completed an audit overtime that was commissioned by our police board, and the board has that report. We've had the city auditor look at our operations. We've had probably half a dozen or more different reviews, resource allocation review. We've done a myriad of reviews over the years, and the latest one is the audit report on overtime that we just submitted to our board. Our results, also measured by third-party oversight, best practice reviews, academic, found we have good practices when it comes to overtime, that we're operating within responsible guidelines of overtime, that overtime is managed and led properly. And it's also a little note across the country, overtime accounts for most major police departments across Canada at about 6 to 10% of their operating budget is overtime, and we fall within that. So when you look at Edmonton, Calgary, Toronto, Winnipeg, it's all within the same numbers. So that should tell you that should give you some confidence that this is not an outlier in Vancouver. Police use overtime more because it's more efficient than sometimes hiring extraordinary cops. It's a surge profession. In the summertime, we need overtime because of, not only the downtown east side, but, the entertainment districts and so forth. It's better to staff those areas on overtime than it is to hire extraordinary officers and increase our workforce where we don't need it maybe during the winter months. And that falls within best practices across the country.
But no formal involvement of the Auditor General.
Simon, have we used the auditor? We've used the city auditor, and but we're open to anybody who wants to come look at the books. We're happy to have them look at the books.
Yeah, I think you need to invite them to come in, but
Sure.
that might be something to think about. Let me just look at how much time I've got left.
1 minute.
I might come back on.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. All right, so I will ask some questions. I'll start with Chief Roy, please. Sorry to make you come to the podium again. Okay, so my first question is, you mentioned that the crime has down all categories. I think you talked about these numbers multiple times in the past. Can you talk about this number again? What is the percentage decrease?
Sure. So I can tell you, just on weapons seized during barrage, we had over 2,000 weapons seized from the downtown east side. We had over 1,100 warrant arrests, 1,150 almost warrant arrests. That means 1,150 criminals were walking around there that we arrested on outstanding warrants because the system allowed them to come back out. Many of those warrant arrests were for violent criminal activity. We've seized, like I said, thousands of drug packets and paraphernalia that were being used by pushers in the alleys. We've attempted murders were down 33%. Sexual assaults were down 27%. Robberies were down 44%. Common assaults were down almost 10%, and serious assaults down 18%. So if you look at across the board, robberies were down, 44%. Those are all the downtown east side numbers. And it didn't translate into Strathcona, it didn't translate into other areas from our data and research. So that's a win, and that should be commended for the work of the officers, and it also shows respect to those citizens down there that are dealing with mental illness, poverty, addiction, homelessness. They're victims, and they're victims of not only the system where they can't get help, but they're victims of the criminals that are preying on them to line their pockets. And the only line between them and continuing to suffer right now is the police, because all the other groups that are being funded there from different provincial funding sources aren't accountable like the police. There's over close to 200 different agencies from so many different reports, and no one holds them accountable on how they're delivering services, how they're getting shelter, secure care is needed, obviously, but we're left to deal with it, fire and police, on the backs of our officers who see the most horrific things. So crime has dropped, the stats have dropped, and it's successful.
Thanks, Chief. So less crime or breaking is going to be helping for the business, and also less violent crime will also help residents. Also, less medical costs will help our healthcare system. So my next question is: have we done any cost-benefit analysis? How much money we saved by improve our public safety across the city?
Yeah, so it costs less money than what barrage was funded by saving those people that need help so they're free of violence and predatory behavior, so we can create the space for them to go get help. I don't have the number on what the quantification of, barrage expenses versus what it would be to businesses shut down. So businesses don't feel confident. There's restaurants shut down. So there's a cost to all that. There's a cost to the city. And I've said it before, public safety drives the economy in every city. You look at cities down south of the line, Detroit was an example. Decades it took them to recover from public safety gaps, and that city died, downtown core. Portland, Seattle, San Francisco, the same thing. When people leave their houses and they go to the movies and the restaurants, the economy thrives. If they don't feel safe, it doesn't thrive.
Yeah, so I strongly encourage we do some cost-benefit analysis to quantify that, so we can compare the return of investment. So that would be a very good evidence to support that. I have 1 minute left. Another question is, there's some argument, about this council increased the budget for police department, but can you talk about overall percentage-wise, is the percentage for police budget remain roughly the same or not? Because we also increased the budget for other departments. So just want to see the percentage-wise.
So I know police are, the most scrutinized and held accountable than any other department. Probably fire a little bit behind us. And our budget has remained stable through the city at about 19.5%, 20%. And city finance is aware of that. We have had more reviews done on our expenditures than any other city department. We have used ComStat to move resources around, and I'm looking forward to VanStat, which will be public, I'm hoping, where the police and every other entity in the city can sit down publicly and discuss exactly how we're using our resources aligned with all other resources, not only from the provincial level, but here at the city. And I think the council will get a fair and confident assessment on how we spend our money.
Hey, thanks, Chief. That's my time. The next one is Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. I do want to start off with the fact I think we can acknowledge that the initial rollout, approval process, what have you, on Project Barrage was bumpy. My question actually, my first series of questions are actually for the fire chief, Chief Fry. And I know you've recited some stats, so I'll just jump into some stats that I have. I think over the 6-month period that Project Barrage was in, reported overdose calls went down by 36%, or roughly 1,200 calls. Is that correct? Roughly.
30% decline in overdoses in the hall areas of Fire Hall 1, 2, and 8, which is in that downtown east side and BC Place, Rogers Place area in Strathcona, yes.
Yeah,
correct.
So would that be about 1,200?
Correct.
Okay. And so out of those reduced calls, and I know this is hard to estimate, but how many lives do you think were saved? Would it be more than one?
I would say 1,200.
1,200. Okay.
Right? Every call that you go to, if intervention doesn't occur, there's a probability that somebody can die. And the fire department responds to calls where there is an imminent risk to life safety. That's our medical response.
Okay. And so I want to be really incredibly respectful, the next comment or question that I make here, because as far as I'm concerned, there is no dollar limit, what have you, whatsoever, that you can't put a dollar value on someone's life. I want to be very clear there. And since there's a lot of debate in this chamber as to the effectiveness of this cost, would it be safe to assume that if there's 1,200 lives saved, that's literally less than $5,000 per life saved?
For the cost of Operation Barrage.
Yeah, just on that one metric alone.
Just on the reduction of overdoses. I'm just going to kind of preface this by we respond to over 7,000 overdoses annually. And the number of deaths are probably 10% of that once intervention has occurred. So if your calculations are correct, if you say that every person that we respond to, we have the potential impact of saving their life, then yes, you're correct.
So would you say that it would be an amazing use of limited resources, if we can save a lot of lives of our most vulnerable population, people that need help, that have been falling through the cracks from senior levels of government who are not, living up to their accountabilities on healthcare and housing and what have you, that if we can come in, this would, despite the rollout, would be, it's been positive.
The fire department, under my leadership, we are 100% in support of Operation Barrage. It's making a difference. It's saving lives. It's reducing the impact on our firefighters, on their wellness. And it is a benefit, and we are seeing the impacts of it on our streets, on our number of calls, on the number of fires, on the number of medical responses, and it is saving lives. Even the quick interaction when police members and police officers come across somebody having a medical emergency, they're providing that care earlier too.
Okay. When it comes to structure fires, it looks like the stats are there are 30% less structure fires as a result of Project Barrage. Is that accurate before I ask my next question?
Yeah, so 34% reduction in structure fires in our Fire Hall 2 area, which is the downtown east side. Now, with that, we have done other things. We have done more public education, more outreach. We've talked about it. We've reduced and enacted through this council lockable lighters.
Okay. I only have 20 seconds left. So my question to you would be, do you think as a result of Project Barrage, it would be safe to assume that a few structure fires, be it housing for vulnerable populations, have been saved that otherwise could have burnt down, been damaged, uninhabitable?
Most definitely, the ones that have started on the outside of buildings, those ones are the ones that would have had the impact.
Great, thank you. That's my time, but I have a ton more questions for you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. Councilor Capel.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And don't go away, Chief Fry. I just want to start there and pick up on Mayor Sim's questions. And what I'm hearing, and I'm interested to see if you would concur, is that it's a little simplistic to have conversations around one aspect of public safety, like around questioning sort of a police investment response versus fire. We've now paired initiative with mental health nurses and mental health of police because they seem to be very interconnected in terms of one impacts the other positively. Is that fair?
You're absolutely
statement?
correct.
Okay. And then you were mentioning too, not just the sort of the dip in the overdose calls you responded to. I wonder if you can just share with us with respects to Fire Hall 2 and the downtown east side, what the reality is like on firefighters. And am I correct, you actually rotate firefighters out of there more quickly than you would in other halls just because of what they see and deal with in terms of the volume of overdoses, for example, every day?
Yeah, it's not just the overdoses, it's the assaults, it's everything else that's happening in the downtown east side. And we rotate our firefighters out after a year of service. In the downtown hall, they tend to be burnt out, to suffer from more mental health issues related to the trauma that they continually see, the desperation. And so the more that we can impact that and help that community and provide a safer community, it's going to help our firefighters as well.
Okay, I think that's a really important metric for us to kind of keep in mind. I'm going to direct my next question to Chief Rye. And it's really around, I think, sort of looking forward in terms of, we've seen the results. A lot of people have suggested crime is down, but from what I've seen, some of the stats are showing that crime is down, and interested in your affirmation or not, proportionately declining faster in Vancouver than surrounding municipalities, correct?
I didn't hear.
I said the information that I have shows that yes, crime is starting to trend down across the region, but but the stats that I show indicate that crime is trending down faster than other municipalities. Is that right?
That's fair. If you can, I can get you the specific numbers, but that's true on that statement. But you can also look anecdotally and see what's happening in the region on extortions and shootings and homicides, that side of the river. And knock on wood, we haven't seen that. And when you have police presence, you have public confidence, fear of crime is lower as well.
Okay, I guess where I really want to focus the couple minutes that I have is really on the, what did we learn from this and how is this going to inform, because this is obviously a continued challenge neighborhood. These are issues that continue to exist if you don't have sort of the ongoing sort of approach in terms of management proactively. They're going to continue to be there regardless of particular spikes. So how is the sort of the barrage outcomes and experience informing how the VPD is going to approach the neighborhood and how you're going to tackle this on an ongoing basis moving forward?
Well, the lesson we've learned is we're going to be, to be blunt, if you fund police, you get a safe community. And we've tiptoed around the downtown east side because we've always assumed, there's other avenues for help for people. And what we've learned is public safety creates the space for them to get help. We just need to get our partners in line on the other side. So for care that they need around healthcare. We're policing healthcare right now, and we don't want to do that, but we are going to create a safe community there because we've tried this 4 or 5 other times over the decades, this 50 years. So what we've learned and what we're asking council to support is to accept that policing and public safety have to be funded appropriately for this city as it grows.
Okay, but is it going to change sort of how you put folks in the neighborhood in terms of, how you deploy?
So if you're looking at operational decision-making, walking and talking, the basics of policing, beat teams will be increasing in the downtown east side and surrounding neighborhoods. We've already had operational discussions on how that's going to look. So you will see more boots on the ground and less officers in cars.
Okay. I'm going to leave it there because I'm coming up to time. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councilor. Councilor Clausen.
Thanks very much, Chief Rye. You answered extensively earlier around overtime, but can you just quickly say how much of your overtime cost pressure are directly tied to vacancies?
So I've got that number here. Overtime accounts, right now, we've spent almost $2 million on protests, staffing just protests on overtime. We've spent, barrage was done on overtime, but that's a separate discussion. Most of our shortfall is overtime from vacancies in Lapu-Lapu, which is another $2 million. And of that $8 million, if you do the math, protests, public events, and the Lapu-Lapu unexpected tragedy drove most of our overtime.
Thanks very much. Maybe I'll build upon the protest question because we saw a 15% increase year over year. So have you been able to assess ways to mitigate some of that overtime and other cost pressures through alternative deployment models? And how are you trying to address that?
Yeah, so I'll just tell you, without taking up too much time, so we follow best practices in the Western world. So we use the bronze, silver, gold methodology for deployment. We use intel gathering. We look at what kind of violent troublemakers are showing up, what groups. We work with the communities, and then we deploy accordingly. It's not willy-nilly. We just don't throw numbers out. If we don't deploy properly and a crowd gets out of control, the cost of that is going to be greater than putting an extra 20 officers out. So we are going to continue to look. In the new year, I do want to, as the chief, push in our city more use of technology. And this is going to be a debate around, if you look at Australia, if you look at the UK and any other Western countries, they mitigate police costs by using facial recognition, CCTV cameras, red light cameras, where it creates confidence that you're going to get caught without having to pay for officers standing on the ground. And different councillors know that because we've had those discussions. And yeah.
So Chief, I'm going to try and, maybe if I have time, I'm going to try and also ask Chief Fry the same question. But in terms of kind of takeaways from Task Force Barrage and the work that's been happening here, I know that there's been a lot more integration resulting with engineering, with sanitation, and with Vancouver Fire and Rescue. What kind of improvements are we taking away from this experience?
It takes a community to fix the problems in the downtown east side, and it's brought different stakeholders together. It's also we want to create some accountability on other stakeholders going into the new year. But engineering, fire, police, we have a very good working relationship with other groups at the city, but there are gaps at a wider provincial level, and we want to get them on board, and it'll be all hands on deck approach.
Okay. And are we learning things that are helping us to be more efficient in how we do this work?
Yeah, so we've looked at how we deploy times of day that crimes happening down there. We've looked at what times of day we want boots on the ground. We've looked at where the gaps are on the back end when the same person gets out 24 hours later. So there's lots of lessons to be learned from here, but the basics are we need to have a presence there, and we need to walk and talk for not only the business sakes, but those that are being preyed on.
Very good. So Chief Fry, sort of similar line of questions, but just how is the coordination between Vancouver Fire Rescue and VPD improving response effectiveness and safety, do you think? What have we learned from this recent experience?
Well, we're always partners in public safety, first and foremost. We do not participate in Operation Barrage. We continue to respond to calls, but we have a great working relationship with our ambulance partners and with our police partners on the ground. From the engineering side points, the work that's being done to keep the streets clean makes us way more comfortable in the number of fires and risk to that street, to those buildings, and to those residents.
Okay. I don't have much time left, but the question is, are we able to kind of reduce any duplications through the sort of the logistics of working together?
I don't think there's any duplication between us and police. We have reduced calls that when police call us for medical response, and we make sure it goes through the ambulance process, so we're not responding to calls that are lower acuity.
Thank you very much. That's my time.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Fry, before I advance you, I want advance first-time speaker, Councillor Montague, if that's okay.
Totally fine by me.
Okay, Councillor Montague, you are the next.
Thank you, Chair. Chief Fry, don't get comfortable. Just one quick question for you first. Yes, Fry with an F. Are there calls that your firefighters will not go to without police presence?
There are definitely calls that our firefighters will not go to. We're actually held, and they're called wait for police calls. So anything where there's a possibility of violence, where it's an assault, where the assailant is unknown, we wait for police to make the scene safe before we enter.
That's for the safety of your firefighters, obviously.
For the safety of our firefighters, correct.
But it runs the risk of someone losing their life because you have to wait.
Correct.
Thank you. Chief Fry. There's been some cost-benefit discussion. I think there's some important and clarifying questions I'd like to ask. Prevention is always hard to quantify, of course. Preventative overtime measures around things like protests, the downtown east side for unique issues. The purpose of that is to stop things like assaults, I would assume, and other violent crime.
That's correct, Councillor. That's where police get questioned on that. How do you quantify 50 crimes that didn't occur that you prevented by having resources present? What you can point to is the basics of policing. When you fund policing and they can be present, it avoids other costs. Now, we have a stat that was done by our research section that we have saved since 2024 and 25 the social value of funding police and whether it's barrage or other public safety measures has been $75 million in social value money saved. That's about $3.6 million per month, and that's over the last 21 months. And I can get you the methodology if you like. But there, to answer your question on a number, with a number, there's a number, and that's based on the research and data on crimes prevented and what it would cost to impact a business and other social values.
So on that note, that social value is one, but there's actually, would I be correct in suggesting that policing costs are also saved. And what I'm getting at is assaults can result in homicides. You mentioned all the weapons that you've seized; those can result in homicides. Increased gang infiltration from the East Coast that can result in homicides. You mentioned the Lapu Lapu cost. That was $2 million, I think you said.
$2 million.
That's a suspect that was captured or stopped at the scene and is known. But homicides, am I not correct in suggesting that a complex homicide where a suspect is, where we need to actually identify and prove someone committed these homicides can cost upwards of $5 million?
Easily. One homicide, yep.
So if we're preventing a homicide, one homicide, we're potentially preventing $5 million in police costs.
Absolutely, and I appreciate you pointing that out, and I didn't earlier, that the evidence needed to take someone to court and convict them on a complicated case, homicide, is in the millions, using every police tactic to get them to court. Wiretaps, surveillance, undercover, everything.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. I guess right off the top, because we don't have anybody from Coastal Health or the coroner's office here, but I'm just, there's been a lot of suggestion, and I appreciate one overdose death is too many, and we want to save lives. There's been a lot of sort of correlation that Operation or Task Force Barrage has resulted in a decrease in overdose deaths, but I'm looking at the coroner's report, unregulated drug deaths, township of injury, and every single jurisdiction across British Columbia, from Surrey to North Van to Penticton, they're all demonstrating significant reductions in overdose deaths. So I'm curious how we can correlate, where is the evidence to point that Project Barrage has resulted in the decrease in overdose deaths where it's not happening in, there's no Project Barrage in other townships?
So I don't know if that was the stat that came out this week, that overdose deaths are...
This is 2024 to...
Yeah. So I don't think we're saying Barrage impacted the entire province. But I can tell you the numbers across the province have dropped because police have backstopped through our coordination with the RCMP, the provincial police. We've got 100 officers seconded in different integrated units across the Lower Mainland that enforce drugs and undercover projects and dealers and all sorts of things. So there is a police angle across the province on enforcement, working with border security and so forth. So law enforcement on a wider scale can take credit for overdoses falling across the province. So can fire, so can health. But Barrage, we can say, helped our city, that neighborhood.
Okay, it is...
No, we're not taking credit Barrage helped the province. We're saying Barrage helped.
I'm not saying you have. I've heard this brought up a couple of times.
Well, yeah.
Totally fine, Chief. There was also mention of sexual assaults down 27% in the downtown east side. I've heard otherwise, different statistics from downtown east side women's center and the battered women's support services that they're saying sexual assaults and intimate partner violence are up in the downtown east side.
Well, the public numbers that we put out, 27%, is based on people calling police or fire and us following up. So if the good people working at the victim level are dealing with the women that are afraid to report to police and they have different accounting numbers, I accept that.
Yeah.
And that's a common obstacle for police to help women feel confident to come forward. So our statistics are based on the interactions and the reporting that we get. So I don't dispute they could.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. And it would be great to figure out a way to destigmatize that and allow the statistics to, so it's key of our approval here, the $7.9 million in budget deficits did I catch that that's primarily Lapu Lapu?
No, the 7.9 is made up of Lapu Lapu, which was close to 2 million, overtime for our vacancies, which is the biggest driver for us, our vacancies. And then, ammunition and all the equipment that goes with it, body armor expires, that's expensive for officers to wear. We need to make sure they're completely kitted out. So those are, Lapu-Lapu and vacancies are the two big drivers. And obviously, when you have vacancies and you're fielding the largest number of protests and events, 3,000 plus, that we've had, 2025 has been an extraordinary year. That's where the cost
I'm going
comes
to run out of time. I have heard that, is it true that we have like 250 positions being held vacant, about $43 million in vacancies?
240 million?
250 positions
No, so,
held vacancies.
yeah, so I'll answer real quick, because we have hired, I think in the last 2 years, and I get 250 officers. But the regional instability caused in this province, where you can't keep up with people stealing each other's, police officers never been more demand. They're in as much demand right now as Silicon Valley IT engineers. It's created a competitive environment. We're hiring them like crazy. We can't get the seats at the provincially funded police academy. We're trying to get our own to get up to numbers where we don't have to pay the overtime to officers. We, just like fire, we've got officers that are on different stressors related to Lapu-Lapu and the downtown east side, and working the number of days we need to have them work. Some of them are mandatory. So, but the vacancies that we have are not, there's something going on in Vancouver. It's people, and you know this, and we've talked about it, you know what's happening east of the river.
I'm totally
that's your
I have
time,
so many more
Councillor.
questions, but I'm out of time. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Councillor Dominado.
Yeah, Chair, just noting I have 2 minutes left in my first round,
Yes, so
and I am on for a second round.
that's right.
I have a question for Chief Fry, just with respect to the Vancouver Fire Rescue Services, some of the cost pressures, the reference to the fleet maintenance that wasn't anticipated. Could you just speak to that? Because I know that there is a lot of rigor around planning for fleet maintenance, and what were what surfaced in that regard.
Yeah, thank you for that, Karen Fry, Fire Chief. It was anticipated, it was just allocated in a different holding stream at City Hall in finance. So we did anticipate it, it just was inadvertently not put into the budget.
Okay, so this was planned for as routine maintenance to our
Correct.
fleet, our trucks.
Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful.
And it has been corrected for next year's budget.
Okay, helpful, thank you. And I have another question, I may run out of time on this, but I think probably to Colin and maybe to Chief Fry, there's been a bit of conflation around some of this budget discussion, particularly this report from a number of political parties represented in chambers. And I want to get some facts on the record. There's some conflation about the proposed increases here to Vancouver Fire and Police relative to trying to achieve a property tax increase of 0. Now, the budget isn't out till this afternoon, but as I read the report, some of these cost pressures, the vast majority are coming from the General Stabilization Reserve and are not related to the ongoing budget planning around property tax. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. The budget discussion will be separate from this, and as you noted, that report will be released later today and will be presented to council on November 12th, the budget. So that's a separate discussion. This report is dealing with just actual pressures in the 2025 year. And to note that a number of these pressures are items that have occurred previously, and I think as part of the budget development work, we're always looking to look at the past, and when things are repeated frequently, we try to set the budget so that we're correctly anticipating what the expenses will be in the year ahead.
Okay, that's helpful. And the budget that'll be made public this afternoon is for 2026, and there hasn't been any decisions made on that, despite some of the communication being made by political parties around that.
Yeah, decisions on the 2026 budget would be separate from this report. Those decisions are scheduled for November 25th after the November 12th presentation from staff.
Okay, so what you're affirming to me is that a number of political parties are conflating and perhaps misrepresenting some of the budget information, both from this report and from the budget that hasn't been delivered to council yet, based on some of the information that's being shared publicly.
I can't comment on comments outside of this report, but just specific to this report, it's 2025 in nature.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all my questions, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Ward.
Yeah, thank you. Is there, if the Police Act wasn't followed, is the city at any sort of legal risk in any way with this approving barrage? Just, is there, I guess there's no legal here, but is there, maybe off the top of your head, is there, or maybe for Colin, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think, again, with this recommendation, this follows the established process where council is able to consider amendments to the police budget. And so, again, that's not a risk that we're considering. Yeah, do you want?
You know, just to be, just for the conversation, like, it's not as black and white. Yes, the city's obligated to fund public safety under the act, and you can look at the section numbers and all the wording. But the bottom line is, if it's not funded to the level and you can't deploy at a level to make the city safe and crime goes up and people are sexually assaulted or robbed or murdered, there is a nexus back to this discussion here. Lapu is a prime example where everybody, we did the review, you know, and it showed some clarity to the victims and their families. But one of the questions was, did we staff it properly? Yes, we did, according, you know, so you get into when didn't you and where did the budget come in and impacting that? So that's where the risk is, council willing to take that risk on day-to-day operations across the city. Fireworks, look at the fireworks, 300,000 people there. How much risk are you willing to take if you want to put less officers out? Outside of the police act?
Am I at time or am I just?
No, you have 4 more minutes.
Just my second round now?
Yeah, second round. Yeah.
So yeah, for the protests, you know, did we not expect a certain amount, or like how did, you know, or was there a extreme increase in protests? I mean, I thought COVID, there was more during COVID, and but was it particularly high this year, or?
You know why it's high? I mean, we asked the world to come to Vancouver going back to Expo 86. So the world's come the last 30 years. And when the world comes to Vancouver and they make Vancouver their home, they also have, you know, things that, you know, what's happening in the world is playing out at the Art Gallery every weekend.
Yeah.
You know, and so we can't anticipate what's happening in the Middle East is going to land here to the extent it has worldwide, or economic protests, you know, or, you know, healthcare protests or mental, you know, you can't predict that. I mean, Vancouver's a growing city, and and the world's here, and they've brought they want to express themselves.
Okay, yeah. So it's interesting, just you know, the kind of the same language around pausing supportive housing in terms of like other jurisdictions, you know, they're all coming to Vancouver and kind of using our resources. You know, and we use that, but then now we're saying, no, that's just part of it, that Vancouver is a city, and we do draw people in from other areas. Has there been any sort of thought about asking for a regional approach to pay for protests and things like that, and big events like Taylor Swift?
You know, so to answer your question, we've been asking for that regional approach has to come from, start with this room and work with our board and other boards. We've been saying regional approach and interaction and coordination on bargaining, police bargaining, fire bargaining. And I've been saying that for over a decade. I haven't seen it. So we're the core city. We're different than other regional areas like Toronto Metro or Montreal Metro and that. So this is where everyone comes. No one goes to, you know, Port Moody to protest. So they come to Vancouver, and would love to have, if we can get, you know, support worked out behind the scenes, city to city.
Interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. Thank you for that answer. Yeah, that's
no problem.
a very honest answer. And then I suppose, I mean, I guess this maybe is out of order. I'm not sure, but we have been talking about the budget and talking about finding efficiencies, and I know you were talked about the audit that you did. What other kind of efficiencies was the VPD sort of tasked to find, or did you find sort of those efficiencies?
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you a quick.
Yeah.
So going back a number of years, we've civilianized almost 25%, a quarter of our population workforce. So that's where in the past we used police officers in uniforms to do analytical work. We've now civilianized, and we continue to look for civilianization. Some years back, we went to tiered policing, which was a big discussion and fight, and we went to community safety officers to do low-level tasks that cost money, where you don't have to pay a police officer to go and pick up a shopping cart from a homeless person and put it in the property office. We've done multiple reviews, as I've said, in some third party going back over a decade. I can give you every single one of them if you would like. It'll fill your den. We went to a CompStat model, and we've been pushing for the city to go to now a VanStat model, which everyone will be accountable. So every one of our officers, senior, is held accountable on the CompStat model, which is used across North America. We've optimized patrol resources on shifting and when we deploy them. When is the best time to have the highest number of people working in uniform? And we've done that, and we're looking at another study now. We're going to a District 5 model, which will create sustainability and accountability for that neighborhood that drives a lot of police costs and for the city. We're advocating publicly, and you've seen the letters and you've seen the public fight with the province. We need to get our own police academy to put more police officers out faster, to reduce our vacancies, to reduce overtime, so we don't have to have this discussion every year. Technology, we have driven technology in the region on policing, but unfortunately, where we need to get to is a social discussion the city, for some reason, can't get over the hump. Where every other city in the Western world is using certain technologies that will reduce costs, and I mentioned them earlier, and if we can get there together, it will work for us. You can use the word threatened, but I'm going to make good on it. If we don't get the support we need from the province, we have 100 officers seconded to other entities, and we're not seeing the value to Vancouver that we would have seen in the 90s gang war. We'll pull them back incrementally and make sure our front lines are, and I expect this room to support us on that. And so, just as a side note, we've also got the greenest fleet in the city. So, just for those that are interested, VPD, our fleet, is the greenest out of all the other fleets in the city. So that saves money on gas and fuel and so forth. So just as a side note.
Okay, thanks, Chief. You are out of time, Councillor.
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Maloney.
Sorry, Chief Rye, I'm going to keep you up there. I'm very grateful for your words in support of automated enforcement. I know that there are limited resources to do traffic enforcement, and people do feel that in the city. And I know that first responders are at risk from speeding and distracted drivers. How much does it cost to investigate a traffic fatality compared to a homicide, for example?
Yeah, real true. So I can tell you, and one of the councillors here was a collision highly qualified investigator, so he'll have the answer for me. But I can tell you, and I'm sure he'll support me on this, the cost to investigate a fatal is as much or could be more than a homicide. The technology in vehicles now, and the surrounding areas for collecting evidence and proving things in court, the math, the science involved in collision investigations because of all the civil legalities behind the scenes, the police have to get it right to the point you're investigating a homicide. So, if it's depending on the complexity of the collision, just like the complexity of a homicide, the cost can go up and down, but they're very proportional.
So putting in place extra measures like more automated enforcement can have a significant impact on reducing the need for extra.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, I mean, we can partner with you because we've been saying, give us some help on our traffic. Traffic is an area in the world where most Sydney, Melbourne, UK, where traffic enforcement is done through technology.
Yeah, well, we can go and talk to the provincial minister of transport about that together. Now, I maybe I'll speak to someone from the police board about my next question. I'd appreciate knowing what do we say to people that are concerned about the VPD's planning processes? You know, we see a lot of items that some people would view as being foreseeable, and even and if people are distressed about us talking about the Lapu Lapu Day incident, I'd encourage them not to listen because but I do need to say that even deliberate violence using motor vehicles has been seen in many cities throughout the world far too frequently. And unfortunately, this was not a new thing if you're looking worldwide and I'm just saying that because we do have potential major disasters that can happen in our city. And I did very much like the idea of a contingency line item so that when disasters happen, and hopefully we won't ever get anything like that happening in our city again. But a lot of people are saying that the overtime, the other items that have been mentioned, they are foreseeable. And we'd like to see them being planned for. Does the board have any comments about that?
Yeah, and I think that one of the conversations that we've had within the board, as well as with our specific finance committee, is around multi-year planning. And the reason why I bring up multi-year budget planning is because right now our existing sort of cycle, it takes a very short-term particular view. And in many ways, you know, we do see emerging issues and risks on the horizon that we talk about as part of our reports that we get from operations. And so part of the multi-year planning would encompass the need for some sort of reserve that we have considered. And so the councillor's sort of point earlier is a very good one and is a very sort of relevant point as part of that multi-year planning. The other thing that we also get ourselves into, and have been part of this whole conversation for the past few years now, is that we take a very short-term view, and instead we're not able to provide you, council, with some long-term certainty around the growth of the actual budget itself. And so, to your point around reserve, setting aside some sort of contingency, having a long-term view of the budget, I think would all provide everybody some level of certainty and accountability as well too. So the finance committee has advised me that we would like to enter into further conversations with through the chief and to the city staff and through to you for further conversations around how we can restructure the actual planning and budget process. And so I think that your question is quite relevant and timely. Thank you.
Thanks, I'll leave it for now.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. All right, so myself, that's the question for Chief Rai. Okay, so it seems that like there are a lot of things has been completed in the past, and moving forward, what is our plan next? For the next steps, will Vanstat help for the next steps?
Absolutely, Vanstat will help. It's a great idea that that we can implement in the city. If we're honest and we want to get to a better place, fire and police cannot continue to be, and I don't mean this, the most accountable. Everybody is accountable because the problems we all acknowledge in the downtown east side are more than enforcement and fire coming in. They are deep-seated social issues that require accountability from lots of different stakeholders. And so absolutely it will help because CompStat has helped for policing. Every city in North America, and I mean every city in North America is using, every police department in North America is using CompStat and has for, I don't know, since William Bratton brought it in New York and since 30 years ago. So when you have public-facing accountability, it works.
Thank you, Chief. A follow-up questions. Is there any plan to have more officers walking the beach across the city, not even in downtown east side?
That's right. So we've had those discussions at our ops level, so we're waiting to get through these discussions. But we are already realigning a beat model because we understand from Kerrisdale to Kitsilano, the downtown east side to Strathcona, people want to see old-fashioned policing, and that means boots on the ground, walking and talking, having coffee in storefronts, discussing the small drivers that create public perceptions of a lack of safety. The numbers are going down on crime, but perception and feelings are not. And the way to fight that feeling, and this is not a norm for, this is across the world, you'll see this trend where crime has fallen, especially in the UK, you've seen it where crime fell, but people felt unsafe. The way to get through that is have police on the ground, with boots, walking and talking.
Thanks, Chief. Another question is, you mentioned we have a lot of protests in Vancouver, but how many of those protests related to Vancouver?
Most of the protests, I'll get small percentage are related to Vancouver.
Okay.
Which is around, social issues, poverty, more help along the social sphere. Majority of the violence and the numbers come from international issues going on. And people come down there to express international incidents and international events going on.
Do you have the number? I remember it's like 85% not related to Vancouver or something like that.
Yeah, it's up there. I'll accept 85. I can't remember, if it's 87 or 85, but it's up there. 3/4.
Okay, thanks, Chief. My next question is to Chief Fry. Thank you, Chief. So the question is also about Vanstat. From your perspective, would Vanstat help Vancouver Fire Department?
Thank you, Chair. We currently are using a statistical analysis. We use a click reporting tool, and we report continuously through a multitude of reports, but Vanstat is going to help us kind of see the trends across those 4 neighborhoods and in comparison with our other partners at the city to see if we're seeing trends if we're having fire trends and police trends and 311 reports located in certain areas, we can then refocus our fire prevention staff, our outreach teams into those areas.
Okay, thanks, Chief. That's all my question. All right, Councilor Pai.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just a couple quick follow-ups for Chief Fry. And just to summarize, I know we've had pretty much a very fulsome discussion on Task Force Barrage. What will it look like in 2026?
What it will look like in 2026 is I'm praying for a more peaceful world, so that we have a more peaceful city here, and which will help for less pressure on the city and the taxpayers to fund public safety, fire, police, and we can get the help the people need. I'm hoping 2026 our provincial stakeholders come on board and we find secure care for the people causing some of that.
I share all of these prayers and hopes. I just wonder for this specific operational direction with the police department, what does it look like?
You're going to see our vacancies decrease. You're going to see our overtime without any.
I'm just not clear. I don't know how vacancies relate to Task Force Barrage. Just is the
On Task
operation
Force
of
Barrage?
Task Force Barrage, what will it look like in 2026?
It'll look like District 5. So District 5 will replace Barrage for presence, sustainability, and accountability.
Okay. So we'll look for that. That will be in the budget next Tuesday.
End of first quarter next year, there will be a framework, a command and control team in charge. You will see officers that we use for downtown east side that come from the beat enforcement team moving over.
Okay, so will the District 5 funding for 2026 be itemized in the report next Tuesday?
Yes, no, because the cost for right now, for next Tuesday, there is no cost related to that. There will be costs related as we grow the district out, but I don't anticipate that to be a deal breaker. I'm not anticipating, we have the resources internally to move around.
Okay, so we sort of safe to assume we won't expect a similar scenario next year where there's sort of a one-off budget ask to be addressing Task Force Barrage or whatever the future of that looks like.
I can't commit to, we have vacancies, so we're aligned with the province on trying to fill those. So District 5 will share their share of vacancies. So we'll have some costs there.
Okay,
but
from overtime, you mean?
Yeah,
Okay.
but if we get our vacancies filled, connected to other stakeholders, then, you won't see the overtime.
Okay, okay. My last question is really just around, and I heard you say something that I thought was very important, that the police department and its activities, operations, and budget is held to a greater level of accountability and scrutiny. I think that's fair, and I think rightfully so. So I appreciate you naming that. And I know this will put you on the spot, and I apologize, but I think it's important for the go forward. Are you comfortable with how Task Force Barrage was rolled out, and would you do that again? And not that you did it, because you were not chief at the time, but I'm just wondering.
I mean, anecdotally, Councillor Fry came to one of our board meetings and asked me that question. I had, and we had a pointed discussion, and I had no idea the impetus for that discussion. You remember that? And listen, I'm pretty transparent. I say it like it is. And, you know, I grew up in the city. I want to get to a better place for our city. So if something's going to cost, I'll tell you. That's coming from me.
Okay, I'll leave it there.
That's it. Councillor Bly? Okay, thank you. All right, Mayor Sim.
Chief Rye. Sorry. A lot of my questions were answered, so I only have 3 or 4 more. Lapu Lapu. Tragic event. Are you comfortable with the police response as it relates to victim services and the ongoing investigation? I believe there are quite a few investigators on it. Are you happy with the investment to resolve those issues, or do you think we've invested too many resources in that?
No, so we had at one point, and I think you know this, we had almost over 100 officers working on the file. Biggest tragedy our city has seen, international headlines. The family deserves answers. They deserve accountable, transparent answers from the police, from the city. Did we do things right? Did we deploy correctly? Did we consult? You know, and so our victim services, and there's an example of just pressures. Our victim services are an underfunded entity, but they're so important to the success of the city when it comes to crime. They were as important as any other stakeholder there. So we appreciate the cost from a business accounting perspective. But if you came to those vigils and you came to those neighborhood churches and you saw the tears, what's the value of making sure those families get the costs or get the answers they want, and the officers give that to them quickly? So we were happy the city is willing to support us to be able to do the job and get.
So you wouldn't do anything differently?
No.
Thank you. Something that's completely out of our control, the number of protests. You alluded to the fact that, something could happen in the Middle East, or, there could be a healthcare thing or whatever. If the number of protests, doubled in the next year beyond our control, would you change the way you police these demonstrations, these protests at all? Or would you just stop protecting people protesting?
No, because we follow best practice, which is based on global standards. We wouldn't stop. We'd have to have another discussion, because the cost of mayhem down there, colliding protests or injury, the civil ramifications will cost much higher.
I don't even know how I'm going to ask this next question. So you're in a tough position right now, because you have to, the role is in a tough position because you always have to come back and explain why you didn't account for certain things. And then you have to run the gauntlet amongst 11 councillors here. Based on probabilities, I'm assuming at some point in time, there's probably going to be an earthquake, heaven forbid, hopefully never a bioterror attack, a rogue nuclear event, whatever. And I know this because I know when I was touring Boston security infrastructure, they're literally, they have sensors to track nuclear radioactive material for the Boston Marathon. So my question to you is, being in the tough situation that you are in, would you rather provide provisions for all these things that are low probability, but based on enough time, in hindsight, at some point, one of these events would be obvious? Or would you not provide for it? And then in the year that it happens, like unfortunately something as tragic as Lapu Lapu happens, then you have to come here and run the gauntlet and deal with the councillors that say, well, this was obvious, it happened in other cities. Why didn't you provide for this?
Yeah, so we're in the business of prevention, and making an argument for us on supporting a preventative measure, there's a cost to it. That's always been the trick is, we didn't think Lapu Lapu could happen here, and it did. And we don't believe an earthquake will happen in our lifetime, but we know it'll happen at some point. But we got to prepare as emergency service providers.
And I just have one quick question. So based on your opinion, is the cost that you're presenting today the cost to providing a safe city to Vancouverites?
Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. Councilor Carpio.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to just follow up on one point and kind of ask a forward-looking question because we don't often have a chance to have these conversations, although I'm sure you'd be happy to come back for more. Right. Sorry, a note of humor in the morning. My question is really around the component that relates to sort of the overtime vacancies and the shortfall. And you've talked about, I think you described as a fight, but maybe a spirited engagement with the province around the ability for VPD to train your own officers and not rely on the JI to make sure that you've got the necessary strength and have the ability to respond. I guess my question is, and I'll frame it that I've heard what I describe as a lackluster response in the media from the Minister of Public Safety, and it seems to be the same thing repeated multiple times. We're listening or we're having a conversation. Do you feel like you're getting any action, and do you feel like council can support you in dialing up the importance of that, not just in terms of the financial discussion we're having today and how that contributes to an overage if you have to use overtime, but just in terms of having a whole department that can respond in Canada's most populous, in BC's most populous city?
Absolutely. If the leadership in this room can make calls on our behalf and lobby for us and make public statements to get an ear to listen to us, it would be appreciated. Our board is in the midst of writing a letter supporting our position. We've had multiple conversations with different stakeholders there, and we're not getting clear, concise, confident answers back. And we've got FIFA coming, which is a provincial stakeholder in those games with the feds. We need our vacancies filled, and to deliver the service that's costing money for not only the city, but for provincial entities. We need those officers because they prevent crimes, they get people to help. And the dam right now that's blocking a lot of this is the capacity. The police academy is an outgrown model from 2 decades back.
Okay, and so that council is clear, is it, I know there's a financial component. I know there's the other benefits you spoke about having sort of a department that is at the ready to respond. Is there a financial benefit to us training our own officers? Is it quicker? Is there a timing benefit? Is it more nimble? Is it cost less?
So we spend right now, before they go to the police academy, we pre-train them 4 weeks. And when they come out, we post-train them 4 weeks. We do 8 weeks already to get them to what we want for Vancouver. And so by training our own, we can adjust the model for how long they need to be field trained on the road. We can turn it out quicker. We've got the classrooms, we've got the technology, we've got the curriculum. We can get them on the road faster. We can run multiple classes at once. We can run, greater sizes. So absolutely, the more officers we get quicker, overtime is impacted downward.
And is the cost comparable to training officers that way versus sending them to the JI?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And what does it look like if...
Actually, it might be even cheaper.
Okay. And what does it look like if we don't get a definitive response from the province? What does the trajectory look like? What do you have to do?
Trajectory looks like, here we are again, and they will marginally, if they can marginally increase, and we get 5 extra recruits a class, that's not going to mean anything. And we will go through this over and over again, and the cost for overtime, vacancies will be there. We'll obviously try to mitigate it, to the earlier question, but the gap is those vacancies. And
Do they have to be vacant, or what other options do you have? Do you have officers seconded?
well, what we're doing right now, and I hate to, we're rolling out a retired officer program. Just like, so we have held from doing that because we didn't want to steal other people's officers. But this is a chess game back and forth. We've lost officers to Surrey. We've lost officers to other West Van. So now we've begun a retired officer program after the collective agreement was signed. So we're going to bring them back.
So retired officers is one option. What about seconded? Do you second a number of officers?
Seconded is the other one that I mentioned earlier. We have, at any time, we have 89 to 100 officers, 101 in integrated provincial units. We believe in integrated units on some responses, but the bulk of them are on files that we do not feel are on this side of the river anymore. They're on that side. So that's a provincial responsibility. And if we have 100 officers and we're not going to get our academy to offset the vacancies, then what would you do if you're running a business? You'd bring your employees back from somewhere else to shore up your own core business.
I would pull them back if I had public safety issues in my own city and I couldn't support it.
So we've had those discussions with our board, and our board chair is in the midst of submitting a on-the-record letter, and you'll see more public discussion coming up.
Okay.
We're waiting 2 weeks for a decision. That's where we're at.
Okay. That's so it's pretty time sensitive. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. All right, seeing this is the end of the speakers list from Council, we will now hear from the registered speaker for this report. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first public speaker is speaker number 1, Shannon Bowles.
Yes, thank you. As a 12-year resident of Gastown and a member of our Strata Council for the past decade, I can say with confidence that Project Barrage has had a net positive impact on our neighborhood. We've seen fewer instances of e-commerce packages theft from our lobby compared to previous years. And perhaps most importantly, our residents and tenants have made it clear to the Strata that they feel safer thanks to the noticeable police presence from regular beat patrols. We're also grateful that key retailers such as London Drugs and Nesters have, for now, chosen to remain in the neighborhood, largely because of the enhanced security and visible policing. If either of those anchor retailers were to leave, it would not only be a major loss of convenience for local residents, but would also create a void in the community that would be difficult to fill, risking the vitality and perception of our neighborhood. I know that Nesters maintains detailed statistics on violent interactions within its store in the Woodward's atrium, and I hope that the City of Vancouver has access to that data. While I can't speak on behalf of Nesters, in my discussions with their head of security, they have reported a substantial decrease in violent interactions in their store since Project Barrage. This improvement not only makes residents who shop there feel safer, but also supports the store's operations by making it easier to attract and retain staff. Project Barrage not only supports our anchor retailers, but also strengthens the broader business ecosystem by helping attract new shops and restaurants to Gastown. A thriving business district and a safe, healthy residential community must coexist. Each depends on the other for long-term success. Project Barrage plays a vital role in sustaining and advancing that balance. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speaker number 2 is Gail Laber.
Oh?
Hi, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
I'm a Vancouver resident. I've lived in Gastown for more than 25 years. I'm 71 years old. I'm very much in favor of Project Barrage. Seeing the police on the streets, walking the streets, has enabled me to be able to walk alone in the evenings up Water Street. And this is hugely adding to the quality of my life. It is not pleasant to live in a neighborhood that you're nervous to go outside. So, bottom line, it's really short and sweet. I'm in total support of Project Barrage. I can now, hopefully into the future, will be able to walk in the evenings up Water Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 3 is Cindy Lee. Are you there, Cindy? Not on the line. Okay. All right. Thank you. So this is the end of our speakers list. Thanks, everyone, for speaking to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Would someone like to move a motion? Moved by Councillor Blythe. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Clausen. Committee members, is there any discussion? I see Mayor Sim.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I do want to say from the start that I'm fully supportive of these recommendations and plan to vote in favor for all of them. Our biggest priority is public safety, and that means fully funding our first responders. Every year, the Vancouver Police Department and Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services takes on unanticipated costs and budget pressures. This isn't going over budget. This is the reality of keeping our city safe and in an evolving public safety landscape over the course of the year. I'm fully supportive of these funding adjustments. One of the adjustments this year includes Task Force Barrage, and I know the implementation was a bit rough in the beginning, but this is a $5 million investment that addressed organized crime in our city, and I'd like to remind us of a few numbers. From February to August of this year, compared to last year, Fire Hall 2 in the downtown east side, one of the busiest in Canada, saw 28% less incidents, 30% less structure fires, 28% less medical responses in Fire Halls 2, 8, and 1. Citywide false alarm responses dropped by 31%, and the number of structural fires declined by 34%. Call volumes in halls 1, 2, and 8 fell by at least 27%, and reported medical overdoses fell by 36%, or approximately 1,200 less calls from people who overdosed. And I know there was some question as to whether or not, the data proves that lives were saved. I don't know how much more obvious it could be when you have 1,200 fewer calls for overdoses that lives weren't saved. They were. Over a similar period this year, Vancouver recorded its lowest violent crime in 23 years, in almost 2.5 decades. Violent crime is down 18%, robberies are down 44%, and serious assaults are down 23%. Break and enters for businesses are down 22%, and for residents are down 38%. Over 1,000 weapons have been seized, with over 600 drug seizures and 800 arrests. The impact hasn't just been felt in the downtown east side. We've seen violent crime drop by 9% in Gastown, 14% in Strathcona, and 18% in Chinatown. Task Force Barrage has been an unequivocal success. Not only have we seen historic declines in violent crime, but we've seen the knock-on effects of both fire safety and medical responses by emergency services. I really do want to thank the VPD for moving forward with Task Force Barrage and for their tireless work in addressing organized crime and the impacts it has on our city. Their work and the work of Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services keeps us safe. So once again, I am 100% behind the VPD, and I'm 100% behind the work of Task Force Barrage, and I'm sure that my colleagues will vote fully in favor of all of the report's recommendations. This has been an overwhelming success, and it's touched so many different communities from all sides of the political spectrum, socioeconomic spectrum, whether you are part of a vulnerable population, whether you live in the neighborhood, whether you're a first responder, whether one of your loved ones is one of those individuals, if you have a business or you work in a business, it has affected you to the positive. And so I hope everyone supports all the recommendations. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Okay, before I advance the next councillors, I'll move everyone to the main queue, please. So, clerk, can you help us move everyone to the main queue and also we set up all the timers? Okay, I think that's everyone. And we need to reset all the timers. Okay, perfect, thanks. All right, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. And just for the clerks, I would like to sever and vote on D separately when it comes time for that. I want to thank all of the hardworking members of the Vancouver Fire Rescue and Vancouver Police Department. I very much appreciate their contributions to safety in our city and their service. I also want to really acknowledge Chief Rye for acknowledging our frank conversations and that we have had these talks and as the chief knows and he will know, my late father-in-law was decorated RCMP veteran for many years, and we've talked a lot about the rule of law and things like the Police Act and the importance that for the trust that we put in police and law enforcement, that they need to be beyond any reproach in their operations and the decision-making and adherence to the rule of law. So we've heard from Frank at the police board, we've even heard from the chair of the police board that the process by which Operation Barrage was authorized was clunky. Now, I'm not here to debate the merits or the efficacy of Operation Barrage or what the metrics that were revealed and whether it was causing a reduction in overdose deaths or not. My issue is that it was inadherent with the very clear stipulations in the Police Act as far as authorizing a significant overtime expenditure of $5 million. I'm going to walk us back to the day it was announced in February 13th, I think. And I was not invited to the grand announcement, which the mayor and VPD's authorization of this new task force Barrage, which only on questioning from a reporter was it revealed that it would cost $5 million, and we later learned it was an overtime expenditure. That is not the way this is supposed to go. And the importance, and it's very clearly laid out in the police code of conduct, or the BC Police Code of Conduct, and it's very clearly laid out specifically in the Police Act under Section 27 how overtime authorizations are supposed to happen. We need to be beyond reproach when it comes to the authorization and deployment of law enforcement, and there certainly cannot be any we need to be very clear that things are done by the book in accordance with the Police Act. I do not feel that the deployment of this particular project Barrage met that threshold, and as such, I can't validate this by voting for it because it did not meet the actual threshold. And again, this is not for me, this is not assigning any blame or aspersions or anything on the policing or the operation of Task Force Barrage. It's the operational decision that resulted in Task Force Barrage. I do put that at the feet of the chair of the police board, and I see that as a failure of this council to have gone ahead with this without the due legal process that we are all expected to adhere to under the oath of office that we elected to office and the responsibilities that we have as public servants. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bai.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm just going to run through a few points from the discussion today, but would like to just acknowledge the leadership of Chief Rye and Chief Fry representing the Vancouver Police Department, and Frank Chong, who's here from the police board, as well as Chief Fry representing Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services. It's incredibly difficult and important work in our city, and I appreciate the members that you represent and all those sacrifices and work that they put out on our streets every single day. in their roles. I want to just acknowledge a few things from this debate. I think it's important to recognize that was acknowledged by Chief Rye, that the discussion around violent attacks and those numbers coming down, there's a lot of people who are listening who are frontline services right now and women serving organizations that have different stats when it comes to gender-based violence. And Chief Rye acknowledged there's barriers to reporting those incidents, those crimes, and it's very much a real issue. And so that hopefully will be addressed in a later motion today, but I just have to acknowledge Chief Rye for his comments there. I really want to see a stabilization reserve within the Vancouver Police budget. And I think we've had plenty of discussion here now, not to need to move a motion, but that the Finance Committee take that away and have some analysis around how that could help with multi-year planning and forecasting. I really think that that's an important piece of this. So I appreciate the chair of the police board's recognition of that. We're not debating the overall police budget today. That will be for future meetings in this month. So I just want to recognize that. And also, we have a real threat in terms of a new police force in our region that has significant impacts on, I think, how we're able to forecast and manage what's happened here, which basically has resulted in budget adjustments. And the losing of trained members and also the struggle to replace those folks. So I just want to acknowledge that that's a real issue, and obviously lots of discussion and more planning, and Chief Rye's spoken to his awareness and strategies around how to address that. So I look forward to future discussion. I think largely around the issue of Task Force Barrage, and Councillor Fry recounted, I think, the events that led up to the announcement on February 13th very accurately. A vote regarding Task Force Barrage really isn't anything to do with the work or the outcomes. I think the work and the outcomes is very, very important and has been effective. My struggle with this is that there's been a politicization of police work in circumventing the Police Act and circumventing approval by the Police Board or Council. And the public might be quite surprised to learn this is the very first time that we are debating and discussing Task Force Barrage in this chamber. And it's November, and it was launched 10 months ago without any budget approval or any approval of this council. And so that is a struggle because that means that one group took the lead, and yet we are a council of 11 members, and this is the first time as a whole we've been able to discuss and debate this. So we are compelled in our roles as elected representatives at a local level with a mandate of public safety to also, above all else, whether it's housing, whether it's climate, whether it's community centers and parks, whether it's infrastructure, we have to uphold the integrity, accountability, and good governance of this chamber. I have to say that, the mayor's comments that called this a bumpy rollout is very much an understatement. This has been a process that's violated the principles of integrity, accountability, and good governance. And I understand that this isn't going to happen again. And it's something that we heard from the chair of the police board, and we have heard from Chief Rye that there was just a misstep here, and it absolutely is a violation of our responsibility in our roles. So, how I vote on this is going to be upholding the work of the police and what they have managed to achieve. And there's a lot more to do in terms of social determinants of health that make sure that crime goes down based on improving people's lives. We haven't had that debate here. But I absolutely call into question the mayor's judgment on how this has been managed. And
Sorry, Councillor Bly, that's your time.
I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, so I'll advance myself. I'll cede the chair to Vice Chair Claassen so I can make some comments. Yeah, thanks. All right, thank you for our Vancouver Police Department and also Vancouver Fire Rescue Services. Thank you for everything you have done to our city to protect ourselves. As I always mention, you sacrifice yourself to protect the residents. Supporting you is the least we can do. So I I'm frustrated about some of the ideology in this council chamber. I think voting against this report is voting against public safety, which is very important to everyone. As everyone know, every month I do this Chinatown open office in our Chinatown civic office. I heard so many appreciation, so many support to our frontline police officer and also the firefighters. Let me share one story. So there was one senior lady, 75 years old, and she lives in the downtown east side, Chinese seniors. She never speak English. She told me that she collect bottles, cans for living. She told me that last year she went out in the morning, 7 a.m. in the morning, and collect a big bags of bottles. She was so happy for that day. But when she returned back home on the way, there's one people, swing the machete at her, ask her to surrender all the collection she did for the whole day. She was so upset and she was crying badly. And that's the real story. And she told me in the Chinatown office, Chinatown is getting much safer. And she now can go out very late to collect those bottles again. See, that's the real story, council. You never heard of that because you never talk to the people living there. Media, there's some media here. You never report that. Why? Because you also never talk to the people living there. Chinese people has the vote since 1947, but they are still underrepresented. And the media never reported to them. And the council never talk about them. I think they are very important to our city. And they don't speak English, yes, but they also contribute and they never complain. They work really hard and they always contribute to our city. And that's what they did to our city. They cannot be underrepresented. So for that, I think there's so much support from our Chinese community, not either in Chinatown or not in Chinatown. They all support our frontline police officer and the firefighters. And that's the least we can do for them to supporting public safety. So with that, I'm wholeheartedly support this report. Thanks. Councillor Klassen, I'll take the chair back. Thank you. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for the great discussion, and thanks for the honest answers. But I'm concerned about the growing cost of policing as a proportion of our budget. I don't think we got here today by following best practices. And it seems that Barrage was approved in a way that is not according to the Police Act. And I think having the VPD go over budget 17 million while other critical departments are being asked to make harsh cuts sends the wrong message. There's a lot of discussion around root causes, and I'm afraid that this will prevent us from looking at those and that this will defund Vancouver. So I want to see real public safety in Vancouver. I want people to feel safe. But real public safety is only possible when we take a whole systems approach, when people's needs are met with non-carceral and community-led solutions, mental health supports. Real public safety also requires trust in our institutions. I'm hopeful we can collaborate in the near future to bring down policing costs, better fund mental health supports and other non-police interventions, and establish budgeting practices that will create public confidence, but I don't think we have this today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much, Chair. And so what we've heard today is that the costs before us reflect real pressures on our public safety system, including staffing vacancies, overtime demands, and fleet maintenance, and that in many cases they're a result of responding to urgent and unanticipated situations in our city, not the least of which was perhaps the most tragic event our city has experienced, the Lapu-Lapu Day aftermath. Council has a responsibility to ensure that these investments translate into outcomes that residents can feel, and I believe that we are seeing those positive results. What we heard today about the ways Task Force Barrage, integrated response efforts, and coordinated operations in the downtown east side have helped address safety risks, protect vulnerable people, and support frontline staff doing difficult work. These are meaningful advances, and I appreciate those results for the benefit they are clearly bringing to community. At the same time, our role here is to maintain accountability and fiscal discipline. When we draw on the city's stabilization reserve, it must be tied to clear results and a commitment to reduce future cost pressures. The questions that were asked today, I think, were really try to help us understand how we measure that success in response times, safety on our streets, support for first responders, and ultimately the lived experiences of residents, as workers, and small businesses. And I'm quite satisfied by what I heard today in those responses. I want to acknowledge the work of our police and fire leadership teams and all the frontline members who continue to respond with professionalism to complex circumstances every day. I also want to thank the members of the Vancouver Police Board who are here today, Frank Chong, Jason Murray, for their dedication, their volunteer time, and the sacrifices that they put in to try and make sure that we have good governance for that board. We also heard today that steps are being taken to stabilize staffing, address overtime dependency, and strengthen integrated public safety operations. Those are forward-looking measures, and they are critical. And so I'm going to be supporting this adjustment, and I look forward to regular reporting on outcomes tied to these investments, and that the work to build a more proactive, sustainable public safety model will continue. Our residents deserve a city where people feel safe, supported, and cared for, and our first responders deserve a system that supports their ability to do that work effectively. And again, once again, I thank them for that work. It's tough, it's difficult work, but it's making a meaningful difference in public safety in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Maloney.
Thanks. This report's about budget adjustments and whether these adjustments should be approved. What's done is done in 2025, and we can talk about budget policy and what we should do in future as part of the 2026 budget. In general, on this report, my thought is that costs from unexpected events are generally understandable, but obviously not desirable. And it's important to remember that the problems that first responders are responding to need a lot more investment in prevention from all levels of government, and we have a significant role to play, which is why the upcoming budget process is absolutely relevant to the issues that emergency responders are dealing with and asking for additional funding to respond to. And one of them is housing. I hear that a lot of people don't leave their homes to go to the movies and visit restaurants because they're too busy working to pay their rent and have no spare income. The majority political party on council announced Project Barrage in February during the by-election campaign, just before the pause on supportive housing approvals. The Police Act wasn't followed in approving an initiative that was clearly planned, to the point that there was an announcement press conference with councillors standing behind the mayor. Regarding Task Force Barrage, residents deserve transparency, and I am reluctant to be part of rubber stamping something that did not go through the required processes. I also I want to thank the first responders for your work. And in addition, I think it's important to acknowledge the work that organisations in the Downtown East Side, like the Overdose Prevention Site, and Vancouver Coastal Health Outreach nurses and other peer-based groups are doing, preventing overdoses every day. It's crucial work, and these individuals and organisations are trusted and woven into people's lives. So thanks again for coming here today and answering all our questions, and for your ongoing work. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Meisner. Oops.
Sure. I want to thank all our first responders for all the work you do every day to keep Vancouverites safe, and also supporting vulnerable people in neighborhoods like the Downtown East Side and across our city. I truly believe that public safety is paramount. In order to have a thriving and healthy city, we need to ensure we have a safe city. And to me, that means council supporting our first responders, police and fire, especially when we see very positive results from their initiatives. And that's what we've seen with Task Force Barrage and the other efforts by police and fire in our city. I think everyone would agree that this year has been an unprecedented year and a difficult year for our city with the Lapu-Lapu tragedy, and also the much needed, in my opinion, launch of Task Force Barrage, which has finally helped to bring about positive change in public safety and people's lives at the Downtown East Side. The numbers don't lie. I mean, we are seeing positive trends in the neighborhood, and across the city, with violent crime down to a 23-year low, down 18% citywide. Robberies down 44%, serious assaults down 23%. For decades, it feels that things have been spiraling out of control in the neighborhood. And finally, our efforts are having a positive impact, not just reducing those crime statistics, but making a difference in people's lives in the neighborhood. People have been preying on vulnerable people in that neighborhood for decades, and it's not right. And I'm proud to be part of a council that is taking an innovative approach with our partners in police and fire to do something about it, because it's the right thing to do. So I will be supporting this adjustment today because I support our first responders. And most of all, I support a safe and vibrant city where everyone from all walks of life can feel safe in their neighborhoods, and our small businesses and our economy can thrive. And as someone who's lived downtown for over 20 years, including in Gastown, this is a big reason why I ran for office. And I also wanted to just mention that I'm really appreciative of the Gastown residents that called in today about the positive difference that the task force has made in their perceptions of safety in their neighborhood, feeling like they can go out at night and walk around. There shouldn't be anywhere in Vancouver where people feel like they can't go out at night and walk the streets. So I want to thank our first responders for the positive results. I want to thank our mayor and councillors on this council in this chamber that are supportive of public safety, and I'll be supporting this today. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It seems we're having a bit of a global conversation around policing, and we have a very specific report in front of us with respects to kind of year-end budget requests and allocations. So I'm going to kind of ground my comments in that sense, and I'm just going to say, let's try to deal in the facts, because I hear a lot of comments around the proportion of the policing budget, and people don't like that it's going up. It has remained consistent when you look at graphs and charts, and we get them every year when we sit down and we go through budget presentations for decades. It's also very consistent with the proportion that's spent in cities across the country. So I really think it's important that we don't sort of throw out statements in this chamber that are not accurate. I think that's really important. I recognize that there are some councillors that don't value public safety, or in terms of the policing aspect of it, potentially is the same as an important part of the mix in the way that others might. I think I heard one of my colleagues say that we should.
Chair, I'm going to,
Yeah.
a point of order, 6.1.
I'm
I don't think
I'll
Outrageous.
rephrase.
6.1 assigning motive to other councillors. I think that's
I'll
highly
rephrase.
inappropriate to say other
Okay.
councillors don't value public safety.
Okay, yeah.
I'd like you to remind the speaker.
Yeah, I'll remind speaker. Yeah.
I will rephrase, and I will rephrase it in terms of some statements. There was a comment made by one of my colleagues around defunding Vancouver. I know that previously in this chamber, we have had debates around defunding the Vancouver Police Department, and there are councillors in the chamber that voted to do that. And there are new councillors sitting in this chamber that have supported that in their public statements before they were elected. We have seen the impacts, and those are facts. We have seen the impacts in cities like Seattle, with the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone that started, in Portland, and with other eastern cities, and I do not want to see that happen in Vancouver. Public safety is an important part of our social contract in maintaining a vibrant and a healthy city, just like health services are, as well as the other important components, all of which need to work together and should work together in providing a city that everybody can feel comfortable and safe in, and that is livable. I also want to, and I'm going to, I addressed this quite a bit last term, and I'm going to say it again, be very clear that I support both of our public safety services, police and fire. I don't think it's helpful to sort of prioritize one over the other or suggest that we value one over the other. They work essentially hand in hand. While this was a police-led initiative, we saw the benefits, as we heard from some of the stats and from Chief Fry, around the reduction in the acute calls that a lot of the firefighters, particularly assigned to Fire Hall 2, have to respond to. I can tell you, if you look at the stats of what an average individual sees in terms of traumatic incidents over their lifetime, it might be 1 or 2. For firefighters or police officers, it is multiple every day. And they live with PTSD and the results of that every day. I've seen it firsthand, and I see it. And anything that we can do that not only supports our first responders, all of them, as well as the residents in our city, I think is really important. Though to the points around accountability and transparency, that's a really important conversation. That's what this is about today. That's the conversation we're having. We heard from Police Board Chair Frank Chong that, yes, there was a gap in the process. They acknowledged it. And that they're going to address that moving forward. We also heard from new Chief Rye, I think, who is sort of iterating a similar commitment. And it's a conversation that has been needed. I will also say, though, that I don't think we should be politicizing public safety. Typically, again, sticking to the facts, operational decisions and allocations, or even when the police department is running into overtime for unforeseen events like Lapu Lapu, which was an incredibly tragic day and sad day in our city, or whatever the case is for protests, do not come to City Council. They go to the Vancouver Police Board, and then we have this annual process at Council to support that. For councils that choose not to do this, we actually have an obligation to backstop as a city, the police department. I think that given the fact that our police board has stood up and they have been very clear on the gap in the process, council still needs to make whole on these numbers, and it will create a whole host of issues if these numbers are not supported. So I think that the accountability part is part of the conversation, but I think it's really important that councils around the chamber indicate that they support public safety. And the results are, honestly, we can debate the process. We've taken that away. That's been acknowledged. But we just heard from 3 residents. We've heard from a lot of other folks in the neighborhood that it works. We've had major fire safety issues in the downtown east side. We saw a reduction in that when it's happening. I, for one, am very happy to invest in things that actually contribute to livability and safety in our city. Again, it's part of the mix, it's not all of it, but I will be supporting these recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor. Looking at the time, I'm looking for a motion to complete this item. Okay, moved by Councillor Dominado, second by Councillor Meissner. All those in favor say yeah. Opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries. The next one, Councillor Dominado.
Thanks, Chair. In the interest of time and not repeating my colleagues too much, I thought I would maybe just offer a little bit of a level set on what we're dealing with in terms of the report today, in terms of a budget adjustment report. I think that it's important just to remind the public and those who are listening that this is actually a regularized report. We often at Council get mid-year budget adjustments related to police and fire. Reporters can go back and look at that. We've seen a number of these. This is not unusual, despite the characterization. It actually isn't. And I think I'd like to clarify, I think it's an important nuance, is I asked a number of questions of staff to understand the process around receiving this budget adjustment report and what's reflected. And what I heard very clearly is actually this is in line with policy, and despite what's been suggested that there has been something nefarious that took place around different expenditures by Vancouver Fire, Vancouver Police. In fact, staff said that this follows policy and there's materiality thresholds that require it coming to council for approval. And that really speaks to the value, dollar value. And so I think it's really important to clarify that because it's been suggested that there's been a whole range of statutes and laws broken. And in fact, this is a regular report. We often receive these at council. There was a budgetary requirement to come for any mid-year adjustments. That is happening now. And Chief Rye also spoke to the fact that there are operational decisions made all the time in their service, which is what is their role. It's not our role as council to be determining operations for police. We are not police officers. We are not experts. We are not on the ground. That is something that is actually delegated to police, that is delegated to fire because they are the experts. But we are in fact following policy in approving or not approving this report today. And so I'm confident in what I've heard today that we should be dealing with this now. I'm going to support it because I think, and as my colleagues have spoken very eloquently, the community needs to have confidence that they can walk down the street, they can go to their businesses, they can be in their homes, and that they can feel safe. And Chief Rye spoke to the issue of, well, crime stats have dropped there is still a perception of not feeling safe. We've also seen a rise of fires in the city over the last number of years. And so these are essential services. I think we can't lose sight of that. These are essential services. And it's incumbent upon obviously all organizations, including police and fire, to try to find efficiencies and savings where they can. But these are critical services. It's important work. And so I'm prepared to support the report today, but I felt it was really important to clarify some of those points because I think we are risking getting to the realm of a bit of misinformation. And so I wanted to set the record straight. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Okay, Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll be brief. I think Councillor Kirby-Young and Councillor Dominato sort of channeled a lot of my thoughts, so thank you for your comments. I agree wholeheartedly with them. Again, this is a budget adjustment report regarding unforeseen or extraordinary circumstances, and I think extraordinary circumstances require extraordinary responses. I think if you support public safety, you will support Task Force Barrage and every recommendation in this report. I don't think I need to say much more than that, other than I think one of the things I noted was that there was a lot of finger pointing at the mayor. I can tell you, I had many mayors as my boss when I was with the police department. I think Mayor Sim is probably the first mayor who truly supports public safety in this city. It's not just lip service. And I think the men and women on the front lines of the VPD and the Vancouver Fire Rescue Services finally feel, they actually feel that, and they actually finally feel supported. So I'm going to support every recommendation. I encourage others to as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Orr.
Thanks. I would like to sever out B and F, and I would also just like to comment on sort of talking about certain people like politicizing this process. I don't see how we can have that conversation when people are accusing each other of not supporting public safety if we don't support this. That's a political statement. That's politicizing this. And especially when Task Force Barrage was announced at a press conference. So I just wanted to push back on that. Everything's political. Every decision that we make in this is ideological and political. That's just the definition of our role. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Councillor Maloney.
Thanks. I would also like to talk about that topic. My vote on this will reflect my view on whether Task Force Barrage was properly funded on, and I think it's very clear that it wasn't properly, didn't go through proper processes. You know, the statement that we shouldn't be politicising public safety, I'd invite the members of the majority on council to reflect on the timing and method of the announcement of Task Force Barrage and see whether that message should be directed inwards. I care so much about public safety that I was asked to run for council on the back of my volunteer efforts to reduce deaths and injuries on our roads. You know, public safety includes traffic safety. It includes deaths through fentanyl poisoning. Public safety is something that I think every person in this chamber is deeply committed to, and I think it's a distraction and completely improper to be levelling accusations. Unfortunately, the councillor that did level that accusation isn't in the room at the moment, but I think that I would echo Councillor Orr's words about bandying around accusations of being political in this chamber when we are in fact all politicians. Thank you.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, only to just reflect and push back that this is not about public safety. My disapproval of how Project Barrage was enacted is entirely procedural and respect for the rule of law. There was a comment made to the effect that council don't make operational decisions and we leave that to the professionals. But that's exactly the point, that this announcement of Project Barrage was announced at a press conference as initiative of the mayor and VPD. There was not, as we heard from the police board, there was not that appropriate checks and balances. There was not adherence to the Police Act. This is fundamentally the issue at hand with regard to item D on the funding of Operation Barrage, and it is not a disavowalment of the need for public safety or the importance of public safety or the excellent work that the Vancouver Police Department and the uniformed members do on the streets every day, and the risk that they put and the care they put into the community. This is about failing to adhere to the rule of law, the Police Act, as established, that governs police services in the province of British Columbia, and we are obliged to follow. That is fundamentally the issue, and that is where I stand.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague.
Yes, sorry, just a point of clarification, Chair. What clauses have been asked to be severed?
I think B by Councillor Fry and D and F by Councillor Orr. Is that right?
Sure, that was
B and F. Okay.
so B is in Bravo and F is in Frank.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right. Seeing no one else on the queue, I'm going to call the vote. So, clerk, can you take us to the voting screen? And can committee members please vote on your voting panel? We are sever B and F. So, Councillor Maloney.
Thank you. I would just ask that we take this slowly, please, as a point of information. Or
Yeah, well taken. All right. So let's vote on A, C, D, E. Also B by Councillor Fry, right? Councillor Fry, B as well, right? B as boy. Just D, okay. D and F. Or, is that right? E or D? Okay, yeah, so B, D, and F. B, D, and F. That's right. So we were right at the beginning. B, D, and F. A, C, D, E. Oh, sorry, A, C, E. Yeah, so Council, please register your vote. We are voting on ACE first on the screen. Yeah, I'll do this very slowly. Any question about ACE? If not, we're gonna go to the vote. Oh, okay, yeah, please register your vote on A, C, and E. Okay, so ACE passed with Councilor Orr in opposition. Okay, now we're gonna go to the resolution B. Just B. Yeah, so as you can see from the bigger screen, we are voting on B. Okay, Council, please register your vote. Cool. Okay, so this one passed unanimously. All right, so now we are going to D. All right, as you can see on the bigger screen, recommendation D. Council, please register your vote. Okay, this recommendation passed with Councilor Fry, Councilor Orr, and Councilor Maloney in opposition. All right, so now we are going to F. Okay. Is it on the big? Okay, it's on the big screen now. Council, please register your vote. We are voting on F. Okay, this one passed unanimously. Thank you, everyone. So before we do recess, I want to acknowledge today is our take 2 hour case to work day. I think we have some kids in the chamber, and they probably just left. But I want to acknowledge their presence. Okay, thank you, everyone. Thanks. Let's. Yeah, so we're returning at 1 to continue with the council business.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing.
Hey, Elise, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone. We have quorum. Let's get started. Okay, again, I just want to mention that today is Take Your Kids to Work Day. So we have some kids from really nice students here. So really welcome to City Council Chamber and welcome to participate in politics. Hopefully the discussion this morning will not intimidate you to get involved in politics. Thanks. All right, so we are moving forward to the item 3 on the agenda, Downtown Eastside Directions and Initiatives Action Update. At the council meeting yesterday on November the 4th, 2025, council received the staff representation for this item, heard from speakers, and asked questions of staff, and referred the debate and decision to this meeting today. All right, so would someone like to move a motion for this item? Move a motion for this item. Okay. We finished all the questions yesterday. Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Bly.
For questions, and then the motion was referred to today, and it wasn't clear whether or not I could still ask my questions. That's my point of procedure.
You can always ask questions through point of information, but based on my script here, we finish all the speakers, ask questions, and refer the debate and the decision to today's meeting. So I'm assuming it's only debate and decision for today's meeting. Unless you can ask questions through the point of information, as always.
Given I was the last person on the queue to ask questions, it wasn't clear yesterday that means that would cut off that opportunity. So I'll leave it for now. I just wanted to triple check.
Okay, I hope this is clear to for everyone now. We have a moved by Councilor Bly. Do we need a seconder? Second by Councilor Orr. Council members, is there any discussion? Okay, Councilor Montague.
Yeah, sorry, Chair, and if I'm out of order here, I apologize because flipping back and forth between meetings here. But I've actually thrown in a couple of amendments.
Okay, so let me move you to the amendment queue. You know what, Clerk, can we move everyone to the main queue first? I'll stop your timer, Councilor Montague. Yeah, we are in the question queue. Can we move everyone to the main queue? For councilors there. Yeah, okay, you can take a photo and then we move to the main queue. And then meantime, I'll move Councilor Montague to the amendment queue. Okay, and Councilor Montague, please add yourself there. Okay, I'll advance you.
Okay, thanks, Chair. These amendments came out of yesterday's questions to staff. I think they're pretty self-explanatory. I hope that they're supported because I think it just adds some clarification. So the first one, I asked some questions regarding consultation with VPD, Vancouver Fire Rescue Services. I wasn't sure, and I've heard some contradictory information from what I heard yesterday. So the first one is just to ensure, and I don't want to, the Balmoral activation I think is extremely important. I think it's something that is desperately needed in the downtown east side. The Balmoral site is obviously a very important site. It's a unique site, and I don't want to slow, I don't want to halt the activation that is when it's coming online at the end of this month. But what I would like is maybe within a quarter, so I put a 4-month time frame at the end of February, to just get some feedback from Vancouver Fire Rescue Services, the city's integrated response team, and Vancouver Police Department regarding any sort of issues emerging public safety-wise or health-wise that council might need to be made aware of, since I don't think there was some consultation with either VPD or Vancouver Fire Rescues at the beginning. The second one is, again, arose out of a question that I asked with regards to diversion courts. And I think the wording in Clause J was confusing to me. And I know we all got an email from our Deputy City Manager this morning in agreement that the clause may be misinterpreted. So it's just a rewording of that clause express that diversion court isn't for high risk or violent offenders. This is diversion courts are meant for low risk, non-violent offenders. So that's the amendment in J.
All right, we need a seconder for this amendment. Second by Councillor Dominado. All right, so Councillor Pai.
Thanks. And just as a point of privilege, I wonder, sorry, Chair, I don't mean to speak out of turn, but would you mind just stepping back from the mic when you're speaking so that it's just easier to hear you? Thank you. So I just have a question, a point of information through you to the mover. Given that there has already been funding allocated for the activation on the Balmoral site and work has been initiated, is the intention of this amendment to not stop that work, but just add consultation to it?
Basically, yeah. So,
Councillor Montague, you're okay.
yeah, basically, I don't want to stop the work at the Balmoral site. I know it's been slowly getting traction and it's due to open at the end of this month. I don't want to stop that. But what I do think council needs is just some information back on how things are going in a few months, and make sure that the site is being the site is safe, that the community is using it, that there's no issues that arise, and I think we should be informed if there are.
Okay, thank you. Follow-up is just from, now that this amendment is on the floor, I just like confirmation or just to hear from staff directly in terms of, we follow a particular process of consultation when we activate sites like this in the downtown east side particularly. Could you just confirm that the services and departments that have been identified in this amendment need to have further consultation for staff to be comfortable to move forward with this?
I'll ask our director.
Thank you for the question. Jody Sider-Jones, Managing Director for Social Policy and Projects. So to confirm, the engagement with the first responders is important at the preliminary stage to understand safety considerations like spill out onto the street, use of the site, encampment considerations, and other. It is certainly good information for us to be informed on an ongoing basis of emerging concerns with respect to safety.
My question was just whether that's happened already, given we're down the pathway of work.
We did do that engagement at the preliminary stage, and that's where we were informed of things like the gating of the site would be very important to protect traffic and site movement at the time. I appreciate that the question is asking about any ongoing considerations.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for that. And just to the second part, I just need somebody to explain to me exactly what this amendment will achieve. Diversion courts and this emerging policy. So I guess it's a point of, well, actually, I'm going to pause on that because unfortunately these are amended. These amendments have been submitted together. So on a point of procedure, they're going to be voted as one. Is that correct?
I think so. It's just one amendment.
Okay.
Unless you want to sever.
I will leave it for, actually, I will sever, please. Yeah, if I could sever, that's great. I just provide a quick comment. You know, I appreciate the concern of ongoing engagement with our first responders in any dimension in the downtown east side. It's an important piece of caring for everybody that lives in and around and visits the neighborhood. I don't think this amendment is necessary because if anything was to emerge as a real risk of public safety, these folks will be involved regardless. And the initial consultation has already happened. And what I'm concerned about is that if we put an amendment like this in, it becomes, you know, that we're setting a little bit of a precedent and in terms of whose voices are louder and more powerful and stronger in the community. And the reality is that this project has been brought forward
by the community for many reasons, including the sensitivity around the site itself on the Balmoral site. There's been a tremendous amount of engagement. We've had discussions. There's been funding allocated. I know we may not all agree on how it's being rolled out, but the majority of this group agrees in how it's being rolled out. And so I just don't want to confuse this process or overly weight police opinions about what needs to happen with this site or other groups ahead of community voices that are committed to making sure that this site is rolled out to the betterment of the community and folks who are going to use it. This is to get people off the street and into an area where it can be programmed and there's connection and community and the things that the community needs. We don't need to overly police this type of space, and so I'm not going to be supportive.
Thanks. All right, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I'm just coming late to this, and I can appreciate, and I know Councillor Montague's expressed some concerns around this activation in the past, and I think if this brings some comfort and some surety, I can live with this report back. But my focus actually is more on J, and I'm wondering if I could ask through you of the mover, what are nonviolent offenders? I'm just thinking about, like, is some guys who got in a brawl in a bar or something, if they got in a like drunken altercation, is that considered a violent offender and then we're precluding them from diversion courts for something like that? I don't know what the terminology means.
Yeah, Councillor Montague?
Well, I mean, I think, so let me put it this way. J, I'm not really changing, at least I don't believe I'm changing the original intent of J. The J already discusses repeat violent offenders, but it put it in context with those individuals being appropriate for diversion courts, and high risk or violent offenders or repeat offenders are not appropriate for diversion court. Diversion court is for first-time offenders. It's for people who are, not non-violent. So to answer your question about a bar fight, I don't know if I can answer that. It's kind of a little bit on the hypothetical for me. But if you're talking about assaults, then yeah, assault would be a violent crime.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's unintended consequences by including, like, I mean, I get low risk. Yeah, I agree. Like low risk offenders for sure, but non-violent, I don't know what that means as far as
Yeah, I would just say that
levels of violence.
And I don't know if Councillor Fry had an opportunity to read the Deputy City Manager's email from this morning, but it doesn't. I don't think it changes the intent of the original J. If you have a read the original J, what it does do is it just clarifies that violent and repeat offenders are not suitable for diversion court. Diversion court is meant for non-violent offenders, shoplifters, for example. For true first-time offenders, people that aren't coming into the area and committing repeat violent offenses. And I think that's what like I said, that's what I'm trying to do here is just say, because it originally said, my interpretation of J was that repeat violent offender, we wanted to expand diversion court for repeat violent offenders. And that's not, I don't think that was the staff's intention, and it's definitely not the right direction to go.
I appreciate your clarification and your expertise on this matter. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to clarify something, something that Councillor Bly brought up. I'm not asking for extra policing. I'm not asking for extra checks by Vancouver Police or Vancouver Fire Rescue. My intent behind the further that in A is just to have council informed by these organizations who, as you mentioned, are going to be down there anyway, and they're going to be dealing with any arising situations. But this directs staff to compile any of those and provide it to council for our information.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Carbiel.
Yeah, thanks. Can I ask a couple of clarifying points of information through you, Chair, to staff? Thanks. So I think Councillor Montague touched on it, but I know we did get a email in response to Councillor Montague's inquiry around the language, and I'm just looking for affirmation. I'm paraphrasing that. Am I correct saying that my takeaway was that that was staff's intent, and the language and how it was written was maybe clunky? It didn't reflect the intention, but does this now clarified language reflect what the intention was when writing that recommendation?
Yeah. Sandra Singh, Deputy City Manager. Yes, Councillor, you're correct. This better reflects what we intended, and we had phrased the original recommendation less than clearly.
Okay, great. Appreciate that. And then I have one further follow-up question, if I might. And then it's just on looking through the language in this amendment on A. There is a note that says the city's integrated response team, and I'm wondering through you, Chair, if staff can just confirm who's part of the integrated response team. Can you just reaffirm that for council?
Yes, thank you, Councillor, for the question. The integrated response team includes staff from the Engineering Services Department who work to ensure compliance with the street and traffic bylaw with regard to structures on sidewalks and in the public realm, alongside community services staff from ACCS to support connections to services, and they are supported by VPD, who are there to ensure staff safety.
Okay, so combination of operational and community services on the social side. Okay, great. Thank you. Sort of getting those clarifications, I'm prepared to support it because I read this as, I read this as looking for a check-in as to how it's going. We know that I think it was referenced during the debate yesterday, that we know we've had issues with some outdoor activations, for example, such as the market. And some of them were moved indoors for those reasons. We know it's been pointed out that there's very unique considerations around the harmful history of this particular site, but we also know it's outdoors. And so I just view this as a path back to council for a check-in and information with respects to how it's going. And so I'm happy to support that. And then as referenced, I think with the clarification on J, that makes tons of sense. And I think it's very consistent with where the senior levels of government are going and delineating between violent offenders and other pathways for sort of the lower level crimes. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, can I ask a point of information to the mover of the amendment through the chair, please?
Yep.
I'd just like some more clarification about what you see is the difference between what you've proposed in the amendment on A than what normal processes would look like if there's an issue.
Well, I think in the report itself, like I said, everything I'm hearing from VPD is that the consultation didn't happen, maybe there's a miscommunication. I didn't want to stop the process, stop the activation to have consultation happen. I didn't want to put the brakes on. But what I think we can do is have council kept informed as to how things are going, because like Councillor Kirby-Young said, we have had issues with outdoor activation sites. We've even had organized crime groups take over outdoor washrooms, for example. Like it seems silly, but and I know police and fire and the city will deal with issues as they arise, but I think it's important that council gets informed on a regular basis, and that's not in the original A.
So your the purposes of this is you're saying that the original consultation wasn't sufficient with emergency services, and you think that would be helpful once the area is activated?
Yes and no. I don't think there was the consultation was done appropriately, but I don't want to say stop and do the consultation now. As a happy medium, I think, is that we allow council to get updated in February as to how things are going.
So what input do you see council's involvement doing to enhance the activation of the site?
Well, the initial activation, I don't think we need to do anything other than approve what's in the report. But I do think that in 4 months, I'd like to have a discussion. And if things are going fantastic, then our discussion will be very brief. If things are arising and either the police department or the city teams or the Vancouver Fire Rescue Services say, hey, there's something here that we're monitoring. It's not a concern yet, but it's something we wanted to let council know about. Then we can start having conversations. I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but me personally, I think, and we talk about this all the time in council chambers, is making sure council is informed. There's actually a conversation earlier this morning to make sure that council was informed of what's going on. And I think, I don't think this has to be a massive deal. I think it can be in a memo or a very brief report back from city staff.
And would you also be open to this consultation process involving the community members themselves? And perhaps
Again, it's
non-government organisations?
He's not asking for a consultation. And I think that's the big thing is I'm not asking for a consultation in A. I'm assuming that those consultations between city and community have happened. This isn't asking for consultation, it's just asking for council to be made aware of any arising issues.
Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no one else on the queue, we're gonna move to the vote for this amendment. Council, please register. Yeah, we are severing A and G as the request from Councillor Bly. Okay. So let's do A first. Mayor? Yeah, we are voting on Councillor Montague's amendment, but we're gonna sever A and J. Yes, it's only for the amendment right now. Yes, so let's vote on A first. So Council, please. Yeah, everyone's clear? We are voting on A for Councillor Montague's amendment. Council, please register your vote. Councillor Kirby and Councillor Meisner. Oh, Councillor Meisner is okay. All right. So this A passed with Councillor Bly abstain. Okay, now we are going to the J. Council, please register your vote. Reset the vote. Oh, okay, sure. Good. Okay, Council, please register a vote. J. Okay, this one passed unanimously with Councillor Meisner absent. Thank you. Okay, going back to the main queue. Yeah. And that's the correct order, right, clerk? Because before we made the adjustment from the question queue to the main queue. Yeah, I remember it's Councillor Orr first. Okay, I remember I took a photo, so maybe just adding according to the photo. Yeah, I remember that. Okay, so I'll go back to Councillor Montague. Anything else for your amendment?
No, I'm still.
Okay, and the next one is Councillor Bly, Councillor Dominado, and Councillor Orr. No, just yeah. Let's do that. Yeah. So please bear with us for a second. We just need to reorder the speakers. Yeah, perfect. Okay, Councillor Montague, that's it, right? Okay, Councillor Bly.
Thanks. I have an amendment. And also, I'm just noting the times are wrong on this list. Right?
Okay, I'll reset your timer. There we go.
And I have an amendment.
Okay. I'll move you to the amendment queue. Please add yourself there. Yeah, please go ahead.
Great. Thanks very much. And I didn't get a chance to ask these questions as part of the second round yesterday as the report was referred. But part of the Uplift Downtown Eastside motion was actually an amendment by Councillor Fry that was related to the social impact assessment and St. Paul's Hospital. And there was direction actually to look at an SIA with regards to the hospital's the hospital project way, way back in 2017. And then I think the amendment was really in an effort to keep it going forward. And this amendment is, again, another effort to continue that work. It's very important. The St. Paul's Hospital is set to open in the next year or so. And so this work has been ongoing. It's community-led, and it's very important. The new St. Paul's Hospital represents a major health infrastructure investment. Of course, we know that over $1 billion by the provincial government, and it includes important community amenities, of course, related to childcare, Indigenous gardens, and a community benefits agreement. But with all that, the 2017 social impact assessment clearly identified a critical role for the City of Vancouver in supporting positive outcomes and mitigating potential harms from the redevelopment. So community stakeholders, including a St. Paul's working group, have repeatedly been on the task of asking for a report back of the social impact assessment. And so this motion is really asking for that. The St. Paul's working group, of course, are members of the community, and they've expressed a very strong willingness to collaborate on the process of this report back to ensure that the broader community has input. So this is really just an opportunity for the city to leverage the relationships that we have in very close adjacent communities of Chinatown and the downtown Eastside community. And the opportunity is not only to mitigate negative impacts, but also to foster that community benefit and relationship building and trust with what will be a historical opening in this area of a brand new health services precinct adjacently located next to a pretty underserved neighborhood historically. So there's just an opportunity to really set a clear vision for going forward and working together to make sure that it's reached. So that's the intent of this amendment. And what it's asking is a report back on the implementation of the St. Paul's Hospital Social Impact Assessment as it relates to what was approved in 2017 and any ongoing work. And that there is a meeting convened with Providence Healthcare to connect with these organizations that are listed in the amendment. And then the last piece is to co-facilitate a public discussion and then a report back on that process. So I'll leave it there for debate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. We need a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Orr. Okay, Councillor Carbian.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I wonder if I might ask a point of information through you to staff. I know I should probably know the answer to this question, but it's good to get confirmation. When does the hospital actually opening?
Late 2027.
2027, so about 2 years to go?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess I'm just getting my head around sort of how this piece is tying into this report and just kind of the broader work. I'm looking at the timing of a request, and maybe it's a question back through you, Chair, to staff, of a report back in early 2026. The hospital's a multi-year process in building out. I know that I've been to a number of sessions with folks at St. Paul's, and a lot of the staff have indicated their willingness to really engage in community advisories and other pieces. They went to the Chinatown, one of the Chinatown working groups recently to talk to them, and the message that I heard direct from the St. Paul's folks was that they'll be doing a lot of this community advisory work once they are closer to opening and up and running. But it's a bit difficult to sort of see some of the impacts first. I wonder if staff can kind of speak to that. If we're 2 years out from opening, how much we could meaningfully report on at this point in terms of impacts?
Thanks for the question. What comes to mind initially is that the St. Paul's Working Group is related to the larger CCRN, Community Crisis Response Network, which actually functions in this advisory capacity as well. And staff regularly meet and engage with that group. Staff introduced St. Paul's to the CCRN to be able to do the follow-up forum, such as was requested. So that provides a mechanism for this additional engagement and monitoring.
Okay, so like, is the group meeting now regularly? So that work is underway?
Yes, that group meets regularly.
Okay, so what kind of implementation outcomes would we be? What sort of metrics would be defined as an outcome? at this point?
From the city perspective, the metrics that we are particularly able to follow up on are those related to the CBA, like the 10% local hiring and procurement requirements. That being said, New St. Paul's Hospital redevelopment has engaged in a number of other community benefit activities, such as ensuring that there would be childcare on site, working towards building a hotel, increased public spaces, working with the nations on a number of different amenities as well. And so the opportunity would be for St. Paul's St. Paul's Hospital and staff to report to community, but staff could facilitate that type of engagement, like effectively broker the engagement, because the information is held with the St. Paul's Hospital group.
Okay. And you can do that within the specified timeline and hold a forum in early 2026? Any concern with the timeline?
I would recognize that there are considerable other activities happening in the city right now that might impact some of our ability to expedite that in Q1. We might have to take that under consideration in terms of exactly the timing for Q1.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Dominado.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just to comment briefly on the, sorry, just pulling up the amendment. I am interested in a report back on this, recognizing the timeframe may not be realistic that's set out here, particularly because having looked at the report, there's some relevance to with the anticipated location of the new St. Paul's and the adjacency to, I would say it goes beyond the downtown east side. There's other neighborhoods in that adjacency area. But I recall asking a question of St. Paul's staff in the public hearing I'm not sure if it was last term or this term now, about services, particularly around a treatment of severe mental illness and addictions. And I didn't get a really strong response at that time, even though I know there are services that will be provided on site. And so I would be interested as well as hearing a report back in that context, is the health context, not just the social impact piece. And I think there are already established relationships. I think it would make sense that the city could play a convening role. The city should not be taking on, I think, the role of Providence Health or in the context of this discussion. I think they can be a convener. But I would be interested to hear more. So I'm prepared to support the amendment.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Fry?
Yeah, appreciative of Councillor Bai bringing this back up, and I just want to reflect on some of my original concerns around the need for a social impact assessment on St. Paul's. This is a huge project with all sorts of ramifications, not the least of which the health needs of some of the more vulnerable populations in the downtown east side, and moving through, say, Chinatown to get to the hospital. What does it mean for local businesses and business viability? There are a lot of implications in an area that is really under consideration now, and I think it's important to have that thoughtful assessment. And I know that there's been some really thoughtful work working with Providence and working with leaders in the community from a variety of different sectors about how they can advance this important work. And I think this is timely to include it as and we should receive it. So happy to support.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Clausen, I'll see the chair to you so I can ask a couple of questions to the staff. Okay. Question to staff. So understand the intention of this motion, this amendment, but also, working in healthcare and hospital for many years, and also supporting the redevelopment of hospital. I understand how busy the hospital and the healthcare staff will be before the opening of new hospital. My question is simply that, do they have enough capacity to undertake this work?
Is the question to undertake the engagement work? So just for clarity.
Engagement work with City of Vancouver.
It would be subject to our considerations for, early Q1 2026. There are a number of competing priorities at that time. So if it could just be stage gated a little bit, that would be helpful.
Okay. And would this slow down the implementation of the Downtown East Side initiative?
There are different staff associated with supporting this work, so it shouldn't impede the other work.
Okay, thank you. That's all my question. I'll take the chair back, Councillor Clausen and Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, I just wanted to very briefly say I'm in full support of this amendment, and I've had excellent experiences working with and hearing from both the St Paul's Working Group and CCRN, and I think any input that we're lucky enough to get from them, given their close ties to the community, is a real benefit to the wider community. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. That's everything. Everyone. Okay. So just one thing to clarify, Councillor Bly. So you want a new letter for this amendment, right? Letter L. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's being clarified. All right. Thanks, everyone. So let's go to the vote for this amendment. We are voting on Councillor Bly's amendment, and it is a new clause for the report. And the council, please register your vote. Okay, so this amendment passed unanimously with Councillor Meisner absent. Thank you. Going back to the main queue, Councillor Bly.
I'll leave it for now. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Dominado.
I'm good for now, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just reflecting on sort of some of the conversations that we had yesterday, and just recognizing that I understand the need to replace and stabilize SROs. I do have an amendment just to sort of just an advocacy piece to the federal government, as well as an addition just to Jay. Based on the briefing that we had on Monday with around the restorative city, it's just a friendly sort of thing to sort of include them, because I think the work that they're doing is important. So if we could, I don't know if we could, are we on the amendment queue? Or?
I'll move you to the amendment queue, and we need a seconder for this amendment.
Second.
Second by Councillor Maloney. Okay, Councillor Orr, please add yourself.
So it should be up on the screen there, coming up. Hope that makes sense. It's just after letter J that there's a further that, and then a new letter, just requesting, just recognizing this sort of scale of the situation that we're dealing with, and recognizing, you know, that the housing minister was a former mayor and knows the area very well. And that, you know, lobbying for that inclusion of those funds will go a long way for those replacement SROs, and then also that we do need new SROs as well. We do have, you know, upwards of 4,500 potentially on the street homeless currently. So that's the motivation behind it. I hope it doesn't, you know, change things too much. Or put too much work on anyone.
Thank you. All right, just to clarify, after letter J, so that'll be, because we add Councillor Bly's amendment as letter L. Switch the number, okay.
And yeah. Just yeah, I do. I guess I do have the
at the end.
Mic
Okay,
still.
yeah, sure. Okay, we're gonna figure out the letter at the end.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just receiving just from if I may, that the feedback I received, just to include that there are no legal concerns. However, with regard to the restorative city framework, it is a high level strategic framework and not detailed to be applicable here. Should the province further fund the implementation of a restorative justice program, that would be applicable here. So I'm willing to take that out if that's going to be, you know, if that's not applicable here. I'm totally fine with. No, the J, the after J, because the restorative city one. Yeah, I'd be fine. I'd be fine with that if that's okay, just to strike that, if that's not applicable. And then just to do the letter, the new letter.
You want amendment to amendment, or how does?
I will withdraw my amendment and then resubmit it with that.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, withdraw first, unanimous. Okay, so to be clear, we need to withdraw this amendment, and it has been seconded already, so we need unanimous vote to withdraw this amendment. Okay, so seconded by Councilor Bly. All those in favor say yeah.
Yeah.
Opposed say nay. Okay, it passed unanimously. All right, so I guess Councilor Orr, you're gonna send a new amendment?
Yes,
Thank you.
but I guess, yeah, I'll send it now.
Okay, so all right, we got it. So Councilor Orr, please go ahead.
Yeah, so just as further discussed, with staff feedback and in the nature of, working with what's possible, that we go ahead with the request for funding.
All right, need a second. Seconded by Councilor Maloney. Okay, Councilor Orr, amendment Q, you have anything else?
That is all for me.
Okay, Councilor Montague.
No, thanks, Chair. Now that Councilor Orr has amended it, I no longer need to say anything.
Thank you. Councilor Corbière.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this amendment and synthesizing it with the recommendations that are already in the report, and maybe I have a question through you, Chair, to staff. I'm looking at recommendation B, for example, that says, quote, direct staff to continue to pursue partnership with and funding from the provincial and federal governments to implement the framework. And that my understanding is that it's to pursue the replacement and revitalization of the SROs, and that recommendation is already contained. So is this already covered? Because it's how I read it. Do you see anything as distinct and different from what's in B, for example, which is around continuing to pursue that partnership funding from the governments? I know it references, for example, Build Canada Homes specifically, and B says from the provincial and federal governments overall. But is it not the same thing?
Thank you for the question. The difference between our recommendation is it's more general and leaves more room for discussion with senior government. This is a bit more prescriptive in terms of the actual numbers to be requesting and funding source. So we generally would prefer more general discussion that allows us more room to negotiate.
That way you can flex based on different particular funding programs at the time or other partner funding or whatever that looks like?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I support fully the intent of the motion, and I think we're aligned on it. I think that's what B intends to do, is it provides for the broad advocacy and the funding ask. But, hearing that from staff, I think we want to maintain that ask to be as flexible as possible. It's been well quantified what the gap is, and I appreciate Councillor Orr pointing that out again in terms of it's a very significant number. But I think that if staff need that flexibility and there's already a recommendation to pursue that advocacy in the report, I'm comfortable with the report as it's written by staff. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Bly.
Thanks. I am supportive of this amendment, and I'm supportive because I think that it doesn't preclude staff from taking a more general approach to sort of the overall need. And then it could be framed as an example, council would like to see, X amount of dollars from Build Canada Homes to invest in and clearly identify what the need is. So I think, I'm sort of half smiling, so I appreciate the very direct language that is in. And yeah, it is actually just that simple. We have many, many, many sites that are owned by the government of the province of BC and or the city of Vancouver. It exactly fits into the criteria of Build Canada Homes on that virtue alone. There is a lot of current discussion going on. The Minister of Housing is a Vancouver MP and a past mayor of Vancouver, as is the Minister of Housing for the province of BC, is a past city councillor as of a couple of years ago or a year ago. Time does pass quickly. We're pretty well lined up right now, I think, to make this request. It's not out of step with other
conversations, I'd say, that have been initiated by staff and political conversations. So I think it just makes sense. I'd like to see the specificity actually at this particular moment in time and appreciate Councillor Orr for bringing it forward.
Thanks. Councillor Maloney.
I want to ask staff a point of information through the chair, please.
Yep, sure.
Do you think that the more general, and maybe this is a legal question, the more general wording of the request for senior government funding is that this precludes that or replaces? No, so they're independent and it's sort of, we want senior government funding, including this.
This isn't in contradiction to the existing work to advocate. So this puts a finer point on it, as Councillor or as the mover and Councillor Bly noted. So I think from a staff perspective, we can work with either way. We can work with the direction.
And can you work with both if we pass this?
Work with both, or we could just work with the original.
Great, thanks very much. In that case, I'm going to vote in favour of this because it doesn't preclude us from taking more general steps to seek senior government funding. And thanks to Councillor Orr for moving this amendment.
Thanks, Councillor. All right, seeing no one else on the queue, so let's go to the vote for this amendment. We are voting for Councillor Orr's amendment. Council, please register your vote on the voting panel. We need Mayor Sims here, Councillor Claassen and Mayor Sim. Okay. All right, so this amendment passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay, going back to the main queue, Councillor Orr,
That's all for me. Thank you.
Mayor Sim. Can we ask Mayor Sim to come back? Okay, Councillor Carbian, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I also sent in an amendment, and I don't know if you want to move us to amendment queue, Chair?
Yeah, I'll move you to the amendment queue. Please add yourself there.
Yes. Okay, thank you. My clock is at 2 minutes. Can we start that?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, my amendment sort of relates to some of the questions that I asked during the kind of question period yesterday, and it was really around the amount of the timeline that we've had in terms of data analysis and the robustness of the data analysis on the SRA vacancy control policy that was specifically referenced in Appendix D. I thought that there was, we still need some more fulsome data, I think, to be able to draw some data-informed conclusions. There was a note, for example, that year over year, there was there's a number of additional data points for lower income units that were included that would have brought the average down. We've only had a period of time. There was no reference to COVID and impacts around that timeline. So I thought it was sort of premature to be drawing definitive conclusions on that. And while normally reports for information are received, this one, I think, I didn't feel that the analysis was sufficient in terms of how much data time had passed, how much data had been analyzed, and the conclusions that were drawn. So the proposed amendment is that we don't receive, but we refer it back to staff for further data-based analysis, including for the full year's worth of data collection, and then council gets a more fulsome report back at that time.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. We need a seconder for this amendment. Yeah, let's put that on the screen. Yeah, seconded by Councillor Claassen. Okay, Mayor Sim.
Oh, no, I'm not on to talk to the amendment. I wanted to.
On Councillor Carbian's amendment.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
So you can skip me and put me on the main queue. Thanks.
Perfect, thanks. Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, I just have a point of information to staff. Just because we're coming back to this from yesterday, I'd appreciate if you could describe the effect of, like, if we vote in favour of this, will it delay anything, or what will be the effect of it?
Celine Mobilis, Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. No, it's our ongoing monitoring and reporting is part of our work plan, so no issues.
Great, that's all. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Bly.
If my interpretation of that question, and thank you, Councillor Maloney, that's the point of information I had. I'm not sure why we need this. Because what I'm hearing, and correct me, Celine, if I misheard what you just said, is that referring this back to staff is the same as receiving for information because the work is ongoing and the reporting back will happen regardless?
We would report back as part of our regular work plan, yes. So we have no objection to the recommendation, given that it's consistent with the work that we're doing. So either way.
Right, okay. I think we are wordsmithing now, and I'm not sure what the purpose would be of a referral back. I'm happy with the report from staff in terms of the effectiveness of vacancy control, and I don't want a referral to be interpreted as anything other than that. So I am not supportive of this referral because I wholeheartedly understand it from staff that it's frivolous really in nature, and that's my interpretation, and unnecessary in order to have that ongoing data analysis and reporting back to council will happen regardless. And so I won't be supportive.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. All right, let's go to the vote from this amendment. This is an amendment for Councillor Kirby-Yung. Council, please register your vote. Okay, the motion passed with Councillor Bly and Maloney in opposition. Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung?
That's all. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Maloney?
Yeah, thanks. Just because, again, we have delayed this from yesterday, I just wanted to revisit some of the discussion from yesterday. I'm obviously particularly pleased to see and hopeful to see all of this voted in favour of, but particularly the purchase by the Downtown East Side Community Land Trust. And I just wanted to go over why it's a really positive thing. It aligns with a 0% property tax increase because it's already budgeted for. It's simply moving money already allocated to SROs into specific ways of upgrading and acquiring them. Tying the grant to a particular property would potentially affect the purchase price of a building by affecting the bargaining strength of the Downtown East Side Community Land Trust. And revitalising and replacing SROs was a mandate from this government when it formed, and one that I wholeheartedly support. So given that this effort will yield around 200 units of housing stabilised, I think it's a really positive thing, and I'm going to be voting in support.
Thanks, Councillor. Mayor Sim?
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to move an amendment. So if I can go to the amendment queue, please.
I'll move you to the amendment queue. Please add yourself there if you can. Can you add yourself there so I can advance you? There we go.
Thank you. Stating the obvious, this is a huge, complex amount of work, so thank you so much. We know that things are changing on the Downtown East Side, and this report by our team members is just one part of a citywide effort to improve our community and revitalize the area. And so our police officers, firefighters, engineers, sanitation engineers, and community safety partners all work together every single day to make the Downtown East Side a safer, cleaner, and more vibrant community. And I do want to formally recognize all of their hard work and all of the hard work that has been done across the city to this point to uplift the neighborhood. So my amendment reaffirms council's commitment to a balanced approach to public and community safety. And as it requests, and it requests that I, the mayor, write letters to the Vancouver Police Department, the Vancouver Police Board, Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services, and the City of Vancouver's Integrated Response Team, acknowledging their continued efforts to uphold public order with compassion. It also requests that I write a letter to the newly opened Gastown Hastings Crossing Community Policing Center, commending the team for their strong start, early success in fostering community relationships, and meaningful contributions to safety, to a safer, more connected neighborhood. This is one small official way that council can recognize the incredible work of our team, and I hope that everyone here will join me in supporting this amendment to share the gratitude.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. We need a seconder for this amendment. Seconded by Councilor Clausen. Seeing no one else on the queue. Oh, Councilor Bly?
Yeah, thanks. My time has not been reset. Yeah, appreciate the amendment. I just think, I just have a question to the mover of the amendment through a point of information, Chair. And just recognizing that the mayor be requested to write I mean, this is your amendment. As a mayor, you're able to write letters to anyone you wish on your letterhead, post things on the internet, social media, without the request of council, just to be really clear. So I just want to ask about the consideration of the working group. I can't remember if it was a community advisory group, Hastings Crossing BIA, Gastown BIA, that were all part of standing up the new community policing office. I just remember there being quite a involved group of folks, and wonder, Gastown Residents Association, if there's any groups that you might consider extending that letter of appreciation to.
Oh, there we go.
Sure, I'd be amenable, receptive to adding additional parties to the amendment to honor them and show our gratitude as well, for sure.
Okay, so that's just, we won't need an amendment. That's just sort of taken at word that you'll do that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Great.
Please
Okay,
send me a list.
That's helpful. Thank you very much. I'm happy to support the second part of the amendment. I think that it's true that there was a good response to what we heard from businesses and residents in and around the many communities that have been listed here. Gastown, Strathcona, Chinatown, Downtown East Side, Hastings Crossing Business Group. And so I think that early success should be celebrated and a way to sustain that success. So I appreciate that there's been a recognition there. The part that I sort of struggle to understand, and helpful maybe if through a point of information, the mover of the motion could just explain a little more about what we mean in terms of council reaffirming its commitment to a balanced approach to public and community safety that upholds public order with compassion, only because it's in reference to this report, and I'm trying to tie this amendment to the last couple of days.
Yeah, sure. I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
It's not. That's why I'm
Okay,
asking.
yeah, no, I'm in the middle of answering your question, Counselor. So, the narrative around there, out in some circles, is we, as an organization, are not compassionate and empathetic in the way we do things. And I can tell you that's something that I wouldn't stand for. And I know, for example, when we've had other issues, let's say in the downtown east side, our engineers, supported by Vancouver Fire and Rescue and the police department, have been incredibly compassionate, thoughtful, in terms of, finding suitable or, accommodation options for people that were experiencing homelessness in the downtown east side. In fact, 8 months before, removing unsafe structures on Hastings. Sandra Singh led an incredible team that was thoughtful, that started before our administration in finding housing options for individuals. And then, when it came to our engineers being supported by the police officers for their safety, everything that was done through a lens of compassion. And so I just want to reaffirm.
Thank you.
That,
That's. I don't mean to interrupt, but it is my time, and I just wanted to get a sense if it was directly tied to the report. I'm so happy to just leave it there. I just want to state for the record my understanding based on what has been described in this amendment is that it's not related to this report so much as it's related to the downtown east side and the decampment of Hastings many months ago. And as a result, I'm not going to be voting to support this, but would like to sever and vote for the second part of the motion, please.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks. I understand the spirit here. It's fine. I do agree that there should be a balanced approach to public and community safety. I think one of those things that contributes to that is also left off of this, and then we're getting into a bit of the weeds of who's included and who's not. I understand that, but I mean, there's people on the front lines that are saving lives every day in the downtown east side. Can we extend to them the courtesy of thanking them for their hard work in the field of harm reduction and overdose prevention as well in a letter, if that would be amenable, if you'd be amenable to that, because I know that that they also feel maybe that they're left out of the conversation, and they feel that a lot of rhetoric around say the poverty industrial complex or other sort of comments to that nature, that they feel that they're sort of attacked and not actually thanked for their work.
Thanks, Councillor. All right, seeing no one else on queue, we're going to vote on this amendment. We are voting on Mayor Sin's amendment. Council, please register. Oh, yeah, okay. Councillor Blythe is asking severing the two paragraphs. We are, okay, voting on the first part first. Council, please register your vote. Okay, the first part passed with Councillor Bly and Councillor Maloney in opposition. Okay, so now we are voting for the second part. Council, please register your vote on the second part. Yeah, there we go. Okay, the second part passed with Councillor Fry abstain. Okay, thank you. Going back to the main queue, Mayor Sin?
Yeah, no, just a general comment. I a little surprised that it wasn't supported 100%. I look at the wording, one that upholds public order with compassion. I guess the opposite would be one that upholds public order without compassion. But okay, I guess people have made their decision. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Fry?
Yeah, sorry, I had been on the queue earlier. I had, and suddenly was not, but I had submitted an amendment to the clerks, and I'm just gonna.
I think you did already, did you?
Sorry?
You did already submit your amendment.
I did, yeah, I did, yeah.
Okay, I'll move you to the amendment queue. Yeah, please add yourself there. Oh, please add yourself, Councillor Fry. Yeah, so I can. Okay, second by Councillor Dominado.
And I just want to acknowledge that Deputy City Manager Sandra Singh had reported back that there was no legal or operational concerns with this amendment. And it's fundamentally, I, as many of you will know, I was on the original Downtown Eastside local area planning process, and there was a lot of care and attention that was put into economic inclusion and recognizing that many of the lowest income people in our city live in the Downtown Eastside. And there are additionally not just low income, but also cultural considerations. A lot of, as I mentioned with Councillor Joe and I, often attending the Lotus Light, a lot of deeply impoverished Chinese seniors that have nowhere to buy food. And I just, as a lot of the economic imperatives that are delivered in this report, and revitalization and the opportunity for pop-up shops and that kind of thing, and we haven't seen a lot on how we're sustaining low-income folk. And I just want to ensure that, and when we report back, that we are really looking at that analysis and strategic approach for supporting and including low-income and equity-denied residents in any kind of economic revitalization.
Okay, thank you. No one else on the queue? We're going to vote on Councillor Fry's amendment. Oh, Councillor Kirby-Yung, you have anything? The amendment?
Yeah, can I ask a question? I'm just processing what this would actually mean in sort of real terms. Can I ask a question through you, Chair, to staff?
Sure.
So I know that you're planning to do an annual update moving forward, kind of bringing together the different disciplines that we saw in this report, the different staff functions. I guess what I'm wondering in terms of the economic strategy and some of the implementation with things like the temporary occupancy pilot and some of the other pieces, what do you, how would you interpret this in terms of other analysis and strategies that's different than some of the analysis that you've done in the economic piece that you've presented to us today?
Thank you for the question. I'll turn it over to Jody in a moment. One of the things that we're trying to do with this coordinated response going forward is to bring the pieces of work together. So historically in the city, we have had our community economic development strategy, which is the lower end of the income spectrum, separate from broader economic development. So we're trying to, through this work, bring those two together so that we're thinking about the whole spectrum of economic development. But I will ask Jody if there's anything further she'd like.
Yeah, thanks for the question. To date, the community economic development from the poverty reduction aspect has typically been structured separately from the business and economy office economic development from the broader lens. And so the work that we would be able to represent in the Q1 would be the bringing together of those strategies. For instance, we've met with BIA separately. We're meeting with them together to try to piece this work together in a more cohesive way.
Okay, may I ask a follow-up, Chair, through you?
Sure.
So I'm trying to get my head around synthesizing that we're now trying to pull the pieces together, do an annual update, but now we're pulling out parts of the work to come back and to potentially do further work in Q1, et cetera. So I'm just trying to synthesize and pull these pieces together in my head as to how all that work gets integrated now.
Sure, yeah, so our interpretation of this, so as you know, in the report, there is a recommendation that we report back on economic actions in Q1 arising from Siobhan's work with the Business and Economy Office. And what we interpret this to be doing is in the spirit of what we're recommending in the report, which is to ensure that we're bringing the whole economic outlook forward to council. And we are bringing forward we're kind of connecting in that community economic development piece with the broader economic development. So this is in line with what our intention is with the coordinated response going forward.
Oh, okay, so you were planning to do this anyway?
We would, yeah. I think this is consistent with our intentions, but having it clear is also useful for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Councilor Ward?
Yeah, thanks. And I just think that it's such an important thing because I understand that there is the general economic situation and that you're already doing this work, and I'm glad to hear that answer and appreciate that. But I think it goes to, and I don't want to sort of assume the motives, but of the mover here. But it was talked about, sort of the temporary pop-up programs, occupancy permit programs, and things like that, and that they are sort of taking into consideration, that there are people in occupying these spaces and are there already because there is nowhere else to go. Unfortunately, there isn't a lot of daytime sort of sheltering options. There isn't a lot of things, and that this most amendment just kind of strengthens that language, and that is just that any sort of economic activity just does consider equity denied residents. I think it's fantastic just to include that is on our top of our mind, and that we do support the work that is already being done. So I will be supporting. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Bly.
This is to the final motion?
Yes.
As a-
Councilor Fry's motion.
Okay, yeah.
Amendment.
Okay, I thought, no, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, Councilor Clausen?
Yes, through you, Chair, just a little follow-up clarification with staff. I heard that this work, merging existing work around community economic development alongside the TOPP is kind of already happening, but this kind of puts a finer point on it. We're not, and just partly because what I heard from Councillor Fry's questions yesterday and Councillor Orr's remarks, this is not necessarily talking about shelter space and things like that. This is about creating economic activity in the retail
Yeah,
area.
economic activity, jobs and businesses. And so you might recall in yesterday's presentation when Siobhan was talking about the work in this area, she also spoke to the Community Economic Development Hub at 525 Powell as planned. And that was a key item out of the Community Economic Development Strategy. So there really is intention for Siobhan and social policy to work very closely together as we take a bigger look at the economy in the downtown east side.
Okay, thanks very much. I'll continue on. I'll support this. Thanks a lot.
Thanks. All right, seeing no one else on the queue, let's go to the vote for the Councillor Fry's amendment. Okay, the amendment passed unanimously. Thanks. Okay, going back to the main queue, Councillor Fry.
Thank you, Chair. That was my amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Montague.
Thanks, Chair. Hopefully I'm the last one here. I am supportive of the city funding that's gone to the Downtown East Side SRO Collaborative to help improve conditions in SROs in the Downtown East Side, improving fire safety, providing supports for tenants. But I am concerned about the lack of detail in the report, and it really came to light when we were listening to the speakers. I think Councillor Meisner brought up a whole bunch of questions and concerns, and it was around the fact that there was a building chosen, but council had not been informed. I feel that I may not have all the information I need to make a decision. And we're looking at potentially a building that's 100 years old, or long past its potential life. I'm concerned about the city taking on what is a provincial MBC housing responsibility. I have concerns about the city contributing to an old SRO or a hotel for that matter. They're not purpose-built. They're not designed to house people long-term. They're not designed to house people with complex needs. I think everyone in this chamber is actually supportive of new, self-contained, supportive housing with wraparound services. And I feel that Clause C is in conflict with that. I think the purchase of a building, again, that's 60 to 100 years old, I can't remember off the top of my head now, it's going to need major renovations, seismic work, upgrades to make it suitable for vulnerable people. I don't think this model, and it's a model that the provincial government has been relying on since the pandemic, is buying old hotels, buying old SROs, and I'll say housing people, but with inappropriate supports. I don't think we should be committing $1 million of city money to that approach. Again, I think we need to be looking at self-contained supportive housing, appropriate housing. These old buildings are they're falling apart. There's fires, there's rodent infestations, pest infestations, floods. I think the bottom line for me is that I don't believe awarding this grant in Clause C will further the approach that at least I'm looking for, and that's dignified supportive housing in self-contained units with their own kitchens and their own bathrooms, and wraparound supports. So, Chair, what I'm getting at is I'd like to sever C and vote on that separately.
Okay, you want to sever C. Okay, let me make a note. Great. Okay, Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks very much. So I just want to thank staff for all of this work. I'm still digesting a lot of the debate today. And I'm also just digesting what my colleague spoke of just a few minutes ago. So I see other people have jumped on the queue. I might just pause for a second, gather my thoughts, and then I'll come back on.
All right. Okay, Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to the idea that obviously there are forms of housing that are preferable to SROs. And I think everybody in this chamber would agree that it would be nicer and better for everybody to have access to self-contained units with their own bathroom. Everyone agrees with that. However, we've got an incredibly high and increasing number of people who don't have any home at all. And for so many people, SROs are their only option. And we know that the community supports funding to shore up the existing shelter that we have for people. So while I absolutely wholeheartedly agree that every level of government needs to do more to provide self-contained, dignified housing for every person that lives in the city of Vancouver, that denying the need to improve the condition of the housing we have, albeit imperfect housing, it's all some people have, and we should be investing in keeping it going, and also in the Downtown Eastside Community Land Trust being able to purchase land for new developments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, Councillor Meissner.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much. I just wanted to speak to Severine C. I did raise some concerns yesterday, which you may have noticed through my questions to city staff around their approach. So I am concerned about the city essentially taking on what I see as the responsibility of the BC Housing and the provincial government to fund essentially what's a purchase of an old 100-year-old building built in 1912. Well, I understand the intentions, and I'm very appreciative of the work that the SRO Collaborative has done through education of tenants, through improving building safety, fire safety. I don't believe that we should be doubling down on the same approach that has been happening around housing in the downtown east side for years, which is purchasing these old century-old buildings and turning them into housing. I think a much smarter approach is to take that funding and direct that to create brand new self-contained social housing with appropriate supports for people who are vulnerable in the neighborhood. We don't know much detail about this building. In fact, I just found out the address of it yesterday, and that came through some of the comments from speakers. I don't know if this building needs seismic upgrades. I don't know what the fire safety systems of this building are like. I don't know how much it's going to cost to get this building up to a situation where it is livable and safe for people. And I just don't feel like I have the information and the due diligence to make a decision around putting this $1 million of city taxpayer money towards this model. So I also would like to see this severed, and I won't be supporting this aspect of it. Again, I think this money is better directed to creating brand new self-contained social and supportive housing in the neighborhood as opposed to buying old buildings. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Meissner. Councillor Fry.
I'm concerned to hear the sort of tenor of disapproval for Section C and supporting a new approach to SROs and the work that the SRO Collaborative is undertaking, and indeed that they all articulately and passionately spoke to just yesterday. I've lived in the neighborhood for a very long time. I've been in a lot of SROs, maybe not as many as Councillor Montague, but I've certainly seen a lot of the mix of SRO housing tenure that's out there, and some are indeed terrible, some are not. And there is also a community within that can support themselves in ways that actually mitigate a lot of, I think, what we are otherwise unable to manage. SRO housing, as we like to say, is the housing of last resort before homelessness. This is a homeless prevention strategy. And if we're not paying it up front at this level, we'll pay for it elsewhere when we're dealing with homeless encampments, when we're dealing with more street disorder, when we're dealing with people dying on the streets. this is, I think, a modest investment and a thoughtful one that has an opportunity to leverage outside funding. And I think that given the extent to which, $1 million, that's the cost of a fancy Vancouver sign on the waterfront, as far as I know. So I think this is money well spent. I hate to see that it's being severed out for exclusion from this, because I think it is an important, and just speaking more broadly to the entire motion, I mean, I've expressed some of my concerns that there was not enough underpinning around the analysis around low-income and vulnerable populations in the downtown east side and what this work could mean. And I'm very appreciative of council supporting the inclusion of that cohort in the economic analysis. But I think that this SRO vacancy control and this SRO collaborative approach is worthwhile, and I would hate to see it disappear with a vote that, from what I'm hearing, is really just concerns that there's not enough information. I think if there's a need for more information, which I'm comfortable with, I think we can get that, but I think that we should include this for support. Like I say, we're either paying it here or we're paying it down the line when we have to manage an increased houseless population. And I will add, like, we've seen the steady erosion of a lot of this SRO stock. SRO stock is not protected beyond the actual style of the room. So we've seen them get converted into expensive executive hotels. We've seen them get converted and predatory buyers go in and take them over and kick out low-income people. So I think this is really, we're not building the housing to meet those needs. We can't wait for senior governments. We've, on the other hand, said at one point, this council said they don't want any new supportive housing in the city. So I think let's just allow this to proceed. I think it's the appropriate thing to do. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Councilor Dominado.
Thanks, Chair. Appreciate the discussion. I had raised a number of questions yesterday. So speaking, because it's been surfaced as one issue, is around information presented to council in the process. I was a little surprised, I will say. I was reading the report over the weekend to find that I couldn't identify, there was no property identified. It was actually through one of the speakers, the callers, that identified the location that was possibly for sale, possibly at 1.8 million, I think was quoted, but I'm sorry, I can't remember from yesterday. It struck me that there was a lack of information presented to council in terms of how this actually might play out in reality in terms of the collaborative's ability, the CLT's ability to actually purchase and renovate and maintain and sustain this possible SRO, and recognizing it might not be the one that was named yesterday at 556 Powell, it could be a different one. And so that raised some flags for me and concerns. But stepping it back, I think the other points I want to identify here is that this is a reallocation. So what this does is it takes $1 million from the existing SRO upgrading grants program, provides the CLT for a land acquisition. It takes that money away from all the 169 SROs that potentially could use that for life safety upgrades. And so that hasn't been raised, and I think it's really important to identify. It's about making choices. And so then you're taking $1 million away from those life safety upgrades that other SROs may need. And then finally, I think the bigger conversation here is about whose role it is to be acquiring these properties, these SROs, and to be replacing them. And there's potentially matching funding from CMHC. I really think it's the province's lane to be stepping up, and BC Housing to be the partner, if that's the case, to potentially acquire, but also to retrofit so that we actually have dignified self-contained units on these sites, because that's the greater aspiration here, is that we move away from these SRO models, which were really started in the as a labor provision many, many years ago, and move to dignified, safe, clean homes. That the province has a huge role here, and we're not seeing them at the table in this discussion at all. And so for those reasons, I think those funds should stay with the grants upgrading program and be used to support the life safety maintenance of the existing SRO stock. And I know there's another decision in this report related to private owners, operators as well. But for those reasons, I think that this shouldn't go forward at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to sort of focus most of my comments on recommendation C, since that's where we're at the minute. So I see it a little differently, I think, than some of my colleagues. I understand the desire for self-contained units in a new purpose-built development, but that's not what we have right now. What we have is actually buildings where real people live and they have community with one another. They look out for one another. They help each other do repairs in their units. They gather for emotional support and community support. They celebrate holidays together. They engage in work, informal work, through the SRO Collaborative or others. They have a community. And the risk right now is if we don't figure out a way to stabilize this housing, these buildings could be sold into a secondary private ownership of some sort. And everything about their housing could become completely unstable. And they have no control over it. So what this does, as was discovered through the multi-unit residential acquisition program in Toronto, so a proven model that shows 3 levels of government investing in it, it provides the community with a sense of their own empowerment and ability to control their future. This is not the Lugat. This is not buying hotels like coming out of COVID. These are decades old buildings that were actually built at a time where buildings last longer than 60 years. So the fact that they are coming up on 60 years doesn't mean that they are ready to be torn down. They're clean. They have rodent management programs in place. Like, as you can probably tell, I've been to a number of them. The Arlington is one that stands out. The York is one that stands out. These are beautiful communities. And so I just don't want us to collapse some of the sensational reporting that's also real about some of the worst, dangerous, organized crime infested, or rodent infested, and in just unlivable conditions with what we're talking about here. This is incredibly different. So I hope that we can either choose to refer this back or take a chance on a community that already exists who are looking for a matching grant. It's not maybe CMHC will grant $1 million. They already have committed that through Reaching Home. So we've got CMHC at the table. We've got the province, is the bigger player in all of this. They need to see that the city also would like to see this come forward. We could establish a memorandum of understanding to create sort of guidelines in terms of how reporting comes back to the city. But I have to say that it is just a bit, this is stunning to me that we keep saying no to housing, folks. And I just don't know if, I think everyone's doing what they believe is right. But if we take ourselves out of it and look in for a minute, it just sounds like no to housing, supportive housing in this particular neighborhood, vote against. Net new supportive housing units, we're not going to have those anymore. Stabilization of existing housing units, no, we're not going to support that either. Like, at some point, what are we going to support? Like, I just don't think that people can quite realize what it looks like from the outside looking in to this council chambers and the decisions that are being made. This community needs help. It needs hope. It needs a group to believe in it, to uplift itself. And while we are supportive of all the public safety actions and activities that have been supported by this council, building community, public order in a compassionate way is seeing the opportunity that's before us here. So I have a lot to say about the rest of the report, but this is the most important piece. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Orr.
Thank you so much for that reminder about the condition of these buildings and about the community. And I'm somebody who has just had the opportunity to tour some of these SROs along with Councillor Maloney and seen some of them and seen the community and seen what you were describing. I've also been on the other end where I've been in these SROs for a very different reason at a very different time in my life, a very difficult time in my life. And I've seen the two ends of the spectrum, and I understand that there's a narrative out there that these are crime ridden and they're bed bug ridden and they're, maybe some of them are, and I have been in some of those ones too. But I've seen some beautiful ones, and we're talking on one hand about public safety. We're talking about the root causes of crime. I keep hearing that root causes. This is a root cause. If this is voted down, people will see this as increasing homelessness, as making things worse in a crisis. And it's not about picking one model that's best, that works best. It's about having a whole array of things in our toolkit, a bunch of things that we can work with the federal government, we heard the success of Toronto's model, the pilot program there with Mira, and we've heard successes of the land trust at Hogan's Alley and other land trusts, that the model is successful, that the model works. And in some ways I agree with with Councillor Fry. We can't wait for the federal government to step in. This is a crisis on our streets. Potentially 4,500 people are homeless. And this is a way that the community came together, figured out a solution, a pilot program that will help. And I just don't see that people are going to see it that it's a good thing. In terms of what's coming down the line. I don't. If there's a potential, if we're worried about we're taking money away, I'd love to move an amendment that takes it from the empty homes tax revenue, if that's something that's palatable. Actually, I'll do that now, actually. Yeah, okay. It is coming? Okay, well, okay, thank you. Thanks for the clarification. So I just really hope we support that and do the right thing here. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate the conversation, and I want to maybe just take a different tack for a second and just give a shout out and sort of deep gratitude and appreciation to the SRO Collaborative for the work that they have been doing in terms of tenant engagement, particularly around life safety. It was really great to see so many of the residents who are involved in that work now, and they said they're doing data collection. It's giving them a sense of purpose, and they're engaging. I sort of drew a bit of a parallel in my mind between some of the sort of tenant engagement work that the SRO Collab is doing and Holway House, who does similar programs for residents with veterans and in some cases with seniors, Chinese seniors particularly, around really bringing the sense of community and connection through some of those programs, rating the housing, but they are providing those really essential value add programs. And I think that is the role that SRO Collab, amongst other things, but in those particular instances has been playing. And so we heard a lot from Chief Fry around the importance of clearing pathways and ensuring that vulnerable building stock is not at risk of fire, because then people are losing their homes. And so I wanted to sort of give a shout out for the work that they're doing. I think that that's essentially important, and I'd love to continue seeing support for that. And I expect that we'll see additional reports that will come forward that will ask for that level, and I'd be very happy to support them. I do think that to the amendment that Councillor Orr moved earlier, we have a lot of existing stock that is not in great shape, is decrepit. I think we've all been through a number of different SROs over the years, and they all do vary. Having had the benefit of a few years on council, this is a real departure and anomaly to be asked to advance and endorse a grant that is not for a particular location. So a lot of the conversation, I think, is speculative or debate at this point, not knowing what the location may or any proposed acquisition site may or may not be. And we don't know that. So I think it's probably troublesome to sort of draw conclusions around it. But I will say, though, that I think what we're trying to do is shift the paradigm here towards being driven by the principle that people deserve better. And they really do. And so when you start to entrench, it's not just about the $1 million. And again, I don't know what the building is because this departs from our normal path. But they need to be able to operate. There's additional costs sometimes in operating grants. There's an intention and I think a really important goal to try to support the lowest income residents. So there's a lot of other costs to factor in besides the $1 million. And again, we don't have the whole picture around what that looks like. Not aside from the fact that we're trying to deliver a better paradigm here. And I think that that's really critically and fundamentally important. The new housing that's opening, and we have made huge strides, I think, in the number of buildings that are opening the downtown east side now, whether it's so many to name, First United and others are really phenomenal, fantastic buildings. Some of the older ones are not that, but again, I'm not going to surmise and pass comments on it because council is simply operating in a void of information on this one. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Maloney?
Yeah, I would like to move an amendment. I'm sorry if I've missed anything that's going on. I've been scrabbling around to try and draft an amendment. I'm sending it through now, sorry. Oh, I'm going to withdraw that because I can see that.
Yeah, please send amendment to everyone so I can move you to the amendment queue. Okay, there we go.
I think I'll have a read of it, and I'm open to the idea that Councillor Bly's amendment that I've just seen may cover the same ground. But basically, I would like, rather than this to fail, for staff to report back with more information about this property. If that, and I'm hearing that that's the problem from my colleagues, that they would like to have seen more information about the particular property that the Downtown East Side Community Land Trust has in mind. I think this is such an important thing that I would very much appreciate it if my council colleagues would give staff the opportunity to answer their questions rather than voting it down outright.
I'll move you to the amendment queue. We need a seconder by Councillor Bly. Councillor Maloney, any other comments? Okay, please add yourself so I can advance you, so I can turn on your speaker. There we go.
Yeah, I just wanted to, elaborate on my comment before that. I think that people who are comfortably housed, myself included, and I've been guilty of this, can think, but a lot of the SROs are in terrible condition. They're not as safe as a unit with its own bathroom that you can lock up. They're not, they're not nice. They're not seismically upgraded. They're not insulated. They don't have cooling. But they're people's only option. And I just can't emphasise enough that it's my view that it's wholly the wrong thing to do for us not to support the housing that we have when we are failing to provide alternative, better housing. If we had better housing for these people to move into, that'd be great. That's what I want, but that's not the reality. So what we are doing when we don't support what's in C is that we are saying, well, it's not good enough for you, so you can have nothing. I mean, I think that's the way it turns out. So I don't think anyone wants that. So I would really wholeheartedly implore you to vote in favour of C and the whole report. Thank you.
Hey, Councillor Bly.
Yeah, just my time is just as a note to the yeah, I'm happy. Obviously, I'm happy to support this. I think it's I think through this debate and even hearing and individual remarks, including my own, we maybe have different levels of understanding of what's being proposed here. And I think time to engage with the community and figure out what are the details, what does this particular program offer that's different and distinct from other things that we've seen in the city. It's worth that analysis. This is probably one of the most complex files we make decisions around at council and requires time. And so I think that what this referral does is it offers an opportunity to get more information, which we've heard from a number of folks that that's what they need in order to support it.
And so I'm grateful that Councillor Maloney has brought that forward to offer an opportunity for staff to sort of create a follow-up report that just offers the level of detail. Perhaps a briefing would be helpful, perhaps a meeting directly with the group that's supporting this and hoping for council support to better understand what do these buildings look like, meet some of the tenants that live in these buildings, and just really understand what's at stake here. I think that really is incumbent on us as a decision-making body, so hopefully that this will be supported, and look forward to, should it be supported, that information that could come back to council. I'll just note, in the spirit of collaboration here, that Councillor Maloney introduced this amendment on the main queue, and so that did eat up a whole chunk of time, and we run into this, so it was not on this queue, so just Chair for your
Well, it's each councillor's responsibility to follow the process. Okay, that's it, Councillor Bly?
I think that what happened is that there was an amendment called and it should have been moved to an amendment queue, but the time ran on the main queue. The clerks are nodding, so I'm just going to leave it there. Thanks.
Okay, all right, Councillor Dominado.
Thanks, Chair. I'll try to be brief in the interest of time. Just to reflect a couple of things, because I'm hearing things and I want to make sure that there's not a misunderstanding, because I'm hearing some assumptions made about what people know, what people don't know, what people have experienced and not experienced. I think probably, but I won't assume, most council members have visited a number of SROs. I've visited, I will speak only for myself, I've visited a number. Some of them are in reasonably good condition. Some and many are not. Some are publicly operated, are in good condition, some are not. Some are privately operated, not in good condition, some are not. So there's a real diversity of state, and it is, I would agree, it's become a housing of last resort. But I want to remind council, because the amendment being brought forward was under the premise that it was because people didn't have enough information. I want to clarify again what I said, because I think this is really important. This is actually a reallocation of $1 million proposed to one site, 23 rooms. It takes $1 million away from the life safety upgrades of all the 169 SROs that we have in our stock. And then the last point I want to make, as we're talking about choices and trade-offs, is the city has 18 buildings, non-market buildings, that we have capital maintenance that we're responsible for. And there is approximately 45 million in deferred maintenance impacting 14 buildings. So we have to take care of our own properties and homes, which are social and supportive low-income housing as well, and take care of people in those as well. So I just want to put a few things on the record that I think are really important, and to not leave people hearing sort of sweeping assumptions about what is guiding our decision-making as we consider these proposals. But certainly for me, I am trying to look at this holistically, and I go back to the fact that jurisdictionally, the province is responsible for housing. And I do not see any proposal that the province is matching or proposing to match CMHC or anything in this model at this time. And it continues as the overarching piece of this framework. And what I think we are considering, and I think there's probably agreement on, is that advocacy piece around the provincial and federal governments taking on their responsibility for housing in the context and of the Downtown East Side, our SRO stock, and other needs around homelessness and supportive housing. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. All right, seeing no one else on the queue, so let's go to the vote for Councillor Maloney's amendment. Please register your vote, Council.
Chair, could I get a vote assist in opposition, please?
Okay, thanks, Councillor Metzner. Okay, so the amendment failed with Councillor Zhou, Kirby Young, Dominado, Montague, Clausen, Meisner, and Mayor Sin in opposition. Thank you. Going back to the main queue, Councillor Maloney, anything else?
No, I am speechless.
All right, so seeing no one else on the queue, let's go to the vote for the amended motion. So everyone else, can we bring the final amendment, amended motion on the screen? Okay, so the final version has been sent out, circulated to everyone. So it's in your email if you have any question. Okay, so we're gonna do C first. So council, please register your vote for this motion. We are voting on C first.
Chair, it's Councilor Meissner. Can I get a vote in opposition to C, please?
Yeah, thanks. We'll do that. Okay, council, please register your vote. All right. C failed with Councilor Joe Cobian, Dominado, Montague, Clausen, Meissner, and Mayor Xin in opposition. Okay, we're gonna go back for the other resolution as amended. Clerk, when you are ready, we're gonna bring phone on the screen. Oh, okay. Yeah, the recommendation is too long. It won't be able to fit in one screen, but it's in your email. So everyone can check your email for the latest version. Okay, so when you are ready, we can register your vote on the voting panel, please.
Councilor Joe, Councilor Meissner again. Can I get a vote assist in favor?
Yeah, thanks, Councilor Meissner. Councilor Bly? Okay, so the rest of the resolution passed unanimously. Thank you, everyone. So that completes this report on the agenda. The next report is, we can send this one. Okay. Let's see. Number 6 now. Okay, does anyone need like 2 minutes recess? Okay, so let's just do a 2 minutes recess. We're gonna come back at 2:50. Okay, Councilor Meissner, can you turn on your camera so we have quorum?
Yes, I'm here. I'm in the building. Just waiting for the
Thank you.
elevator.
Okay,
Thanks.
almost here. Okay, good. We need one more, right? Yeah, just one more. Councilor Class. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Now we have quorum. Continue the business. The next item is number 6, approval of capital grant to BC Housing for 3077 Madam Street, formerly 1405 East 15th Avenue, and 3047 to 3071 Madam Street. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, this item does not have a team member presentation. Council members, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Any questions? Councilor Maloney?
Yeah, so just double checking we're on Madam Street. Yes? Okay. So this this grant is not double dipping. This is effectively repaying development charges that BC Housing would have been exempt for if it had applied for the original rezoning. Yes?
Oh, sorry, I have to turn on your. Okay, there we go.
Thank you. Annie Mobile, Assistant Director for Housing Policy and Regulation. That's right. If the project had proceeded through public hearing, even all the way through to development permit as social housing, it would have been exempted from DCLs. We have returned and refunded DCLs prior to building permit stage 1. Unfortunately, for this project, it had already proceeded past building permit stage 1 when the partnership was struck between BC Housing and the applicant.
So voting against this would effectively give the City of Vancouver a windfall gain at the expense of people who need social housing.
The DCLs have been received from the city and would have been put into the capital budget for expenditure on the items that the city can spend DCLs on. So yes, the money is likely already spent.
So this process provides social housing more quickly, buying a building that's already built. So BC Housing can buy completed buildings and convert them into social housing. This allows housing to come online years more quickly. Is that right?
That's right, and certainly BC Housing has done that in the past. I think the other advantage is that the building is vacant, and so there are no impacts on tenants, and it, I suppose, helps BC Housing draw down their wait list for the many thousands of people that are waiting for social housing. So that is true. The vacant possession and the fact that they can get the keys immediately is definitely a pro. I do know that BC Housing and the partnership team have signed up to speak and might be able to provide some clarifying points for some of the questions that were raised last week at public hearing.
Thanks. And if we vote against this effective refund of development charges, we're discouraging BC Housing and the YWCA from ever doing this again, pretty much, aren't we?
Potentially it might be something that they would like to comment on. Typically, BC Housing's capital budget for purchasing a site wouldn't include consideration of costs associated to DCLs because they're exempt. Social housing is exempt. And so they wouldn't have put that into their budget request. And so if we were to charge social housing projects DCLs, it would make them less competitive to be able to do this in the future. I think that's probably accurate to say.
And would you say that this is a great opportunity for BC Housing to ramp up purchasing of completed housing, especially given the economic circumstances where we have, softening rents, decreasing inclination to build new buildings, probably some empty buildings that would be perfect for BC Housing to buy?
It could be. I don't want to speak too much for BC Housing, but it does provide certainty with the building at occupancy. For example, you wouldn't have to consider cost escalation if they had purchased it at rezoning approval back in 2021. I think the project was approved. So it does help to allow for a firm budget and to not worry about cost escalation. It's a kind of an immediate return for BC Housing.
So it's a win-win. It's an exit strategy for developers who decide they don't want to have a building on their hands. And it's a win for BC Housing to have the opportunity to buy completed housing, but they won't do it if we won't refund the development charges.
Yeah, I do think developers do sell their buildings all the time. We know this. We monitor housing agreements, so we follow up and realize the building's been sold. So it's part of a typical practice for developers who are effectively running businesses. I do think it is a good time to potentially turn these buildings into social housing because rents are flattening, and that might not work as well for the for-profit sector as it does for the nonprofit sector. BC Housing would be in that category.
Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Councillor Meissner.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to clarify payments around the DCCs. Is it correct that the DCC payment was made by the developer when this was a rental project and not BC Housing?
That's right. It was paid by the developer at the time of building permit stage 1. Yes.
Okay. And the refund, if it was to be approved, would go to BC Housing even though they didn't pay it?
The refund would go to BC Housing, and then my assumption is that it's part of the business deal between BC Housing and the developer to offset the purchase price of the building.
Yes. So is council privy to that deal? I haven't seen anything.
We do know in talking with the applicant team, and as I mentioned, the applicant partnership team is signed up to speak, and so I think we'll provide some of this information. I know that the building, the cost of the building, kind of market valuation was $55 million, and BC Housing, assuming an exemption of the DCLs and also CACs, there were CACs as part of the cost charged to this project, put in an offer lower than the market valuation because of the fact that they don't typically pay CACs and DCLs. So I think it was around 50 million, but.
Yeah, but we don't have any line of sight into how much it costs to build the building or what the developer's profit is.
To build?
Yes.
That we don't know. We just know what the average market valuation is, I believe, around 55 million.
Yeah, but no information, just to clarify, as to the cost to build the building.
We don't have that.
We don't have
staff, no.
Staff doesn't have it?
No, staff doesn't have it.
And is there any way for council to, apart from speakers coming and sharing, their insights around the project,
Yeah.
is there any way for council to take a look at that deal that was made between this private developer and BC Housing on what seems like an assumption that they're going to get that DCL back?
We could make that request if that's of interest. We can certainly follow up on that. Yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Following up on a similar line of questions and just to drill down a little bit. So you're saying staff are not privy to the sales agreement between BC Housing and Fabric Living, is that correct?
That's right, yeah.
So do staff know if this is a BC Housing receiving this grant as a condition of the sale between these two parties on this independent transaction?
I don't think we have that level of detail.
So no? Okay.
As staff, yeah, I would say no. I don't want to guess.
Okay. So staff are, what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that staff are recommending a grant based on assertions, but not on a normal process where we would do a pro forma, typically look at the analysis, ensure that a party has the operational bench strength, look at the purchase price, all of those things. Like this is a different process than we would normally do when we're providing grants similar to this to a nonprofit.
Yeah, this would be really a consideration of the fees that were paid, which are DCLs as well as CACs, and returning a portion of those. Really considering that the project wouldn't have been charged those fees if it had moved through to building permit stage 1 as social housing.
Right, but it's happening outside of our normal processes, so we don't have any ability or lens to tie those things together, correct?
Yes, I think that's accurate, yeah.
Okay. Do most of the grants that we provide typically go to nonprofits versus direct nonprofit operators in terms of direct to BC Housing? Do we typically provide grants for capital acquisitions?
Yeah, I know this was a follow-up. I'm not sure if Andrea Gilman's on the line, responsible for the CHIP grants, but for the CHIP grant program, which this isn't part of the CHIP grants, the grants are provided to nonprofits, but there have been examples and instances, I don't have all of the details, where BC Housing has partnered in that, either them owning the building and leasing to a nonprofit or providing
But
funding.
usually in conjunction with a nonprofit, but that's not what we're being asked to hear. The recommendation, if I understand correctly, to be explicit, is a grant directly to a provincial crown corp to BC Housing.
It is, yeah. And I think it really has more to do with the timing of this proposal than it does. If we were earlier on in the process, it would follow probably a different stream.
So you don't, I'm going to just revert back to my other questions. You don't know how much money the seller made on this deal?
No, as regulators, we wouldn't know.
So we don't know, but we're recommending that we spend $1.4 million of collected EHT money when that could be part of the profit margin for the sale of the building?
You know, we're considering it in the context of the DCLs that have been paid to the city and I'm
we don't
assuming
know.
by now spent by the city, and drawing a grant.
But we don't know that. I want to be very explicit and zero in on my question. We don't know what the profit margin was.
We don't know that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, seeing no one else on the queue, we're going to hear from the speakers. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first registered speaker is Erin Seeley. Erin online?
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Erin Seeley. I'm the CEO of YWCA Metro Vancouver, and I'm calling in today in support of the motion. I am also a longtime resident of the city. As a resident in East Van and the CEO, I want to reframe this grant decision before you in terms of the impact it will have for women and families. From the amendment to the housing agreement that Council passed last week, we appreciated hearing about your confidence in Vancouver, in the YWCA Metro Vancouver as the operator. Many of you were present at our opening of the Slocan and Hastings building, Sandy So Vista, in September 2024, and have toured some of our other 7 buildings. Despite our continued focus on building and operating new units, currently our wait list has more than 1,000 women and families. Many of these women have shared experience with the 48% of British Columbian women who are survivors of gender-based violence, and many are currently underhoused or precariously housed. This opportunity to live with dignity in a beautiful building on Madam Street in a great neighborhood will transform the lives of each housing resident and will enable these women to dream again. With the certainty that they will have affordable rent, they will no longer have to forego other needs or trade off between paying rent and buying food for their families. Living in a YWCA housing community will also give these women access to wraparound programs such as the Employment Navigator, training programs, food security, childminding, and other community connections. In anticipation of this building coming available, we've been preparing for rent-up. We've interviewed prospective residents, confirmed their income levels, checked references. We are prioritizing current Vancouver residents who have the ability to live independently in a community with other women and children. We know that this new community will advance the city's social housing goals and that the $1.4 million grant contribution is a small fraction of the purchase price. Had this project come forward as social housing, it would have been eligible for a DCL waiver. And to look at this another way, these are funds that would not have come to the city in the first place in all likelihood. BC Housing has indicated that the grant is impactful for calculating its costs, and should it not be approved, we are concerned that it could be delayed or in jeopardy. We have the chance today to show how City Council can be a partner with the private sector, government, and the nonprofit sector to improve housing affordability in our city and make an immediate difference for the lives of almost 80 women and families. I am asking for your support today to turn the lights on at 3077 Madam Street and deliver safe, beautiful, permanently affordable homes in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 2 is Eva Shi. Hi.
Hello, Chair and Council. My name is Eva Shi, and I'm a Development Manager with BC Housing. I'm speaking today to provide additional information about the project partnership for 3077 Madam Street and request your approval of the $1.4 million grant and the recommendations today. BC Housing delivers social housing in a variety of ways. We can develop directly as the owner, but we also partner with nonprofit societies as a funder and with private developers for turnkey projects or even units. In early 2025, we started to see changes in the market and we're exploring opportunities to quickly deliver housing in Vancouver. We purchased Madams to realize this opportunity without displacing any existing tenants. Moreover, as we are partnering with the YWCA to house women and children, this site is desirable as it is across the street from Clark Park, near transit, and everyday amenities. As such, we put forward an offer that was below Fabric's asking price and below their assessment of market value. Nevertheless, Fabric was interested in working with BC Housing, so we looked for opportunities to make this work. In June, we reached out to the city to inquire about changes in tenure as well as a DCL refund. Staff advised that there is no mechanism to refund DCLs and CACs. In lieu, we are seeking a $1.4 million grant today through the empty homes tax that is equivalent to the DCLs paid by Fabric. To support project viability for social housing, the city provides municipal assistance through DCL exemptions, density bonusing, and design exceptions. If Fabric were to develop this building as turnkey from the get-go, the DCLs would have been exempt. Additionally, the CACs, regional DCCs, would have also been waived. As the DCLs have been paid, this grant request addresses an issue of timing and brings this project in line with other social housing projects. To be clear, this is not a double contribution from the city because the grant is in lieu of a DCL exemption. In August, we closed the purchase at $50.6 million. The closing documents include a clause that allows Fabric to buy back the building if the grant is not approved. We cannot speak to the likelihood of this occurring. This is a great project that allows us to quickly house women and children. We are working with an effective and reputable operator, the YWCA, and Fabric has built a beautiful building. If this project was proposed as social housing at the start, we would have been exempt from a DCL payment. We were happy to see Council approve the housing agreement last week as the first step to bring this project to fruition, and we appreciate Council's consideration and hope you approve this grant so we can move forward with moving tenants into the building while completing some minor renovations. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, speaker number 3 is Jordan McDonald.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am Jordan McDonald, the CEO of Fabric Living. Fabric started this project in 2019. Throughout the project lifecycle, Fabric advised multiple groups, including BC Housing, that the building would become available for sale once completed. Some groups were interested in purchasing the building vacant, while others were interested in buying the building once fully leased. In Q2 2025, BC Housing received funding to support women and children, at which time BC Housing approached Fabric to pick up on earlier discussions about purchasing the building. Multiple independent valuations of the building were obtained, with market value being determined at approximately $54.5 million. Fabric and BC Housing agreed to a $50.6 million purchase price. This is the maximum BC Housing could pay for the building, as their program required additional funds for a building outfit to accommodate the use. $50.6 million is below what Fabric could reasonably achieve in a typical market sale. To bridge the gap between market value and the agreed upon price, the deal is contingent on Fabric receiving a refund of DCL and CAC fees already paid by Fabric to the city. The DCL and CAC fees paid to the City of Vancouver by Fabric equate to $1.7 million, which makes up $1.45 million from DCLs and $250,000 of CACs. Fabric and BC Housing pursued the fee refund over several months, with staff only to learn this was not possible. The project would have been exempt from DCL and CAC fees if it had been planned as social housing from the start. Additionally, if the housing agreement tenure was amended prior to issuance of the building permit, these fees would have been refunded without issue. But due to the timing of the change of tenure, a refund was not possible under the DCL bylaw. Staff proposed a grant solution to mirror the DCL refund, which would enable this transaction to take place and secure this building as social housing for the community. For additional clarity, the original fee reimbursement request by Fabric was the full $1.7 million of both DCLs and CACs. Staff ended up supporting a grant of $1.4 million, which does not consider reimbursement or compensation for the CAC paid to the city by Fabric. To our knowledge, this is the only social housing project in the city's history to have paid a CAC. Grant funds of $1.4 million will flow from BC Housing to Fabric as though the project had been DCL exempt from the outset. Although there still remains a value gap to Fabric, even after receiving the grant, the certainty and timeline provided by BC Housing incentivized Fabric to sell at a discount so we can focus our attention on developing our active pipeline of new rental projects in the City of Vancouver. Should the grant not be approved, Fabric retains the contractual right to repurchase the asset for $50.6 million, which would see the revised housing agreement not enacted and the building returned to 100% market rental housing.
That's your time. Yeah, you are actually 25 seconds over. All right. Okay, speaker number 4 is Keegan Schenberg.
To finish up where my colleague left off, should the grant not be approved, Fabric retains the contractual right to repurchase the asset for $50.6 million, which could see the revised housing agreement not enacted and the building returned to 100% market rental housing. To be clear, this is not our preference. This is a rare win-win-win scenario. It's a win for the city with an immediate delivery of 81 social housing units for the community. It's a win for Fabric as we are reinvesting the proceeds into our growing pipeline of purpose-built rental projects in the City of Vancouver. And most importantly, it's a win for the community by delivering immediate, safe, and respectable housing situated on a beautiful park, providing women and children in need with the opportunity to thrive with the support of the YWCA. Thank you to BC Housing, the YWCA, staff, mayor, and city council for your hard work and consideration of this request. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Keegan. The next speaker is speaker number 5, Nicola Sharp.
Mayor and Council, my name is Nicola Sharp from BC Housing, and I am here to express my support for this grant application. I hope that the presentations have answered questions from last week's meeting. Had this project been developed as social housing at the start, it would have been eligible for a DCL exemption. We believe that this project would be a valuable addition to the community. The risk of council not approving the grant is that Fabric could exercise their buyback clause in the contract and purchase and sale. Once the grant is received, the funds would flow to Fabric to close this buyback clause. The BC Housing purchase price was validated by our real estate team and a third-party appraiser. We do not know Fabric's internal financials. We hope to be able to move forward with this project and start housing women and children. Thank you for your consideration of this grant in lieu of a DCL exemption. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so this is the end of our speakers list. Thank you everyone for speaking to council. Would someone like to move a motion? Moved by Councillor Bly. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Fry. Council member, is there any discussion? I saw Councillor Carbian.
Yeah. Sorry, is my mic on? Yeah. Thanks, Chair. I was at the public hearing and I started this line of questioning and raised some questions because I've been on council for 7 years and I've never seen anything quite like this. I was listening intently because I really wanted to have some of the questions that had been raised asked. And I know council was asked to delineate its kind of change of tenure regulatory decision last Thursday between this one and the grant decision. And it was suggested that, they're distinct and one doesn't fetter the other. I will say, though, that this has not given me comfort in the questions. What I heard, sorry, just shifting notes here, is I heard the first speaker from Fabric say, and I wrote this down, and I'm looking at it relative to the report, and they said in 2019, Fabric advised BC Housing that they would be building this and would want to sell this building on completion. In the report on page 2, it says that following a public hearing on July 6, 2021, 2 years later, council approved rezoning of this building, which tells me that they never, in Fabric was intending to build it, never intended to operate it. So it feels a bit like everybody's been along for this ride, except for council, and we haven't had any of this information. And when I hear comments, there's been a lot of dialogue around the importance of sort of good transparency, accountability, and process in this chamber. This is not transparency, accountability, and process, and I feel like council are now being pushed into this decision. When I hear comments like the risk of council not approving this report, et cetera, that somehow, that it's penultimately, it depends upon us in this moment. And this apparently has been ongoing for a number of years, does not provide comfort to me around the process and the intention here. We approve rezonings in good faith. We hope that people are building the buildings because they want to be not just deliver new housing in the city, but they also want to support and operate that. And it sounds like there's an intention right off the bat to sell it, so they should have known that. Which makes me wonder, like, why were there not earlier conversations around partnering up on the rezoning project? DCLs could have been waived. There's so many other different pathways that this could have been pursued. This to me is not about whether it's a beautiful building. It's not about YMCA as an operator. I think they are phenomenal and fantastic, but this process really gets my spidey sense up. It just doesn't feel right. I have less and less information. If I look back to what land prices were in 2019, construction costs 4 years ago, none of it's adding up to me. The dates don't even line up. And so I actually found that the speakers have weakened, in my mind, the rationale and the argument here. There have been opportunities to partner up. We're not even being asked to give a grant to the deserving YMCA. We're being asked to give a grant to BC Housing to help with their acquisition in this opaque process where we have no line of sight into what a purchase agreement and a sale was. And that, to me, is not good governance, which is my job here. So I'm very uncomfortable and very concerned with the process and how this is rolled out. I'll let others speak at this point. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Maloney?
Yeah, I've heard the concerns about this being outside normal processes, but we're in a housing crisis and we need to be nimble and responsive to make the most of an opportunity that's fallen into our lap to quickly house women and children. I don't feel like the terms of sale between BC Housing and the developer are relevant enough to hold this back. If BC Housing and YWCA had developed this housing from scratch, it would have been exempt from the development charges, and that's the main thing. This is a brilliant opportunity to get more housing for women and families in our city. It's not double dipping. It's effectively repaying development charges that BC Housing would have been exempt for if it had applied to the original zoning. And we want to encourage this to happen in future. We want to encourage BC Housing to buy finished buildings to quickly house women and children and other people who need social housing. So I hope that we'll vote in favour of this grant and make sure that this building quickly houses women and children as intended. Thank you.
Councillor Meissner?
Yeah, thanks. I want to be clear, I don't have any concerns around the operator. YWCA is an outstanding operator and provides excellent non-market housing across Vancouver and has a long history. My concerns are around the way the deal has been done and council's lack of line of sight into what that deal looks like. I really feel that the city's being put in an unfair position because of a deal done by a developer and a provincial crown agency, and that's BC Housing. City was not at the table in this deal. We're being asked to essentially refund over $1 million to a crown agency, aka the provincial government, because of a deal that we had no input into. This is a deal that was done by a private developer and BC Housing. Why are we being asked to cover over $1 million? They knew that these DCCs and CACs could not be refunded and that there was no mechanism for them. So I really feel like we're being put in an unfair position here. And to Councillor Kirby-Young's point, our job here is good governance and management of the city's finances. It's not giving away millions of dollars. I think they were up to $2.4 million that we would have given away already today for things that are not the city's responsibility. So I won't be supporting this.
Thanks. Councillor Clausen?
Thanks very much, Chair. I chaired the meeting last week when we talked about this item and expressed then my fulsome support of the transfer itself, and also expressed my gratitude to the operator and cited that I thought this is a building that I can't wait to see occupied. It sounds to me that that work essentially has been done. But this particular aspect of it raised a lot of questions, and the more I hear about how this transpired and the fact that we are being put in this position now is really problematic for me. Again, this has nothing to do with the operator, who is fantastic, one of the best in the province, and nor is it about the quality of the building or the tenanting concept at all. I think having this building built and occupied soon will be great. I just think that we are now being put in a position where potentially deals like this could happen with exactly no line of sight from the city. This sort of timeline of 6 years of the start to finish this project, and then the fact that in 2021 we knew that there was a transaction happening. The fact that it's coming to us now means it could set up a whole precedent for a whole bunch of other operators who are going to come to us and say, we need to refund this amount of money for the DCCs that we paid for in this very same circumstance. So I think it's the lack of transparency here that has me a lot of concern. And again, I'm really looking forward to this building being occupied and operated by the YWCA, but what I heard from the speakers is that this money is simply going over to the developer. It's not going to be money that will be directed towards the people in this building. So for that reason, I cannot support this one. And this is one I've been thinking very hard about the last several days as I've gone through this report and asked some questions. But today, unfortunately, it does not pass the test that I would put against this right now. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, I'm hearing that we don't want to be put in this unfair position. Well, I don't think the women that need this housing want to be in this position either. This is housing for vulnerable people. The project relies on it, and it's extremely affordable for the amount of help it will give people in need. I don't say this lightly, but I think voting this down is beyond the pale, if that's what I'm hearing. I'm shocked to hear the opposition to this, and I'm really struggling to find the words to summarize how wrong this is. Yeah, that's it.
Councillor Fry.
Well, like Councillor Orr, I'm at a bit of loss for words. I didn't see this coming, but a few things that I didn't see coming today. I guess if I could just quickly, just for point of information, Chair, through you to staff, this is to be paid from the empty homes tax, correct? The source of funds?
Yes, that's correct.
Right, okay, thanks. I just wanted to clarify that specifically on the record. I mean, this is not us giving money away. This is money that has been collected. And I mean, ironically, this very same council rebated empty homes tax money that was collected on unsold strata units and gave developers back money. So when we talk about this as some kind of developer giveaway, I'm a little shocked, because the reality is, and we've all agreed at this table that this is an excellent operator, and we all support the why, and we all support the mission and the vulnerable women and children that they are supporting through this project. Which I've been at the site, and I don't know who was with me, but we had the shovel and the hard hat and the stuff, and we broke ground at the site. It's an amazing site. It's right next to a park. I couldn't imagine a better sort of respite for, you know, women and kids who are in a vulnerable situation than to live in this particular unit. And if the viability of this project relies on the DCL waiver, which we are going to offset with money we collected from empty homes tax, this is not general taxpayer funding. This isn't coming out of our zero means zero budget. This is just, I think, an appropriate use of what the intention of the empty homes tax always was to support housing and support housing for folks who need it in our city. And I really would hate to see the outcome of this be that we're not supporting this project and it sends a horrible signal for what our values are as a city, especially as we've been, you know, we've made decisions today based on funding arrangements that weren't following the strictest letter of the law and kind of colored outside the lines. This is well within the lines. This is following the exact prescribed intention of the empty homes tax, what the empty homes tax is intended to support. I really don't see the problem with this, and I think it's a mistake to vote against it. And frankly, people will suffer, and we've made some really damaging decisions today, and I hate to see this as another one.
Okay, Councillor Kirkbian.
Do you want to let others go that haven't spoken first?
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks very much. I just, point of information through you, Chair, to staff. I think there's just a couple things that I want clarification on. And one of them is this sort of notion that this will, you know, open the floodgates, so to speak, of more grant applications or unusual arrangements, albeit, but being what it is, does staff have concern that there's a lineup of folks that want these types of grants that maybe would not be as typical in the way that it's come forward?
We're not concerned about that. In fact, the whole discussion with BC Housing and with the developer Fabric in this case have been really good. It can be confusing in the city's regulatory approvals process when those fees are paid and when we might be able to legally provide a refund and when we cannot. And so it's unusual because of the timing, and I don't see this as setting a precedent at all. BC Housing is spending, I think, $50 million here. They don't do that. $50 million to purchase the building. So that's not something they're doing like every day.
So if you could just summarize in your own words the justification of the city granting BC Housing the $1.4 million in order to complete on that deal, how could you just say it in very plain language to make sure that it's very clear among all councillors?
Yes, thank you. It really is to acknowledge the funding that the city's received from this project for the payment of DCLs. And as Councillor Fry stated, using the empty homes tax as a grant to help offset that purchase price. And the empty homes tax is meant to fund affordable housing. And so we feel
in the event that this project came forward as a straight up social housing project that it will now become, is it not true that those DCLs would not have had to have been paid by the developer?
That's right. The DCLs or the CACs. The CAC was also paid on the project that's not being refunded.
So we collected DCLs on the premise that this housing would be market rental housing?
That's right.
And now it's going to be social housing?
That's right.
And so the developer would never have actually paid that $1.4 million?
That's right.
So we're getting the social housing. And as a way to sort of reconcile that with our own policies, the suggestion is the empty homes tax can be that grant. But we got the $1.4 million for market rental, even though it's social housing.
We did, yeah. It's been paid and likely already spent as part of the DCL capital grants program or capital program.
Okay. Is there anything else that legal would like to add to just the city's role there? Because we took a payment from a developer on the premise this was market housing, and because of one reason or another, it's now going to be social housing. Do we keep that money? Do we return it? What happened?
No, there's not really a legal opinion on that. What we can say is that the DCL bylaw is very clear in terms of not refunding those payments, and that's why this has come to you today in this way.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks, staff. Yeah, this seems like a technicality, and the result is 81 units of social housing for families that need it. So we got the 1.4 million. We're just finding a way, because what we're getting is social housing, to make sure that we are sort of keep our policies whole by contributing that back to a $50 million, I got that right? $50 million price that BC Housing is investing in making sure that this housing, so it's not downloaded. We took the money. We just have to figure out how to contribute it back to the project for the social housing units we're getting. So while it's unconventional because of a number of factors, I'm sure, there's nothing untoward happening as far as I'm concerned, and this should be supported. If for no other reason than
than the social infrastructure and critical housing need that we have for vulnerable women and families that will be able to live here. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Corbiel?
Yeah, thanks. There's one point that I wanted to sort of reiterate and then I didn't mention, and that is, I'm just flabbergasted by sort of Fabric's statement in 2019. They advised BC Housing 2 years before they got the rezoning that they were going to build a building and would be open to selling it. Really wondering why they didn't go through other processes where they wouldn't have had to pay the money in the first place. And then I'm thinking about the statement that was made, also that Fabric retains the right to repurchase the building. So they're apparently not willing to just pass it on. It would appear, one can only infer why, to BC Housing without this funding going. Otherwise, they're going to take it back and then presumably continue to operate as market rental, which is also direly needed in this area. I do recall this public hearing. I think there was some concern, if I remember, from neighbors and this particular area in East 15th about having some of the new density come in, and council very, I think, appropriately supported it. And the market rental is also desperately needed. So, if there's a future opportunity and a transparent, clear ask wants to come forward through our grant programs, potentially from the operator around that, I think that might be a future, another pathway potentially. But I think that honestly, this is not it. And I don't operate and make decisions in response to what I feel is undue pressure that, the Risk Council not approving this report, or Fabric retains the right to repurchase the building. If Fabric really wants this building to be operated by the Y, then I'm sure that they could find a deal to make that work, as opposed to threatening, well, if we don't get this, we're going to have to take it back, because it feels like that a bit to me. And so, yeah, again, I think that there are other pathways to achieve this. This is not it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Maloney.
I'm constantly hearing from people that the problem is not enough affordable housing. And, that's reflected in how much people struggle to pay their rent. It's a fundamental problem with so many people that I speak to all the time. This is affordable housing. This is social housing. I heard that our job is good governance, and I must say I find that to be, while true, inconsistently applied by this council. We need to be about good governance when it applies to social housing and everything else. But I don't think that this is a fundamental flaw because of the outcome. The outcome is social housing for women and children immediately, where it's needed, when it's needed. With regard to the opening the floodgates argument, quite frankly, if this opened the floodgates to a whole bunch more social housing operators wanting to have DCLs refunded, I'd consider it a very big win for our city. So I'm really sad that it looks like this is not going to be voted in favour of. This is social housing. This is, we need to be flexible and nimble about setting up a process. Maybe we do need to set up a new process to refund development charges. I mean, I think that would be great, because we need to be flexible. We're in a housing crisis. So as much as I'm very sad that it looks like council's going to vote against this, because it seems like a brilliant opportunity to set up a new flexible process for providing social housing in this city. And we've heard time and time again, as I said, that affordable housing is what we need. Thanks.
Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I think it's just very important to state for the record, because there's been assertions around what applicants and developers have said and not said. What I heard and what I believe to be true based on these conversations is that the developer, Fabric Living, bought the land in 2019, and any sort of deliberate and intentional conversation with BC Housing did not happen until years later. And so I just want to make sure that's very clear for the record, because any aspersions to something untoward or dishonest happening here is absolutely not the case. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on the queue? Okay. Oh, Councillor Clausen?
I'm just wondering, I'm sorry. I'm just wondering if I could just have a call for a short recess. We've been going pretty strong today. It's a long day, and if you
Okay.
don't mind, I can call for a 2-minute recess.
Okay, how many minutes do you need?
2.
2 minutes? Okay, so let's just take 2 minutes recess. We're going to be back at 3:42. Okay, everyone, we're going to continue with the meeting. I saw Councillor Clausen on the queue. Councillor Clausen.
Yeah, thanks very much. Through you, Chair, just to city staff. I just want to ask this question because what's not been made terribly clear, there's been a lot of rhetoric going back and forth around the potential vulnerability of this particular deal. There's nothing that I have heard that signals that YWCA cannot continue as operator and BC Housing will continue to own and operate and to own this building. There's nothing in any of this that other than it just tells me that we're going to give a large Crown corporation potentially some money out of our empty homes tax fund.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Really, the question today and decision that we're asking council to make is related to the grant as it relates to the DCL payment and empty homes tax grant refund. The partnership deal between BC Housing, the Y, and the developer Fabric Living in this case isn't, we're not privy kind of to the details of that. So it's really about the grant as the thing that's
So in many ways, we are kind of in the dark as to how those dollars, transactions, presumably Fabric Living, just to say as a developer, did not lose money making this project. They've now sold the building. They're potentially going to get another $1.4 million out of that arrangement as well. Again, these things we don't have any line of sight on because we don't know the details of the deal, right?
We don't know that.
Okay. All right. It seems to me that when public hearing last year, we transferred the operator and turning this into a not-for-profit with YWCA. That work stands, and that is going to be how this building will ultimately end up operating. And I think it's now up to BC Housing and potentially Fabric Living to figure out how to do this. But for us to come in after, I think that we've been put in a really difficult position. So that's my sort of role in this one. I do believe that I have a hard time believing that this is going to get pulled away from YWCA based upon this $1.4 million.
Just one point of clarification. Last week, there was approval to amend and replace the housing agreement to change it from 100% rental to social housing, which has a 30% HILS requirement. However, the original housing agreement for 100% rental has been enacted, is on title, and so it is the choice of the owner and the partnership group what to do. They could carry on and keep it as 100% rental, or they could enact the social housing agreement. So they would need to enact that social housing agreement for it to then be social housing. So that hasn't happened yet, although the decision last week by council allows that to be an option for them.
But we do know that the operator clearly indicated years ago that they were building this for sale. So
that's your time, Councillor.
Thanks very much.
Hey, Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks. Are we on questions through the chair or are we still in questions? Sorry, I lost track.
We're in discussion. You
We're
can ask
discussion.
question through point of
Yeah, may I
information.
ask a question through you to staff? I just wanted to follow up on the social housing piece. Just to confirm, this is 30% of the units of the building to be rented at Hills rates, is that correct?
That's right.
But 70% could be rented at market rates?
That's right, yeah. That meets our social housing definition. And then the other important part of the definition is that it's nonprofit owned and operated.
Yeah. Yeah, but this isn't supportive housing. This is 70% market potentially.
That's right, yeah. 30% average of Hills, yes.
I think that's really important information as part of this discussion as well. And again, I'll just reiterate that not being privy to the deal that was made between or proposed between the developer and BC Housing, I don't feel like I have the information that I need to give a grant of $1.4 million back to BC Housing for a building that's going to be 70% market housing.
Thanks. Hey, Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks. Just noting that BC Housing is here, is it possible to ask through the chair to staff to BC Housing if that's their goal is to carry on with this project without the grant or not?
It's a point of information through me. Okay, so staff. Procedurally, I think clerk is okay, right? Okay. Council discussion, okay. Oh, just wait, sorry.
Sorry. Our understanding is if you'd like to ask BC Housing questions, since it's not a public hearing, they could be asked to come to the podium and answer any questions.
Okay, I think this is also council discretion. Yes, I'm okay with asking BC Housing to answer this question. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's not our decision because of how the contract and purchase and sale is structured with Fabric. We certainly would like to see this building move forward as housing, but unfortunately, as we indicated last week, it'll be the decision of Fabric whether or not to move forward. If I could expand, I know there was one other question that came up around the reference to 2019. We weren't part of this proposed project in 2019, so I can confirm that it is sincere that Fabric was moving forward with a market rental. It wasn't that they were planning on social housing all along. And prior to the start of this year, we didn't have grant available for a partnership with them. So truly, it was only this year in which we started a conversation with them. And as mentioned, we also went forward with the hope that we could seek a refund, a DCL refund, and we understand that that would be a lot simpler in terms of administration. So it is really a matter of timing that this opportunity only came up this year, and therefore, unfortunately, we couldn't pursue a refund due to timing. Thanks for the opportunity for clarification.
Thank you so much for that.
Okay, thanks, Councilor. All right, anyone else? So I haven't seen anyone else on the queue. So I'm gonna call the vote. So Council, please register your vote and clerk, please take us to the voting screen. Okay, so this recommendation failed with Councilor Zhou, Kirby-Yang, Montague, Clausen, Meisner, and Mayor Sim in opposition. Okay. Can we project the vote on the screen? Thank you. All right, so that completes this item on the agenda. So we're gonna move to the report number 7, declaration of manifest error, tax sale of 1208 to 1575 West 10th Avenue. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to declare? Okay, and this item does not have a team member presentation. We have Samit Kadar, tax sale purchaser, here to speak to the report. Legal has recommended that tax sale purchase have no time limit to speak to this report. As such, would a member like to move a motion to suspend 3-minute speaker rules as outlined in sections? Oh, grant, okay. Do we still need to speak, suspend the rule? Not this time, okay. Okay. Okay, thanks. So we have Grant Murray from the legal department to speak to this report. Okay, go ahead, Grant.
Good afternoon. It's Grant Murray with Legal Services. I'm one of the assistant directors. The recommendation of the Legal Services is that this report be withdrawn. The fact of the matter is that the heir to the leasehold owner has indicated that he has wired the money to redeem the property, and it should be arriving today or tomorrow. And as a result of that, there is no need to declare a manifest error. The owner's heir knows full well that this would have been sold if it hadn't been redeemed by Tuesday. They've wired the money from a bank, and it's on its way. I understand that Smit Kamdar is on the line, but I informed him yesterday that our intention was to withdraw this report as a result of this recent development. So our recommendation is the council not proceed with this matter. There's no reason to declare the manifest error and cancel the tax sale, and that the money is supposed to arrive today or tomorrow as a result of a wire transfer made yesterday.
Okay, thanks, Grant. And do we need a motion for this? Withdraw? Just go ahead. Just move on, okay. Okay, and council cannot ask question at this stage, right? Because it's not moved. Moved, okay. Okay, perfect. Thanks, Grant. So we're gonna move on. This item has been withdrawn. Okay, thank you. So we will now move on to the council members' motion. The first item on the council member motion is motion 1, giving effect to cooling rights to the in a climate emergency through the standard of maintenance bylaw. It is moved and introduced by Councillor Orr. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, seeing no, Councillor Orr, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. I'll advance you there. Please go ahead.
Thanks so much, Chair. We are at a critical moment as the climate emergency deepens. Extreme heat events are no longer exceptional. They are increasingly frequent and deadly. The 2021 heat dome in British Columbia serves as a stark warning. The vast majority of the 619 recorded heat-related deaths occurred indoors, in homes, without adequate cooling systems. In Vancouver, we currently have standard and maintenance bylaw that ensures rental units maintain a minimum indoor temperature via heating systems, but nothing that mandates cooling or protecting tenants' right to keep their homes safe during a heat emergency. Vancouver City Council, this is not just about comfort, it's about health, equity, and climate justice. As we know, heat-related illness disproportionately affect older adults, pregnant people, young children, folks with chronic health conditions, those with limited mobility, and people living in and socially materially deprived neighborhoods. This motion responds to the gap. It calls on council to direct staff to report back on options for a bylaw that would prevent landlords from unreasonably prohibiting tenants from using portable cooling devices when no built-in air conditioning is provided. On those grounds, this is a matter of housing rights, of public health, and of human dignity. By moving forward with this report back, we are signaling that when climate changes, our housing standards must change with it. I look forward to the discussion, and I urge members of council to support this initiative.
Thank you, Councillor. Just give me 1 second. So it's second over
submitted.
Maloney. Okay, we will now hear from the public speaker for this item. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first public speaker is Vincent Shai. Hi.
Hello, Council.
Yeah, please go ahead.
My name is Vincent Shi. I'm a staff lawyer at First United. I'm also a renter in Vancouver, and I'm speaking in support of motion number 1. First United is a service provider in the downtown east side. We've been there for 140 years. We provide wraparound services to low-income and homeless individuals, including our Frontline Legal Advocacy Program, as well as our systems change work. And through our work, we know that unequal access to cooling is becoming an increasingly pressing issue due to climate change. But when we talk about cooling rights, councillors will have to juggle many different competing interests. So for example, whether it's economically feasible for homeowners, whether there are incentives from senior governments, or whether existing buildings can handle new AC. But I would say that those concerns miss the point entirely. Lack of access to indoor cooling is a health and safety issue first and foremost. So we've heard that there's 619 deaths from the heat dome, mostly in vulnerable populations. And the prospect of another heat dome is not an if, but a when. And so the question for this council is, how can we move forward? What can we do now to stop preventable deaths from happening before the next heat event? From our frontline work, we know that motion number 1 would help safeguard and protect renters' cooling rights. It's already done in Port Moody. It's done in New West. Council, you have the power to do exactly this, the same thing, under the Vancouver Charter, under your health and safety powers. Council, you've also asked the province last November to grant Vancouver the power to set maximum indoor temperatures. We agree that this would be the ultimate goal eventually, but in the meantime, motion number 1 provides an achievable solution that you can do right now without provincial intervention. And so this motion is the perfect opportunity for councillors present who voted unanimously last November in support of cooling rights to put your words into actions now. If council is serious about protecting lives, I would implore councillors to take cooling rights as a safety issue seriously and approve this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speaker number 2 is Kay Machi.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yes. Hello, Council. My name is Kay Mechi. I am a resident of Vancouver and a member of Women Transforming Cities, and I am in support of the motion for the right to cool. Through the WTC's Hot Pink Paper campaign, each of you committed to take action to protect tenants from heat waves if elected, and this motion is a concrete way to follow through on that commitment. I am not currently a renter, but I'm calling in to show Council that this is an issue that should be of interest for all residents of Vancouver. I have friends and loved ones that rent in the city, many in older properties, and with the continued climate change catastrophe that we live in, we must make sure everyone has the ability to exist comfortably and in their homes. And no one should be worried of getting evicted or having to spend time fighting with a landlord to live and work comfortably in their own housing. A few years ago, an elderly neighbor of my mother-in-law's passed away during the heat dome. This update to the law could prevent similar tragedies in the next heat wave. Many people can't afford to live in new buildings, and they shouldn't be put at risk just because of the age of their rentals. Everyone should be able to live comfortably in their own homes, whether they own them or rent them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speaker number 3 is Linda Thayer. Linda?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and thanks for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm a family physician living in the city of Vancouver, and I'm calling in to support the motion around cooling rights through amendments to the Standards of Maintenance bylaw. As a physician, I'm seeing the impacts of global heating and Vancouver's changing climate, and I'm committed to protecting the health of Vancouver's citizens. I think we can all recall the June 2021 heat dome event, which was the deadliest weather event in Canadian history. According to the BC Coroner's Service, 619 people died of heat-related causes, and 98% of them were indoors, with most of them being in homes without adequate cooling. These were preventable deaths. And in the fallout of that event, Vancouver Coastal Health made it clear that high indoor temperatures pose the greatest risk during extreme heat events. And when the air temperature rises as high as it did during that heat dome, the body's cooling mechanisms can no longer keep up and the body systems overheat. And as the kidneys, liver, and brain become stressed from overheating, people start to feel ill with headaches, confusion, nausea, and vomiting. And these can progress to seizures and deaths as all of those organs fail. Scientists are predicting that with the heating planet, extreme heat events will become 4 times more frequent by 2050. So we must prepare. And from the discussions I've heard today, prevention of death and injury and safety of of people of Vancouver is of prime importance to this council. The 2021 heat dome also exposed the inequities in who suffers and dies in extreme heat events, with those deaths far more likely to be among people with chronic mental and physical health conditions, those at the extremes of age, and those living in socially or materially deprived neighborhoods, often in areas of urban heat islands. When landlords prevent tenants from using portable cooling devices, they create potentially fatal conditions for people with the least power to protect themselves. And then the capacity to keep oneself safe in this heating climate becomes a human rights issue. So just as we have regulations to maintain a minimum temperature to keep people safe during cold times through the standards of maintenance bylaw, we must now adapt to this changing climate and extend these safety standards through regulation during those times of extreme heat. While this cooling regulation is coming into effect for new builds, we cannot ignore everyone living in the current buildings without cooling mechanisms. So I would encourage Council to support the motion to remove the option of denying citizens cooling devices in their homes and to go a step further to consider an amendment that requires landlords to provide adequate cooling so that indoor temperatures cannot exceed a safe a maximum limit during extreme heat events. So access to cooling during extreme heat is a fundamental public health and human rights issue, and no one's health or life should depend on whether or not they can afford to buy or operate their own air conditioner. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so this is the end of our speakers list. Thank you everyone for speaking to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Committee member, is there any discussion? Councillor Meister.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I want to thank Councillors Orr and Maloney for bringing this forward. This is an issue that Councillor Dominato and I have been working on for several months now. As mentioned by one of the speakers, there was a motion that was brought forward to Council that was unanimously passed, and we also advocated at UBCM for some of the things within this motion, not everything, of course, but we've been actively working and advocating for the right to cool. I had a question through you, if I may, to staff, and it's around one part of the resolution. It says further that this report back from staff should include consideration of how to regulate strata units. My question, based on the work that Councillor Dominato and I have done around this, is that my question is, does the City of Vancouver actually have the ability to regulate stratas in the way that the motion outlines? It's my understanding that that's a Strata Property Act change that's needed, but I just want to clarify that with staff.
Thank you for the question. Sandra Singh, Deputy City Manager. Councillor, I don't actually know the answer to that. We'll have to report to you on that.
Okay.
As part of the, or actually maybe our legal services colleague does.
Sorry, I was involved. It's Grant
Sorry,
Murray.
sorry, Grant. So let me turn on your mic, please.
Sorry, Grant Murray with Legal Services. I was involved in some of the input into this motion, and I think because it's a report back, we're going to make that determination. It's left out there as a question as to whether it can be done for stratas or not. And if we can't do it, then we won't. But if we can do it, then I think it would come back in that form.
Okay.
So it was left as a research project rather than making a determination right now that it would or would not include stratas.
Okay, but you don't know the answer to the question.
My understanding was that it was a little bit complicated,
Okay.
and it would require some further inquiries.
Okay. It is my understanding that it's a change to the Strata Property Act that we would need to seek. And that's why we've been advocating to the provincial government. But again, I'm not an expert. That's just based on my experience with the previous motion.
If I may, my understanding was that there was some discussion about this being done as in a manner of a business license. So if it was a rental property that somebody owned, it might be subject to the rule and not be subject to the rule if it was owner occupied. But as I said, there was enough of an issue that it was felt that it was important that it be part of the report back rather than approving it upfront or something like that.
Okay.
But I appreciate your information as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for that. That's really helpful context. I just want to say that I support this, and everybody should have the right to keep themselves safe and cool and healthy in our city, regardless of if they're a renter or owner. Yeah, I think it's a good motion. I look forward to that report back. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, Councillor Maloney.
Thank you, and thanks to Councillor Orr for introducing this motion and for co-moving it with me, and thank you to First United for their help in drafting this motion and for our council colleagues for their ongoing support of the right to cool. I was involved in the BC 619 campaign that commemorated the 2-year anniversary of the Heat Dome and was a campaign to lobby the provincial government for more support, financial support of cooling in buildings, especially of the most vulnerable people who were overrepresented in the deaths during the heat dome. My family and I were renting an apartment that became unbearably hot during the heat dome, but we were very lucky to have options, and we have now been very lucky to be able to purchase our own property, which gives us more flexibility than renters. So this is a really important thing for renters. It's already been done in Port Moody and New Westminster. It's something we can do without provincial government intervention. And we really do need to practically formalise the right to cooling for renters. So I hope that this is going to be supported by everyone. Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll be brief. Very happy to support the motion. It's staying cool is as important as staying warm. I am looking forward to the information back, and I'll be looking for real clarity between what's the appropriate jurisdiction for the City of Vancouver versus the province. I think that's important. We know that sometimes aspirations and well intentions have sometimes guided us to overstep, but I'd like to know genuinely what we have the ability to do. But I do support the goal of this, and so I'm happy to support it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. Also lending my voice in support of this motion. It's a topic that we do need to bring back to council time and again. And I'm just going to say, just as I know we've got more work to do here, it's an important piece of work. Grateful that Councillor Orr brought it forward and happy to support.
Okay, Councillor Clausen.
Equally brief remarks in support of this motion, having worked in the seniors care sector and was on the front lines during the heat dome, issuing a press release 2 days beforehand warning the public that didn't really get heated. It got a little media pickup at the time, but unfortunately there were deadly consequences to that event, and I would hate to see that to happen again. So measures like this and information like this should help us be stronger in the future. Thanks very much.
Okay, thanks. All right, seems like we can call the vote. So everyone please register your vote on the voting panel. This motion. Okay, this motion passed unanimously. Okay, thanks everyone. So we're going to move on to the item 2 on the agenda. Motion 2, ensuring continuity of the women's equity strategy following the closure of the equity office. It is moved and introduced by Councillor Bly. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, Councillor Bly, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Thank you very much. I'll just ask my timer be reset.
Okay, I'll advance you. Perfect.
So Vancouver has made strong commitments to gender equity through the Women's Equity Strategy, a 10-year strategy from 2018 to 2028. And now we need to ensure those commitments are kept. A safe and inclusive city is one where women and gender diverse people feel protected and supported. And the strength of Vancouver is measured not only by growth, but how safe and valued its people feel. And leadership means following through with action, accountability, and resources. The closure of the city's equity office has created some uncertainty around how equity work continues. And so I say these motions, this one and the second one, but this motion is about restoring just accountability, focus, and just clarity as well for the work in terms of how it will be delivered. The city has a responsibility to embed safety and equity in every policy program and partnership. And when we lead with equity, we build a stronger, more resilient Vancouver for everyone. So awareness and raising awareness must lead to action. And so this motion ensures the Women's Equity Strategy remains on track and that the city takes a coordinated approach to the work. And I'm asking for support in this work today as it's a moment for Vancouver to show leadership, integrity, and resolve. So in closing, Vancouver made a promise through its Women's Equity Strategy, and that promise must be kept. Gender equity is not just a side issue, it's a foundation of how we build our city. Leadership today means ensuring every person in Vancouver can have the supports and live with dignity and with security. And it was said to me, and it's something that I have, it's really stayed with me. And so I appreciate this person shared this position with me a long time ago, or an interest. Actually, it's not a position, it's an interest. And the interest is that a city where women and gender diverse folks feel safe is a city that's safe for everyone. And that's the goal.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. All right, so do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Carbian, okay. We will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first public body representative speaker is speaker number 1, Ali Lawson.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Ali Lawson.
Sorry, we couldn't hear you, Ali. Can you speak up a little bit?
Okay, can
There
you
we
hear me
go.
now?
Yes, much better.
Okay,
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yep, I'm honored to speak to you today on behalf of the City of Vancouver, Women's Advisor of co-chair, and additional members of which are here in support online. We are happy to support this motion and the opportunity to speak to it. We have an equity strategy.
Sorry, Ali, we couldn't hear you. You were getting a little bit better, but now we couldn't hear you again. Can you speak up a little?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Oh, much better. Please go ahead. Much better.
Okay, I'm
gonna
so
whisper on your
sorry.
clock. Yeah.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, please go
All
ahead.
right. Okay, great. My name is Ellie. I'm honored to speak to you today on behalf of the City of Vancouver's Women's Advisory Committee in my role as co-chair and additional members of which are here in support online. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of it, we are happy for this motion to come forward. So the Women's Equity Strategy is not just a policy document. It's a commitment to making our city a place where all women, regardless of background, can thrive. It recognizes that women face unique and intersecting barriers to full participation in civic life and sets out a roadmap to address these challenges. From gender safety, affordable, safe, and accessible housing, affordable and accessible childcare, workplace equity and leadership, the strategy touches on so many of the conditions that shape women's life here in the city. The last report to Council on the status of this decade-long strategy was in 2021, 5.5 years ago. Since then, we know that good work has been unfolding, but neither City Council, the Women's Advisory Committee, or more importantly, the Vancouver public are unable to review, assess, and understand the progress and where there's been lingering gaps in funding or implementation. This is a troubling gap in public accountability. The Women's Advisory Committee is concerned that dedicated and sustainable funding to advance each of the 5 pillars of the Women's Equity Strategy is lagging, causing significant detriment to the lives of women in Vancouver right now and in the future. That is why we urge you to reaffirm your commitment to the strategy and prioritize its goals in the city's future planning and budgeting. We ask that a full and detailed report on the progress to date under the Women's Equity Strategy be brought to this Council for review in 2026. Equity for women is foundational to a just and inclusive, resilient, and vibrant Vancouver. Thank you.
Thank you. The first regular speaker is Angela Marie McDougall. In person?
I'm online.
Hi, we can hear you, Angela. Please go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. And I am Angela Marie McDougall with Battered Women's Support Services. I'm born and raised and currently a resident of Vancouver. And I'm here in support of this motion because cities are not measured only by the laws that they pass, but by the commitments that they uphold. And especially when structures shift and attention moves elsewhere. The Women's Equity Strategy is not a symbolic plan. Rather, it is a public safety infrastructure. And it has very important economic stability, and it is a civic duty. When the Equity Office closed without a continuity plan, it did not simply change an organizational chart, rather introduced uncertainty into the safety work the city promised to carry forward. And I've been here long enough to see that the uncertainty in public safety work has consequences, because every day in Vancouver, behind closed doors, in kitchens, in bedrooms, and hallways of apartment dwellers and quiet houses, women face violence in their homes, often silently, often alone. And most will never call the police. Most fear the system as much as the harm. So their safety depends not on headlines, but on infrastructure. Those are the systems we maintain or that we abandon. And because violence against women is rising, at the same time, equality is receding. We know that progress is not guaranteed unless it is defended, or else it disappears. And these realities don't pause when governments reorganize. They don't wait for more convenient political seasons. And this motion is not about reproach. It is about a council deciding to reverse course. It asks the City of Vancouver to honor the commitments that it's made, and that safety and equity remain anchored, consistent, and accountable, and alive in the system. We all know something else, too, that, Vancouver is my hometown, as I've said before, and I can say definitively Vancouver has lost its way on gender equity, not maybe in intention, but in infrastructure. Not in words, but in continuity. Every indicator tells us the same truth, that women's rights are backsliding and violence is moving forward. And so leadership is optimal in moments like this. Cities that don't maintain these systems keep women safe. Cities that don't maintain these systems that keep women safe will pay for neglect in the crisis, in courts, in homelessness, in healthcare, in lives changed, and sometimes lives lost. And that we know the municipal cost around gender equity, the cost of doing nothing is $11,000 per year per resident. And that silence and delay are not fiscally neutral. They are financially reckless and morally dangerous. So retreat is expensive. Leadership is cheaper than repair. Council, regardless of how you vote, the record will reflect this moment. We are building a civic memory of this decision. We are documenting who stood for continuity, who stood for retreat, and who stood for women and girls in Vancouver, and who abandoned them. Who abandoned them
Angela,
at this
that's
key
your
moment
time.
in our collective history in the city.
Okay, thank you, Angela. That's your time. Thank you. All right, speaker number 2 is Alice Kendall. It's on the phone. Okay. Alice? Are you there, Alice?
Hear me?
Oh,
Sorry.
there we go. There we go. Okay, perfect.
Okay, sorry. It doesn't like the AirPods, I guess. I thought that might have been easier, but...
Okay, go ahead.
Chair, I have a point of personal privilege, if I might, before the speaker starts. This system seems to be really loud, and I'm finding it troublesome to listen. I don't know if others are experiencing that, but it seems to be just blasting at us.
Yeah, we're going to turn down the volume a little bit. Yeah, we did already. Okay, so let's give it a try. Alice, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. So my name is Alice Kendall, and I am with the Downtown Eastside Women's Centre, and I live in Vancouver, and I'm in support of this motion. I want to start just by acknowledging that I'm on the ancestral and unceded territories of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and recognize their resistance and struggle to maintain the lands. And I want to recognize and appreciate Councillor Bly for bringing this important motion forward. I'm the Executive Director at the Women's Centre and have had the privilege to work here for over 29 years. For those that aren't aware, Duke offers low-barrier drop-in centres, shelters, specialised services such as sexual assault response, victim services and advocacy, as well as skills development and cultural programming. We provide services to over 1,000 women each day, 7 days a week. So I speak as a person who is witnessing the abysmal lack of response from all levels of government and the wider systems to the many issues that women, particularly Indigenous women in their community, are forced to survive. The violence, homelessness, racism, poverty, and lack of access to health services are just a few. I was shocked and disheartened to hear Chief Rye earlier today state that sexual assaults are down 27% in the Downtown East Side. This is absolutely not correct, and in fact the opposite is true. As an organization who responds and supports women who have been assaulted, we know that during and since COVID, assaults on women continue to rise. It is in fact that women are not reporting the assaults to the VPD, which speaks again to a need to change the culture within the department. This statement, in fact, further supports the position that the women's equity strategy is necessary and a gender lens required to prevent further harm. I ask that you remember the City of Vancouver's Downtown East Side is known internationally as a community where a serial killer was able to act with no response from those in a position to change the outcome, and where the police ignored the reports time and time again. It is a community where young girls are exploited in full view of those charged to protect them, where women are raped on the streets as buses and cars go by, and where women and children are assaulted in shelters but where no one acts and there are no consequences for those that allow it to continue. Now, a time where vital services for women in the Downtown East Side have been closed or reduced, such as Pace and Wish, it is when the City of Vancouver must understand the impact and commit to the work that is needed, such as the Women's Equity Strategy. As the City of Vancouver undertakes its work, it is responsible to understand the consequences for women, who are 51% of the population. Just a couple of examples why women's equity strategy is important, and although it makes me unpopular when I say these things, SROs are one of the most dangerous places for women. Approximately 30% of the women who stay in our shelters have a room in an SRO, but they are not safe. If the city is investing into SROs, they have an obligation to ensure all the residents are safe. When tent cities pop up, women are the first to be harmed. It doesn't necessarily help to tear them down, but they need to make sure there's a place of safety for the women to go.
Alice, that's your time, but thanks.
Am I out of time? Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you. Yeah, thank you for speaking to council. Speaker number 3 is Shauna Short.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Shauna Short. I am Senior Manager of Advocacy and Government Relations at YWCA Metro Vancouver. I'm here today on behalf of the YWCA to express our support of the motion put forward by Councillor Bly regarding the Women's Equity Strategy, specifically to ensure continuity of the strategy given the closure of the Equity Office. YWCA Metro Vancouver operates throughout the region with our head office and numerous programs, including transitional housing and long-term affordable housing for women and children operating in the City of Vancouver, as well as childcare and numerous community and employment programs. Personally, I am not a resident of Vancouver. I live in neighboring Burnaby, but I am here today as a representative of the YWCA. I will keep my comments in support of this motion brief. As a long-standing gender equity organization, we see gender equity stagnating, and in some cases, even regressing. Concerning trends in women's safety and economic well-being are emerging alongside a noticeable deprioritization of women as a key population in government, policy, programming, and funding. We strongly encourage Council to continue showing leadership with respect to advancing gender equity. The priorities outlined in the strategy, applying an intersectional lens to city decision-making, addressing safety concerns and violence against women, increasing accessible quality childcare across the city, increasing safe and affordable housing for women, and women's representation and leadership in the city workforce all remain relevant and urgent priorities. As Council knows, a strategy is only as good as its implementation, and that's why the YWCA sees this as an important opportunity for Vancouver to reaffirm the city's commitment to gender equity through renewed accountability. In closing, I would like to thank you for having me speak today and to reiterate the YWCA's support of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Shauna. Speaker number 4 has withdrawn. Speaker number 5 is Iona Bonamis.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead, Iona.
Great, thank you. Hi, my name is Iona Bonami. I'm co-chair of Women Transforming Cities, a nonprofit organization that aims to radically shift social, economic, and political power to equity-deserving groups to reshape who cities are built by and for, and that our communities' needs are met and everyone can belong, participate, and thrive. And I'm speaking in support of this motion. The Women's Equity Strategy identified 5 priority areas that the city has influence on to impact women's full inclusion into the social, economic, and political life of our city, including women's safety in public spaces, affordable, quality child care, and affordable, accessible housing. At Women Transforming Cities, these are the same top issues and concerns we hear from our members as well as city residents that we work with. Nearly 1 in 2 women in BC has experienced some form of intimate partner violence since age 15. And in 2023, more than 2,000 incidents of sexual assault were reported in Vancouver, and we know that only 6% of sexual assaults are actually reported to the police. Many go unreported because survivors simply don't feel safe talking to the police. These are sobering stats, and it is vital that the city continue to make progress on these issues. In order to make progress, ongoing monitoring, reporting, and updates to the strategy are necessary. And yet, the last update that was provided to Council and the public was in early 2022, more than 3 years ago. I therefore hope you will support this motion and direct staff to work with the Women's Advisory Committee to review what work has been done and what work still needs to be done. I would also be interested in knowing what impact the Zero Means Zero property tax proposal will have on the implementation of previously identified actions, recognizing that significant cuts to staff resources and city services are likely coming as a result of the proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, that's the end of the speakers list. Thank you everyone for speaking to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Committee members, is there any discussion? I saw Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Kirby-Young, please go ahead in the discussion right now.
Thanks.
Oh, okay. Anyone else? Okay, Councillor Bly.
I just want to thank the speakers for calling in and speaking to the motion and hope for the support of council.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Maloney.
Thanks. Thank you to Councillor Bly for moving this motion and for the speakers who called in. I think this motion's timely and important. I think that it emphasises the ongoing need to address the inequities faced by women, particularly those who are Indigenous, racialised, 2S LGBTQIA+, or living on low incomes. And I think the overall goal is a very important one to ensure that the city maintains its commitment to gender equity and continues to measure progress on the strategy's objectives. So I'll be voting in support.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, sorry, I'm collecting my thoughts again. My brain's at that point of the afternoon, it's a bit tired. Can I ask a question through you, Chair, to staff? Just clarification?
Sure, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just looking for clarification on how the timing of this work and how it sinks in with respects to planned updates coming back to council on the strategy. I know this one's asking in 2026 in Q1, and what is it that we are getting back, and when are we getting that back around this piece of work separate from the motion? I'm just trying to bring those together.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. So what staff currently have planned right now is as an update to council on the implementation of the equity framework, and there is reference to the women's equity strategy and implementation in that memo. However, should this motion pass, what we'll do is we'll build that out more, and of course go talk to the women's equity, so the women's advisory committee to speak about that. So we can certainly accommodate this. Q1 might be a bit challenging if we have to. Q1 might be a bit challenging given everything we have going on, but we could certainly work to that aspirationally.
Okay, but you can connect it into the work and the update that's happening, so those pieces are synchronized.
Yes.
For maximum impact. Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Okay, Councillor Bly.
Actually, I as a holdover, you can take me off the queue.
Okay, thanks. All right, seeing no one else on the queue, I'm going to call the vote. So, Council, please register your vote on the voting panel.
Chair, clerks, can I get a vote assist in favor, please?
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Fry, yeah, noted.
Yeah, thank you.
Chair, can I get a vote assist in favor? It's Councillor Dominato.
Yeah, Councillor Dominato, noted.
Thank you.
Yeah, so clerk, we need to change Councillor Dominato's vote. Okay, perfect. Thank you. The motion passed unanimously. As you can see the vote on the voting on the bigger screen. Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, thanks. We finished item motion 2. The next item is the motion 3, advancing gender-based violence prevention strategy. It is moved and introduced by Councillor Bly. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, Councillor Bly, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Yeah, please add yourself. Okay, perfect. Go ahead.
So thank you very much, Chair. And I am bringing forward advancing a gender-based violence prevention strategy motion distinct from the women's equity, although the work itself is embedded as one of the commitments within the women's equity strategy. In terms of the public safety crisis that it is. Gender-based violence is by definition as harm or abuse rooted in gender identity or expression. It can be physical, sexual, emotional, or psychological, and it affects women and gender diverse people in every part of our community. While we are talking about a decrease in violent crimes, what we know is that there has been a dramatic increase in violent crimes against women. 34 women have been killed by intimate partner violence in BC since 2024. So this is both a public safety crisis and a human crisis that demands coordinated action. And we know that public safety is not just about enforcement, but public safety, which is a priority and an imperative of us as a local government, includes prevention, care, and dignity. I just want to acknowledge and honor those lost by just recognizing the families and the victims and their loved ones who have been just absolutely devastated by this crisis. So preventing violence requires collaboration across governments, community partners, and residents. The federal government has committed to fund programs through WAGE, Women and Gender Equity, the federal body, and these are gender-based violence programs. This is about meeting the moment that we're at and saying as a order of government and also the tone of this particular council that public safety is of the utmost importance means recognizing that putting action behind those words is what really makes the difference for the people that we want to serve by forwarding this work. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Maloney. Okay, we will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Public speakers should, whether they are in support or in opposition of this recommendation, and may only speak once. And I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the speakers list. But before doing that, I'm looking at the time. I need a motion to extend this meeting just in case. Finished business. Okay, seconder? Both meetings. Yes, for both meetings, Councillor Montague. Okay. Yeah, and we need a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Meisner. All those in favor say yeah. Opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries. All right, our first public body's representative speaker is Ali Lawson. Ali?
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Ellie Lawson. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm honored to speak to you again in my role as co-chair of the City of Vancouver's Women Advisory Committee, and on behalf of members that are joining online as well. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this motion under consideration today to advance a gender-based violence prevention strategy. Since November 2024, the Women's Advisory Committee has passed 9 motions related to gender-based violence and intimate partner violence. In her 2025 independent systematic review, Dr. Kim Stanton found that 37% of women and girls over 15 in BC have been sexually assaulted. The Canadian Femicide Observatory reported that in the last year, 187 girls and women were killed in Canada for their gender. The Red Women's Rising report illustrated that Indigenous women and girls are 24% of homicide victims. In the last 6 months, the public has heard horrible reports of men's violence against women, including sexual assault on the 99B line, choking in a Stanley Park bathroom, sexual assault with a weapon against a person under 16 in South Vancouver, and September's horrific murder of 3 women in East Vancouver. This issue spans all of Vancouver. Violence against women and girls is an epidemic in Canada, it's an epidemic in British Columbia, and it is an epidemic in the city of Vancouver. This council prioritizes 9 strategic objectives, including safety and security, a city that is healthy, inclusive, and equitable, and a city that is advancing reconciliation. Additionally, the Women's Equity Strategy commits City Hall to increase women's sense of safety in Vancouver. To date, the City of Vancouver has not sufficiently funded mitigation efforts to its fullest that it could be. It is then imperative that City Council passes this motion and immediately invests in long-term, community-based and survivor-centered prevention efforts and partnerships. The women of Vancouver depend on your thoughtful, sufficient, evidence-based allocation of resources to bring it to life. This requires you to work alongside frontline organizations and that prevent violence and reduce barriers of women and girls, and also to empower them. Passing this motion is one step towards that future and a safer future. Please have the courage to talk about this issue out loud and pursue proven solutions beyond responding to harm once a girl has been assaulted or a woman has been killed by her former partner. Council's investment can move the needle and end this epidemic. This is an urgent issue. Please do honorable work and collaborate with your colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Right on time. Thanks, Ali. The speaker number 1 is Florence Lee.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Florence Lee. I'm a resident of Vancouver and the Education Coordinator at Women Transforming Cities, or WTC, and I'm here to speak in support of this motion. In my role at WTC, I deliver educational content and support residents in understanding how their local government can improve their lives. We consistently hear that residents need to see more action from their city councillors to prevent gender-based violence. This council has talked a lot about public safety, but words don't bring us any closer to the services and housing we need to actually be safe. And we often hear that women and gender-diverse residents aren't seeing their needs reflected in the current approach to public safety. The path forward must be shaped in partnership with survivors, and this motion is the first step. Outside of my work, I'm a volunteer at the Battered Women Support Services, or BWSS. The BWSS Crisis Line provides immediate short-term help in the form of emotional support and practical assistance for survivors in crisis to hundreds of survivors per week, mostly in the Lower Mainland. During our training, we're often reminded that it takes an average of 7 tries before a survivor is finally able to leave her abuser. While Crisis Line volunteers and support workers help survivors navigate the intricate web of resources, it becomes evident why the statistic rings true. Support sometimes looks like calling every single transition house in the city to ask if there's a bed for a woman and her child, while making an appointment with a legal advocate as she prepares to make a police statement, all while she continues to navigate the exorbitant costs of finding housing, food, and mental health supports. Instead of existing in silos and requiring survivors to figure this out on their own at a time of crisis, we need a coordinated response from the government that fits Vancouver's unique local context. Gender-based violence takes place in every neighborhood in this city, and Vancouver has a unique relationship to this crisis. The high cost of housing and food here leads to precarity, meaning that many people are forced to stay in unsafe situations. Vancouver has also been a hot spot for missing and murdered Indigenous women and has historically not done enough to prevent this. We know that you're already aware of this, as Vibrant Vancouver, your strategic priorities for this term included responding to the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls crisis and advancing gender safety initiatives as key priorities. We need a Vancouver approach to this crisis, and this motion is asking you to set the table, to bring people together and have intentional conversations about what Vancouver can do in collaboration with anti-violence organizations, Indigenous groups, and senior governments. This is the coordinated response we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Florence. Speaker number 2 is Alice Kendall.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. So yes, I know I just already spoke, but my name is Alice Kendall and I live in Vancouver and I'm in support of this motion. And I am the Executive Director at the Downtown Eastside Women's Centre. And while I already spoke to ensuring the continuity of the women's equity strategy following the closure of the Equity Office, I want to speak briefly to this motion. Within the backdrop that I already mentioned previously, where the City of Vancouver's Downtown Eastside is where more than one serial killer has been able to act, where young girls are exploited and killed, and where women are raped on the street and in co-ed shelters. But I want to highlight that these realities for women are not historical. A couple days ago, staff at Duke worked with a woman who had been sexually assaulted that morning. She was supported in getting to the hospital for care, but then was released. She came back that afternoon having been sexually assaulted again. I can go on, but I think you know that such violence is allowed to continue and how the various systems fail to protect those that are most vulnerable. Establishing a gender-based violence prevention task force demonstrates that the City of Vancouver is concerned, it recognizes the harm that has been done and is able to continue, wants to ensure it is acting on accurate information, all while stepping up to facilitate the necessary change. In the room where you are women, you have grandmothers, you have sisters, you have mothers and nieces, all of whom want to be safe, but you also understand the many risks that they face. This is your opportunity to act and push an agenda towards preventing violence for them and equally all women in the City of Vancouver. Again, the work has already been done through national, provincial inquiries and commissions, and it doesn't require another report or list of recommendations. It requires a commitment to the 51% of the population in this city that their lives, their well-being is important and deserves that those who are charged to take action do so responsibly and with the intention that is needed. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Alice. Okay, speaker number 3 is Angela Marie McDougall. Angela?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mayor and Council, Angela Marie McDougall, Executive Director of Battered Women's Support Services, here to speak in support of this motion. And I live in Vancouver, born and raised. And today we're not simply voting on a motion. We are actually writing a line in the history of this city. Battered Women's Support Services started in 1979 with the intention of ending violence against women and gender-based violence. And we know that the city safety systems, really meet real life. And last year, more than 45,000 requests for support came to us. We see the gaps in real time. We know where lives fall through and where safety holds. When we say that the system is straining, it is because women are still entrusting us with their safety at the most dangerous moment of their lives. We're not observers. We're on the front line of the public safety crisis for women in this city. It was deeply troubling to hear an inaccurate characterization made by the chief of Vancouver Police Department around sexual assault as declining. And it's important for us to keep in mind that 14 women have been killed in Vancouver since last November. Their names are not here, but their absence is, and it should fill the room more than any debate on the issue of violence against women and gender-based violence, because the city is not defined by its skyline or its slogans, but by who feels safe to live, walk, work, dream, and grow here. And today, we ask plainly and without hesitation whether the women and girls in Vancouver will inherit a city that protects them or a city that asks them to carry their safety alone. Because we're not just seeing a rise in violence. As I said before, we are watching a rollback of the protections women have fought for across generations. And for those of you in this chamber and in our city, if these realities feel distant, that is a privilege. It's a privilege, but not an absence of the problem. The measure of leadership is whether we protect people whose experiences are not our own. This is your moment to stand with those victims and survivors, not because you live this danger, but because you refuse to ignore it. And to the women and girls of Vancouver, you are not an afterthought. Your life is not negotiable. Your future is not optional. We will keep building safety as infrastructure with or without a formal mandate, with or without unanimous consent here today, with or without the political courage in this room today. And to every girl walking home today who does not know that this vote is happening, may she inherit a city that fought for her even when and if a vote is lost, because we do not need all the votes to move history. We need only those willing to stand when it's hardest to stand. So thank you for your care and attention. And we are here certainly for more than promises. We are here to provide a future that can be free of violence for women and girls in Vancouver.
Thank you, Angela.
you.
Thank you. Speaker number 4 is Irene Arnold.
Erin Arnold. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I am in support of advancing a gender-based violence prevention strategy. I've worked for various ministries since 1998, including the Attorney General, Public Safety and Solicitor General, Children and Family Development, and Public Service Agency of BC. I hold a graduate degree in leadership, a graduate certificate in complex trauma and child abuse intervention, an undergraduate degree in child and youth care counseling, and over 25 years of facilitation, victim services, and trauma-based work experience. I have managed multi-year government contracts, organized and executed large public events, and assisted in drafting public policy on various progressive issues. I am currently a patient educator at UBC. I used to be on the City Women's Advisory Committee, and I support the work on this motion advancing a gender-based violence prevention strategy. I've been firsthand on that committee and have seen the important work that they do to work with the city collaboratively and the community feel engagement with that work. I am a mother. I am a survivor of gender-based violence. I am a social justice advocate because I am a survivor. With both my lived experience and professional experience, I feel the impact of this motion would be very profound for survivors and for those who may potentially be at risk. With 34 women having been killed in British Columbia since August 2024 as a result of intimate partner violence, we need to broaden our concerns on gender-based violence and equity. We need to work across municipalities and community partners to develop immediate solutions. Our community members, including those most isolated, are relying on us to take a stand. That includes women, particularly Indigenous, racialized, and low-income women, experience disproportionate levels of violence, housing insecurity, and economic marginalization. Creating awareness about the 2025 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence would assist us in sharing resources to our city and support those affected by it. Stigma is a major barrier in community members helping others and experiencing intimate partner violence from seeking assistance. As a survivor, I do believe the city taking a stand on this vital issue sends a clear message to our city. Establishing a gender-based violence prevention task force is another key step in ensuring all partners can collaborate together on life and death matters facing our city. This next step of developing the recommendations for the City of Vancouver gender-based violence prevention strategy will assist in preventing further violence, intimidation, and death of our community members. I hope you consider this critical motion for our city and vote in favor of the motion. Please be leaders we need. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Irene. Speaker number 5 is Shauna Short. Shauna?
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Shauna Short. I'm Senior Manager of Advocacy and Government Relations at YWCA Metro Vancouver. As mentioned when I spoke to the other motion, I'm not a resident of the city, but I am here on behalf of the YWCA, which operates across the city. I'm here to express the support of YWCA Metro Vancouver for the motion put forward by Councillor Bly regarding a gender-based violence prevention strategy for the city. The YWCA is one of the largest and oldest gender equity organizations in the city. We operate both long-term and transitional housing for women and children who have experienced domestic violence, and we are seeing concerning trends in women's safety and gender-based violence in our communities. Once again, I will keep my comments in support of this motion brief. Ending gender-based violence is one of the most urgent policy priorities for the YWCA. It is a social, economic, safety, and public health crisis that demands an immediate and sustained society-wide response. Alarmingly, 48% of women in BC have experienced some form of intimate partner violence since the age of 15. These rates are even higher for Indigenous women and members of the 2S LGBTQI+ community. The impacts of gender-based violence are profound and far-reaching, with long-term physical, emotional, and economic consequences that span generations. At the YWCA, we see the increase in gender-based violence and femicides as part of a broader backlash against women's rights and gender equality. When progress on gender rights is threatened or rolled back, violence against women and gender-diverse people rises. These trends demand urgent action and a commitment to ending gender-based violence. Gender-based violence is not an individual matter between two people. It is a pervasive and widespread systemic issue. We strongly encourage Council to show leadership and resolve in ending gender-based violence through a coordinated citywide approach that ensures safety, prevention, and support for survivors. If this motion is approved, the YWCA would welcome the opportunity to collaborate and support the city to advance this important work. Thank you once again for allowing the YWCA to speak to this important motion.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 6 has withdrawn. Speaker number 7 is Kara Ng.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead, Kara.
Oh, hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Kara Ng. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm here to express my support for Councillor Bly's motion advancing a gender-based violence prevention strategy. I wanted to say a few quick things about my personal experience and vulnerability to gender-based violence. Thankfully, I've never been on the receiving end of it, and that is in no small part because of the tireless feminist organizing by many. However, there are other factors at play. I'm housing secure, have relative job security, and a decent amount of social capital that I could lean on if I were ever in trouble. And while it's true that these factors don't make me immune to violence, they do offer some level of protection. As part of my work as a substance use researcher, I spend a lot of time interviewing women, trans women, two-spirit, and gender-diverse people affected by the overdose crisis, whose circumstances are far less secure than my own. Their experiences don't often make the headlines and don't tend to be part of the public conversation. It's why today I wanted to highlight some of the very important research being undertaken by my colleagues, led by UBC Professor Jade Boyd, on how the overdose crisis impacts women. Over the course of over 150 interviews with women who use drugs, many of whom live in Vancouver, what they found is that women are reporting an increase in gender-based violence since the pandemic. They found that this violence is made worse by the presence of unexpected benzodiazepines in the drug supply, which is causing extended blackouts and putting them at higher risk of sexual violence and assault. This violence is made worse by a shortage of low-income supportive housing options. This violence is made worse by the closure of social services that are sensitive to gender, like WISH and PACE Society. Some women are even choosing to use a loan in order to avoid the threat of violence, putting them at greater risk of overdose and death. I imagine this is an impossible choice, but women are having to prioritize their safety from violence over possible overdose and dying. As elected representatives, I would implore you not to look away from these stories, as dark and excruciating as they are. Voting in favor of this gender-based violence prevention strategy would signal that you stand with all victims of gender-based violence, each and every one of them, including those whose suffering doesn't often make the headline. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Kara. All right, with number 8 has withdrawn. That's the end of the speakers list. Thank you, everyone, for speaking to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Committee members, is there any discussion? Councilor Maloney.
Thank you. I wanted to again thank Councillor Bly for moving this motion and for to all the callers for your very moving presentations. I'm sorry for your suffering. I will be voting in support of this very important motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else? Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I'll just offer a few remarks in closing, seeing no one else on the queue. So I just want to thank Council for hearing
Sorry,
this.
sorry. I am trying to get on the queue and I'm having a bit of difficulty.
Yeah,
Oh, I
noted,
see
Councillor Fry.
Councillor Fry has an amendment. I'm happy to pause for a second and allow Councillor Fry to move an amendment.
Okay, sure. Yeah, okay.
Thank-
I'll come back to you, Councillor
Thank
Bly.
you,
Councillor Fry, please go
Councillor.
ahead.
Yes, and yes, very appreciative of Councillor Bly for bringing this forward, and to the speakers for sharing and testifying. And want to acknowledge that it is. Apologies, I'm with a dog. I don't know if you can hear that, but anyway, I want to acknowledge unpacking some of that trauma can be really difficult for folks to speak to and to listen to. I do have what I hope is a friendly amendment that I'm submitting, and I'm just going to throw it out right now. I'm sorry, I just got in the door. And
Councillor Fry, sorry, I need to move you to the amendment queue.
Thank you.
Okay, can we add Councillor Fry there, Clerk? And then we can advance Councillor Fry. Okay, there we go. Please go ahead.
Yeah, and this is a rather simple amendment reflecting the report back we're expecting from staff, and that's to include updates on sex worker safety and the UN's Safe Cities work. And I know that this is an undertaking that have variously been discussed by the Equity Committee and by staff as well. And I think it's an important piece that needs to also inform some of this conversation because of, in particular, as we are anticipating FIFA coming, we know that often does unfortunately result in harms to sex workers and gendered violence, and just want to have that included in the report back if possible.
We need a seconder for this. Second by Councillor Bly. Okay, any discussion? Oh, Councillor Bly, there we go.
Thank you. I can just speak very briefly and appreciate Councillor Fry's amendment. I'm reading it in front of me here to include this work. It's incredibly important, and it's certainly part of the broader approach, intention, and strategy. So thanks to Councillor Fry for bringing it forward. Happy to support.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, just make sure we have the quorum. Okay, no one else on the queue? We're gonna go to the vote. Now we are voting for the Councillor Fry's amendment. Everyone, please register your vote.
Chair, can I have a vote assist in favor, please?
Yeah. Councillor Fry, vote in favor, please. And Councillor Klaassen, Councillor Meisner, Councillor Dominado. I thought Councillor Meisner and Dominado, they were online. Okay. All right, the amendment. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Dominado, please turn on your camera so we can have your vote casted.
My camera's been on, Chair,
Okay.
the whole time. Thanks.
No. Oh, you haven't voted yet, Councillor Dominado. If you need a vote assisted.
I think I just wasn't heard. I did seek a vote assist in favor of the amendment to the motion.
Okay. Yeah, Councillor Dominado is voting in favor of the amendment. Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. This amendment passed unanimously. Okay, back to the main queue. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. I know it's been a long day for everyone, and again, I just want to obviously thank Councillor Bly for bringing this forward, for the Equity Committee for doing this work, and for the speakers for having the courage to speak about some of this and unpacking some traumatic stuff. So,
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Bly, do you want to close your motion? Okay, please go ahead.
Thanks very much. And yes, thank you to colleagues who have already spoken in support and to council for hearing this motion today. Also, thank you very much to all those who spoke so clearly and courageously on your work as advocates, frontline services, and victims of gender-based violence. I really just want to share that this motion comes from a place of deep concern and hope, and it's also very much part of the Women's Equity Strategy. I want to thank the work. I think our representative from the Women's Advisory Committee said 9 motions have been passed at that level on gender-based violence. So we have to recognize that gender-based violence is not an abstract policy issue. It's something that affects people in every community, every neighborhood, and too often it is invisible until it's too late. We've heard from survivors today. I've heard from survivors personally, from service providers, and from people who simply want to know their city is doing everything it can to prevent harm before it happens. And that's what this motion is about. It's taking responsibility as a city to lead with compassion and awareness and coordinated action. And I'll note that I have become more aware of and the work that is happening in the region and other municipalities in the region. So I think there is an opportunity to coordinate and learn from one another's efforts. Again, just a sincere thank you to all those who shared their stories, and often at great personal cost, to the community organizations that have carried this work for years. And with this motion, what we're saying clearly is that Vancouver can and must be a city where everyone feels safe in their homes, on our streets, and their relationships. And I just want to point out that there are some real highlights here, and I recognize that there has been recognition of October as Intimate Partner Violence Awareness Month. There is, I think it's just really important to thread that work with this work, but also recognizing that gender-based violence and the frontline services that support victims in community, police are not always involved, and we heard that from speakers, and I cannot underscore that point enough, that we depend on crime stats sort of as a general tool, but they don't reflect the reality of this crisis. And again, until it's too late, we learn that later. And so we have to really make sure that this work is distinct, that we involve the Women's Advisory Committee as a resource, that we connect with them on all matters related to this work, and that we involve them in how we bring it forward in terms of policy and actions that the city can take, because they're focusing on this work as volunteers, as part of this advisory committee every single month, and they're engaging with folks in the community. So I think this is a new day to reignite this work and the energy behind this work and the commitment of this council to advance it as a priority. And recognizing that we're going into a very difficult budget season, you'll note that the motion is asking for a report back as part of the recommendations on budgetary needs. And I do hope that we can get that report back as soon as possible. And we're identifying the work that needs to be done and how we can cost that as a priority, as a public safety issue that we're facing in our city today. So I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Okay, seeing no one else on the queue, I'm going to call the vote. Kirk, can you take us to the voting screen, and committee members, please register your vote.
Chair, it's Councillor Dominato. Can I get a vote assist in favor, please?
Yeah, noted. Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor
Thank you.
Fry, is there or not?
Yes, also
Okay.
vote assist in favor, please.
Thank you.
Can I also have a vote assist in favour? I don't know what's happened to my...
Okay, noted. Oh, okay. Okay, do we need to take a recess or all good? Okay, perfect. Yeah, we got everyone voting assist. Okay, please register your vote. Okay, the motion passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so we have finished the last motion here. The standing committee portion of this meeting is now complete. we will not convene in council with Mayor Sims not here, with, I guess, Deputy Mayor Kirby. Oh, Acting Mayor Dominado, okay. But
Yeah. Yes, Chair. I'm acting mayor, but given I'm working remotely, I'd like to suggest that Deputy Mayor Klassen chair this portion of the meeting.
thank you, Councilor Dominado. Okay, let me read my script. Deputy Mayor is Councilor Kirby Young, not Councilor Klassen. Councilor
Okay, my
Dominado.
apologies.
Oh, all right, let's roll. Okay. We will now convene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councillor Kirby Young in the chair. Mayor Sim is on a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly. Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Klassen. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Meisner is on a leave of absence from 1 p.m. onwards. Councillor Joe.
Present.
Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney.
Present.
This meeting has quorum. Deputy Mayor Kirby Young.
Thank you, clerks. We now need a motion to adopt the committee's recommendations for reports 1 through 7 and council members' motions 1, 2, 3. So moved and seconded. Sorry, moved by Councillor Montague, seconded by Councillor Orr's hand first. Noting for everybody that reports 3, 4, 6, and 8. Sorry, 3, 4, and 6 require 8 affirmative votes, and I'm just verifying with the clerk that we do have 8 councillors before we take the vote, including online. Okay, great. All in favor, we'll try a verbal. Are there any opposed? Hearing none. We'll move on to unfinished business. Oh, yes, we have unfinished business. We have the referral report from the Downtown Eastside Housing Implementation Amendments, the FC1 District in the Zoning and Development Bylaw, and the Downtown Eastside Oppenheimer District Official Development Plan Bylaw to accelerate SRO replacement and increase social housing. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anybody have one? Taking a moment. Okay, seeing none. This does not have a presentation because it is a referral report. There is an opportunity now, because this item was pulled, for council to ask questions if you do have them. Councillors have questions, please put yourself on the queue. Okay, I see we have 2 councillors. I'm going to advance Councillor Bly first.
Great, thank you. I just am noticing we have a very empty chamber, so I'm not sure if probably want some staff or legal or.
We're just waiting for staff to arrive. I don't know if it's.
Would you like us to
maybe
take a
take a brief moment? Yeah, thank you.
we take 2 minutes, do you think would suffice? Okay, let's take 2 minutes and then we can reassess at that point if we need to. So we'll come back at 5:14. All right, council, I'm going to call everybody back. We now have the requisite staff here from planning to assist us. We are on the referral report downtown Eastside housing implementation that I mentioned that was held by a councillor. Just recapping of time for councillor questions, and I have Councillor Bly first on the queue. Go ahead, Councillor Bly. You want to work? Can you work the mic? Can the clerks work the mics? Thank you. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. So this is in regards to the referral report, the Downtown Eastside Housing Implementation Amendments that were part of the Uplift Downtown Eastside motion. My question, and I understand the questions we're allowed to ask in this part of the process, which of course is the referral report, but I wonder if staff can clarify where the direction from the motion all the way to referral, like how that process works, because it's not clear. The motion asked her to explore options and report back to council on options, and now we've got what looks like a development rezoning proposal, which it's like it skipped a step. And so if I use the language of Metro, for example, we have first reading, second reading, third reading. It looks to me like we've skipped first and second reading and gone right to rezoning, which I'm not clear about why that has happened.
Okay, Edna Cho, Senior Planner, Housing Policy in PDS. Thanks for the question. So in terms of the motion, we looked at, there were lots of different directions in the motion, and we looked at the motions related to the direction to look at exploring the changes to social housing, as well as changes to the DOD to increase social housing. And when we looked at those two specific motions, what they required was a zoning change. And so we determined that the most straightforward and practical way to bring that forward to council was through a referral report to public hearing.
Okay, but the direction was not the most straightforward and practical way. The motion was to explore options. And so I'm still not hearing, I know interpretation is everything, but that seems like quite a leap from the direction in the motion.
So we're bringing forward what we feel is the option to make those changes to council. And we can, and at public hearing, council still has the opportunity to, accept it, reject it, or make changes to parts of the recommendations.
I understand how the public hearing works in terms of our role. Why didn't we just bring it to a public meeting that makes it much easier to engage? For example, there's a public discussion on these changes. If this gets referred today, councillors cannot join that public discussion. There can be no discourse in the public related to these changes because of how it's been brought forward, and that has been entirely in what I understand to be staff's sort of unreserved decision, which seems like it's just outside of what the direction was of council.
I think there's different ways that staff can bring back direction from a motion to be dealt with at council, and certainly we can bring back policy reports, which you saw today at council. There are definitely parts of the motion that are policy-based, so those were brought back through a policy report. These ones were zoning changes, so we brought these back through public hearing, through referral to public hearing, and we did a lot of analytical work as well as public engagement to explore those options to be brought forward. And this is something that we have done in the past. Not all zoning changes we bring back with policy reports. We do in some cases, but we've done a number of initiatives where we bring a referral report and all of that gets debated at public hearing.
But since this was a council-directed motion, it was a councilor's directed motion as the councilor that brought it forward, and it was unanimously supported by council. I do feel like there has been a huge misstep, and I say, Edna, you're fabulous, great work. It's
Counselor?
not personal.
Counselor, can I get a mic, please? Sorry, Counselor, that is your time.
Oh, that is my time.
Unfortunately.
But that is the rationale for
Sorry,
my vote.
Counselor, we do need to limit to questions and not opinion, and I think those have been asked, so thank you very much. Counselor Fry, you are up next.
Thanks, Chair. First off, I see on the online published agenda, there's a notation that appendices A and D were updated on November 3rd. There's no red line, and I don't recall seeing any kind of memo. Can somebody explain what those updates to the two appendices were?
There were slight alterations in the bylaw changes related to how we describe the boundaries in the downtown east side. So it was just just a slight error in the drafting that we caught before bringing it forward.
So not a material change. Is what
No,
you're saying.
absolutely not. Like it still follows the same boundaries. It's just we just missed that when we brought forward the amending bylaws.
Okay. I appreciate that. What I am struggling with, and is that independent of that, and I appreciate that a lot of work has gone into this, but what I'm not seeing anywhere in this report is any kind of housing needs assessment, any housing data,
Counselor Fry, because
Yeah.
we're dealing with a referral report, it's fair game to ask
familiar with
questions about procedure. But if we're going to discuss the substance of the content of the report, then I think we need to reserve that for public hearing. And I'll look for staff's guidance or confirmation on that if planning staff.
I'll
But
get
I think we're
staff's
getting into
opinion
that.
on that. But I think that what I'm asking,
Counselor
I'm-
Fry,
what
I
I'm
think-
asking,
Counselor Fry, just a moment. I think we're getting into that. So I'm going to take a second. We can pause your time. And I'm just going to look for guidance from staff on that as to whether or not that's getting into the substance. And we'll pause your time so that that's not taken away.
We can provide detailed responses at the public hearing about how this proposal responds to housing needs. And certainly there is targets, 10 and 30-year targets that were part of the Downtown East Side Plan, so we can answer those questions at public hearing. As well, the city has done extensive work on housing needs at a citywide level as part of the 2024 update, housing refresh update on housing needs, so we can bring that to council as well.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Fry, do you want to continue?
yeah, my issue is that they're not included in this referral report, and having been through, like you, Councillor Kirby-Yung, a number of referral reports where we include
Councillor
that
Fry,
sort of data.
I'm just going to
I think
clarify
this
where
is
we're at.
incomplete, and I'm gonna.
If I can just clarify
I'm-
where we're at in the process, we're asking questions now. Once the referral report, if it is moved and
Right.
seconded, then we'll have time for discussion. That would be the appropriate time for you to lodge your comments, if that's okay. So I'm going to just
Right.
ask, do
Okay.
you have
So
any
is
furder
this
questions at this point?
is this then? Why has this report not included any housing data, any social impact assessment, any housing needs assessment? There's no substantive data in this report, and I'm wondering why it's not included, because it does seem to be otherwise standard practice on a significant area-wide rezoning.
So the direction in the motion was to ask staff to explore changing the definition of social housing and bringing changes to increase social housing in the DOD, and as well as to accelerate SRA replacement. So that's what this report addresses. As part of the housing needs in the Downtown East Side, again, that's in the Downtown East Side plan as part of that work, and we can bring those answers or discuss that at the public hearing.
Okay, I'll make my comments separately, and we'll move to refer this back before we bring it to public hearing.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Orr, you have the floor.
In the process leading up to the referral of this report, was the Japanese community consulted with, specifically the Japanese community, about their land that was taken from them in that area?
So in our stakeholder consultations and the public information, we sent out invitations to all of the stakeholders in the area, and that included the Powell Street Festival and the Japanese Language Hall as well. We sent a notification to all the landowners in the area, inviting them to our public events as well as to their own survey.
Okay, the landowners, but they wouldn't have the land because it was taken from them. But okay, in the process leading up to the referral of this report, what was the Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Council consulted?
The Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Council.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe that was one of the stakeholders that we notified, but we did notify Indigenous-led organizations operating in the downtown east side, and some of those engaged in our one-on-one and virtual engagement sessions with our community serving groups. We also held an urban Indigenous session, like a separate one, and it was our planning department's first dedicated engagement with the urban Indigenous community. We had over almost 50 Indigenous participants, including elders, youth, SRO tenants, downtown east side residents, as well as others with strong neighborhood ties that did not live in the downtown east side anymore. So we did hold that event, and we did an extensive engagement to try to make sure that people were notified, as well as offered stipends and to ensure that people can attend the event.
Thanks. In the process leading up to this referral, was it ever thought to pause in order to hear from Larry Campbell's report? I know it says that there should be consultation with the province. Was there ever thought given to that?
So we did consult with the province. We met with the BC Housing's operations team. We met with some staff at BC Housing as well. So we did consult with those folks during the spring of this year. In terms of Larry Campbell, we understand his mandate is to act as a special advisor to the province with specific tasks to engage government and non-government sectors for the purpose of aligning downtown east side activities to provincial programs and approaches. And we understand his role is to facilitate collaboration with different levels of government. So we think that that assignment doesn't contradict the recommendations in the report because, as we understand it, he's not making recommendations on zoning changes.
Thank you. That's Councillor
My
Orr's
timer started at 2:37. I don't know why.
Oh,
But it's fine.
sorry. Can you? Sorry, my time has also been hidden. Thanks for that. Do you want to go ahead and finish your response?
Sorry. So we don't believe his assignment would contradict the recommendations in our report because he's not recommending zoning or funding changes. And I guess I would just say that one of the directions in the motion was to direct staff to look at aligning the social housing definition with senior government provincial requirements, so we can answer that more fully at the public hearing.
That's all, Councillor Orr? Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Klassen, go ahead.
Chair, I'm just going to move the recommendation to refer to public hearing.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Okay, moved by Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Joe. There is an opportunity for council for any discussion, and if there is any, put yourself on. I see we have councillors going on. And I see... Sorry, are we just moving queues now? Okay, give us a second. And if councillors can please put themselves back on. Okay, I see Councillor Fry. Go ahead, please. Oh, clerks, can you clarify what's going on? I'm seeing the queue light up and then names disappear. Oh, I see. Okay, so Councillor Fry is still there. I'm still seeing Councillor Fry. Is that right? Okay, go ahead, please, Councillor Fry.
Thank you. So I've submitted an amendment to refer this Downtown Eastside Housing Implementation and Amendments report back to staff to report back with an inclusion of current area-specific housing needs, incomes, vulnerabilities, and social impact assessment. I did sit on the original Downtown Eastside Local Area Plan where these kind of significant rezonings was first contemplated, and that item, when referred to public hearing, included a significant amount of data. And this is not to discount the work that staff have put into this, but I think that in the absence of any itemization of, say, the number of unhoused individuals, the current incomes of residents in the neighborhood. This is treating this as something like a grayfield site, which it is most certainly not. And I think that in order to have a true public hearing on a referral report, this needs a bit more data included so that we can refer this to a public hearing with full confidence that the public will be commenting on a fulsome package rather than an incomplete.
Okay, so we have a refer back motion moved by Councillor Fry, seconded by Councillor Bly. I'm going to take the opportunity before we do anything further to ask planning staff, because I know we're dealing with a somewhat different process with a public hearing and a consultation process that's happened based on the substance of the direction that was given. Can planning staff comment on if, sort of if this is in, I don't say in order, so to speak, but congruent with our public hearing processes, or is this considered new direction? And do you need time to answer that question, or do you feel you can answer it now, or do you want us to take a quick recess?
Sorry. So the question is whether or not the ask is congruent with other public hearing referrals?
I'm saying in a public hearing process, normally the threshold is for whether or not council to determine whether or not it has met our standards for notification, right? For all of those appropriate processes. Does this fall within that, or does it stray outside because it's giving you direction?
In terms of the housing needs reports, Go ahead. We haven't been asked to supply housing needs report in terms of a specific, public rezoning to like a referral to public hearing on other changes such as this. So I think that.
I think perhaps Josh might want to weigh in and augment that response.
Yeah, I think this would fall outside the normal course of what we would require for a referral to a public hearing, the type of information. We certainly would not be able to provide something like a social impact assessment within any kind of short period of time. In order to refer back to public hearing, it would take us some time to assess how much work that would require to bring it back to public.
Okay, I'm going to call a 2-minute recess to confer with staff, just because I want to make sure that we stay really within what council's supposed to stay within on the considerations for referring this report versus giving separate direction, and I want to make sure that we're very clear. So let's take 3 minutes. We'll come back at 5:38, and I'll just give staff a chance to review that.
We couldn't
Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody, for your patience. Welcome back, council. I'm going to ask staff to respond to that question.
Sure, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, having conferred in the background here, the referral motion and the constituent elements it asks for, we've determined are lawful to ask for. However, practically, in terms of being able to bring that information back with a new referral to public hearing, would require a fairly significant time delay with no budget and no work plan to arrive at the information that's being requested.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. I just wanted to make sure we're procedurally on task. Anything further? Sorry, I have a very weird cue here. Anything further on that, Councillor Fry? Are you still on? Thank you. No?
Sure. I mean, I would
Is
I
Councillor?
would make. Oh, sorry,
Oh,
can you hear
Councillor
me?
Fry is not. I see you're not on the queue. I'm sorry. I have a. It's actually Councillor Orr at the moment. Sorry, I have a queue that's
Oh.
not readable. But by all means, put yourself back on. Councillor Orr, do you have anything further? Sorry, I'm just following. I'm sorry, this is not a team sport chairing the meeting. Can we just let the clerks confirm, because my queue shows Councillor Orr right now. So let's just get clarification. Yes? Councillor Orr, are you on the queue? Do you have something? Okay, well, you are next.
Chair, I may have been inadvertently bumped off the queue. I had sort of moved this as an amendment and should have been on the queue.
Okay, let's take a second then, and let's ask the clerks to reset. Sorry, the clerks are just taking a moment. Let's just bear with them, council, please. Clerks, are we able to reestablish that? Can you reestablish the order, please? Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to ask, can we please, I'm still seeing an incorrect order, so can we just advance Councillor Fry so we can keep this moving for now, please? Okay, Councillor Fry, why don't you go ahead while the clerks are working out the order? Thanks.
Great, thank you. So I would have referenced the importance of this by maybe referencing the number of unhoused individuals that could be potentially impacted, or the number of low-income individuals who could be impacted by these significant zoning changes, or the number of housing units that are potentially lost through this referral report. And I think that underscores the point that there isn't sufficient data in order to make an informed decision around this referral report. So I appreciate the opinion that this is lawful, and I will be submitting this amendment because I think it is important to have the fulsome detail. Now, I appreciate that it does add a new work plan and it's currently unfunded and stuff, but we are talking about a very significant change to an incredibly vulnerable part of our city that once we rezone for 30-story towers in the DOD, there's no going back, and those land values will permanently alter, and they will permanently alter the outcomes for developing affordable housing, for dealing with the existing needs of the population that are there right now. And I fully appreciate that we're trying to bring in mixed communities and so forth, but I think we also have a responsibility to the people who are there right now, today. And because I don't see that information, I'm going to stick with this amendment and refer this back to staff to have a more fulsome report. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Fry. Councillor Orr, you now have the floor.
Also support the amendment for those very reasons, and for that's what I heard from the community. And I have an amendment to the amendment just to include the things that I...
Councillor Orr, what we have on the floor now, I believe, and I'll ask the clerks to affirm, is a motion to refer. I'm not sure that we can amend a motion to refer. Let's just, before you proceed, let's just get procedural clarity, because I want to make sure we get this right. Okay. Do we need to just deal with the referral motion first? It is amendable? Okay, great. Go ahead, Councillor Orr.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I've sent the amendment in. Everyone should have it.
Okay, can we move to an amendment Q2? Councillor Orr, do you want to put yourself on?
As seen on the screen.
Okay, that's up on the screen. Can everybody see that? Okay, so we have an amendment to the referral motion, refer back motion, I should call it, by Councillor Orr.
Happy to second that.
Seconded by Councillor Fry. Any comments on this from council? It's okay.
Sure. I
Can you put
mean, I
yourself?
think.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
you're on the queue now. Go
apologies.
ahead, Councillor Fry.
I think if we are indeed referring this back to get some more fulsome information, I think these are reasonable pieces to that request as well, to make sure that we are really delivering a fulsome referral report for what will be obviously a very contentious and important public hearing in the future. So I'd like to see us get that right.
Okay.
So I support this. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Fry. Councillor Bly, go ahead. Wait, microphone, yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I'm supportive of the additional language provided to the referral motion. I'm supportive of the referral motion for the reasons or for the questions that I asked. I was quite disappointed to see this come in a way that sort of restricts our ability to engage and consult as council, and certainly was not the intention of the motion. And so I support this this language. I think the last point is particularly interesting. If we are going to, we heard in earlier debates today how important it is that we don't do the work of the province. The province is committed to 6 months with Downtown East Side focused approach, consultative approach through Larry Campbell's work. It seems foolish at this stage to preempt any of that work that will be delivered in the spring. And we don't really have any framing or idea what that was going to look like. If we need the province and the federal government at the table in solving the crisis of housing in the Downtown East Side, us working out of lockstep with them, it doesn't make sense. So I support this amendment.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Bly. Councillor Dominato, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chair. I was just going to make an observation, and I think you addressed this, Chair, earlier, but while we have both a referral and an amendment to the referral, but councillors are straying into debating the merits of the report itself, and we're actually getting to substance of the referral report. So I'm just flagging we are not in a public hearing right now for that purpose. So just maybe just a reminder. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Dominato. I'm not seeing any further folks on the queue, going once, going twice. So we will move to a vote on the amendment to the refer back motion.
Chair Kirby Young, can I please get a vote of assistant opposition, please?
Yes, Councillor Meiser, thank you.
Chair Kirby Young, also vote assistant opposition, please.
Oh, that's for Councillor Dominato.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll just wait for that vote to come up. I'm waiting for the vote to come up so I can see it. I didn't say that. Okay, that did not pass with Councillor Joe, myself, Dominato, Montague, Klassen, and Meisner in opposition. So that now takes us back to Councillor Fry's, back to the other queue, takes us back to Councillor Fry's refer back motion. Is there any further discussion, Council, on this refer back at this time? Going once, going twice? Okay, I'm going to ask the clerks to take us to a vote.
Again, Chair, Councillor Dominato, take the vote assist in opposition.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you.
Yeah, and hi, Chair. Councillor Meisner here. Vote assist in opposition, please.
Thank you. Okay, And we'll just wait for the vote to come up. That refer back motion did not pass. So with Councillor Joe, myself, Dominato, Montague, Klassen, and Meiser in opposition, we are now back to the original motion, which was to refer the referral report to public hearing, which was moved and seconded. Is there any further comments on this at this point? Councillor Biasi on the queue, please go ahead. Oh, sorry, I have this funky screen again. Sorry, apparently Councillor Orr is first. Can we reset timers on at this point, or if appropriate? Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Orr.
That's it for me.
Thank you. Councillor Bryan, any further comments?
Nothing else.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll ask the clerks to take us to a vote.
Chair, I'll take a vote assist in favor, please.
Thank you.
Yes, Chair. Councillor Meisner here. Vote assist in favor, please.
Noted. Thank you. Okay, and that passes with Councillors Bly, Fry, Orr, and Maloney in opposition, and that concludes the unfinished business item number 1. We are now on to unfinished business referral report 2. Or unfinished business 2 referral report, Vancouver's Social Housing Initiative. Before we begin this agenda, if anyone believes they do have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anybody have a conflict to disclose? Okay, seeing and hearing none, this does not have a presentation. There is an opportunity for council members to ask questions, and Councillor Klassen, please go ahead.
Asked this to be pulled. A question I've had answered, and so I'm just going to move the recommendation to refer. Thanks.
Okay, moved by Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Joe. Is there any discussion, council? Going once, going twice, seeing none. Okay, we'll now call the vote.
Thank you.
Kirby Young.
Vote assist in favor. It's Councillor Dominato.
And Councillor Meisner, vote assist in favor, please.
Noted. Thank you. Okay, and that passes with none in opposition. All right, Council, we now need to vary the order of the agenda to deal with the bylaws. Next, before, is this correct? Before unfinished business items 3 and 4, as unfinished business items 3 and 4 are subject to the approval of bylaws 7 and 10. Would somebody like to move a motion to vary the agenda? Moved by Councillor Montague, seconded. Councillor Bly. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor? Yay. Hearing none. Any opposed?
Yay.
That's a yay, Councillor Meiser? Yep. Okay, yes, hearing none opposed.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll now move on to bylaws. We have 25 bylaws on the agenda for enactment. Before we begin this item, again, if anybody believes you do have a conflict of interest, please declare it now. I am not seeing any. Okay, bylaw number 5 was from the public hearing on October 21st, 2025. Councillors Fry and Montague were absent for the item at public hearing. Councillor Fry, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting?
I have not and I will not.
Thank you. Councillor Montague?
I have and I will.
Bylaw 7 was from the public hearing on October 21st, 2025. Councillors Fry, myself, and Montague were absent for the item at public hearing. Councillor Fry, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting?
I have not and I will not.
Okay, I have and I will. And Councillor Montague?
I have, I will.
Okay, bylaws 11 through 19 were from the public hearing on October 23rd, 2025. Councillors Bly, Fry, myself, and Councillor Klassen were absent for this item at public hearing. Councillor Bly, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting? Thank you. Councillor Fry?
I have not and I will not.
Thank you. I have and I will. Councillor Klassen?
I have and I will.
Okay, thank you. Bylaw 20 was from the public hearing on January 18th, 2022. Councillors Klassen, Maloney, Meisner, Montague, Orr, Joe, and myself. Oh, no, sorry, not me. I'm not Mayor Sim at this moment. We're not on council at the time of the public hearing. Councillor Klassen, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment?
I have and I will.
Thank you. Councillor Maloney? Councillor Meisner?
I have and I will.
Thank you. Councillor Montague?
I have, I will.
Councillor Orr? Councillor Joe? Thank you. Bylaw 21 was in the public hearing on January 23rd, 2025. Mayor Sim is not present, so we don't need to do that. Bylaw 22 was from the public hearing on May 9th and 11th, 2023. Councillor Bly was absent for the item of the public hearing, and Councillors Maloney and Orr were not on council at the time. Councillor Bly, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting? Thank you. Councillor Maloney? Okay, thank you. And Councillor Orr? Thank you. Bylaw 23 was from the public hearing on July 8th, 2025. Councillors Bly and Meisner were absent for this item at public hearing. Councillor Bly, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting? You have and you will. Great. Councillor Meisner?
Have and I will.
Thank you. Okay, we will need to vote on bylaw 7, 10, and 11 separately, as bylaw 8 and 9 are subject to the approval of bylaw 7. Bylaws 11 and 13 to 19 are subject to the approval of bylaw 10, and bylaw 12 is subject to the approval of bylaw 11. All that said, would somebody like to move the motion to adopt bylaws 7 and 10?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Yay. Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Okay, would someone like to move the motion to adopt bylaw 11? Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Okay.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Not hearing any. That passes unanimously. Looking for a mover to adopt bylaws 1 to 6, 8, 9, and 12 to 25, please. Moved. Seconded. Any discussion, council? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing no opposition, that carries unanimously, and the list of approved bylaws will be found on the city website. Moving on to unfinished business item 3, which is the administrative motion for modernizing business license, land uses, and policies. Before we begin this item, does anyone have a conflict of interest to declare? Not seeing any. Any questions from councillors? Okay, adoption moved by Councillor Klassen. Any seconder? Great. Any discussion, council? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none.
Aye.
That's an aye, right? All right, that carries unanimously. Thanks, council. That moves us on to unfinished business item number 4, consequential amendments to the transit-oriented areas rezoning policy. Again, any conflicts to declare? Hearing and seeing none. Any questions from council? Okay, adoption move seconded. Okay, any discussion, council? Hearing none, call the vote. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposition? Okay, that carries unanimously. Would somebody like to make a motion to adjourn? Or actually, sorry, I would just want to note we might have some items of new business, I believe, which was not on my script, but I think we do need to have a couple of requests for leaves of absence. Is that correct? Okay. If the clerks can bring it up. And there is a new business item that's circulated for me. If you can bring up the dates, I would super appreciate that. I think it's November 12th in the morning. From the morning of November 12th, if somebody would like to move and second that, that would be great. Moved, Councillor Bly, seconded, Councillor Dominato. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Okay,
Aye.
now I would love a motion to adjourn. Moved, Councillor Bly, seconded, Councillor Klassen. All in favor? Aye. Thank you,
Aye.
council, and thank you for the clerks. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.